Hi there and welcome to SSBCrack exams. Welcome to the AFCat 2021 Top 300 Most Expected Questions Marathon. I am Lakshmi and I will be covering the questions from Numerical Ability section. Well, this is the part 1 wherein I would cover questions particularly on the topic of percentage and profit and loss. If you are an aspirant and if you would like to prepare for your upcoming AFCat written examination, you can do check our AFCat courses wherein you find the detailed content which is the updated syllabus base as per the recent trends of AFCat written examination, which you get it in terms of video lectures, study materials, quizzes, practice exercises and many more. Our AFCat powerful courses are packed with specialized design subject-wise courses, so you can do check and also check the AFCat mock test series that we are providing you, which would give you the real-time experience of attempting the questions in your upcoming AFCat written examination. You can use the code WARRIOR10 to get the additional discount on your purchase of the AFCat course. So do subscribe course just by downloading the mobile app SSBCrackExams from Google Play Store. Alright, so let's begin with the session now, the part 1 session with the very first question. The price of a car is decreased by 10% and 20% in 2 successive years. So what percent of a price of a car is decreased after 2 years? So such kind of questions can be easily answered based upon the net effect formula that you have studied under the topic of percentage. The net change or net effect, when you know that an object price is initially say increase or decrease by certain person and later also increase or decrease by another person, then the successive change for the period of 2 years would be definitely given by this formula, that is plus or minus x plus or minus y plus or minus x into plus or minus y divided by 100 in terms of percentage directly. As here in this question also you are asked to find the percentage change in the price of car, which is the decreased price right after the 2 years. So definitely that you're supposed to get the answer in negative. Let's see. Okay, but let me tell you here what should be x and y. Yes, this plus is the indication of the increase amount for the price of an object and minus is the indication of decrease amount. So if here there are like decrease by 10% and 20% in the change, so we have like minus 10 minus 20 plus minus 10 into minus 20 divided by 100 in percentage. That would give us the amount minus 30 plus 2 in percentage, that is equals to minus 28%, and this is the indication that the price of the car is decreased in 2 years, okay, and that is decreased by 28%. So answer is the option number D for this question. All right, moving on to the next question. A's income is 60% of B's income and A's expenditure is 70% of B's expenditure. Let's write about that. So if I say B's income to be certain, X amount, then I can write about the A's income. That would be how much? It would be 60% of X, that is equals to, yes, simply 3 by 5 times of X. And they said that the A's expenditure is 70% of B's expenditure. So that case, let us say B's expenditure to be certain amount then. So if I say it is to be Y, then 70% of B's expenditure is A's expenditure. So A's expenditure would be 70% of Y, that is simply 7 by 10 times of Y. Moreover, we know from the question that A's income is 75% of B's expenditure. Means the income of A, which we know 3 by 5 times of X, is same as 75 by 100, that is the 75% of B's expenditure, which is equals to Y. And this is here giving you the ratio of X to Y, which is equals to 5 by 4. Check. So this is the ratio of X to Y, which you can take the common multiple to be K, to write about the values of X as 5K and Y as 4K, because here in this question we are supposed to find the ratio of A saving to B saving. So you must know that if you want to find the saving amount, you have to take the difference of income and the expenditure for a person, right? So A saving upon B saving, if I write about, I have to write about the income of A, which is as per the question 3 by 5 times of X, minus expenditure for A, which is 7 by 10 times Y, right? This is divided by B's saving to find means B's income we have to take it, that is X, minus B's expenditure, that is Y. So in this equation, just you substitute the values for X and the Y, you're gonna get the required ratio, that is 1:5, and that is provided in the option B. Alright, moving on to the next question. The 300 grams of sugar solution has 40% of sugar in it. So how much sugar should be added to make it 50% in the solution? So they said that there is a solution. Let us say 100% represent the solution. But in that 100%, the 40% is what? Sugar, right? And remaining 60% other quantities we are unknown about. So we know that in this 300 grams, right, the other 60% presence. So 60% of this 300 would be how much? It would be 60 by 100 of 300, that is equals to 180 grams. So this 180 grams is the amount for the other quantities, right? And now they said that how much sugar you would like to add. Initially the sugar was 40%, but here how much sugar should be added to make the solution 50% consistency with the sugar. So we want here that this 100% again to redivide in terms of 50 and 50, where this 50% represent again this other and this 50% represent the solution, right? So therefore here you can see that this 180 grams other quantity, right? This 180 grams has to represent what? The 50% of the solution, right? So means if you want now 100% solution, you can take the double of this 180 grams. So 180 into 2 gonna give you 360 grams, right? So in this 360 grams of solution, now you have to find out how much is the sugar added. So just you have to subtract the 300, which was the complete solution initially. So 360 minus 300 gonna give you the 60 grams, which is the amount, the sugar to be added to make it 50% in the solution. And that is how we get the option A for this question. All right. And next question. Due to 25% increase in the price of rice per kilogram, a person is able to purchase 20 kg less for rupees 400. Understand? There was certain initial price of a rice per kg. Say, I would say X to be the price per kg of the rice. Initially that too, okay. Then as per the statement in the question, there is an increase in the price by 25%, right? So the change price I would write. So change price per kg would be what? X plus 25% of X, that is X by 4. That is equals to 5 by 4 times of X. This is the change price after increment by 25%. So I would write here two scenario, initial and the later, the change scenario, okay. So initially you can see that the number of kgs that person can buy would be 400 upon X as per the initial price, X rupees per kg. Later a person can buy out of this 400 amount with the change price, he could buy the 20 kgs less, right? So I would write here that the 20 kgs is the difference of 400 by X with this 400 by 5 by 4 times of X, right? So this is giving you here the value of X. You can solve and get it. You get it to be 4 rupees. But X is what? The original price. They asked you about the increased price of a rice per kilogram. So increased price would be the change price, and change price is what? 5 by 4 times of 4, that is equals to 5 rupees, and hence that is how you are getting the answer. That's option number A to this question. Got it? Next question now. How many liters of pure acid are there in 8 liters of a 20% solution? So 8 liters of 20% solution, directly they asked you the pure acid. So how much is the pure acid? Simple. It's the 20% of the solution, which is 8 liters, right? So 20 by 100 times of 8, so that is equals to 8 by 5, which gonna give you 51.6 liters. So 51, that is 1.6 liters. Okay, divide by 5 there. So option C is the right choice for this question. Next question. A batsman scored 120 runs, which included 3 boundaries and 8 sixes. So this 120 runs includes 3 boundaries, means 4s, 3 into 4, 1 boundary equal to 4 runs, plus 8 sixes. 1 6 means 6 runs, you know that. So 8 into 6, 48 runs over there. Now they asked, what percent of his total score did he make by running between the wickets? So means in this 120 runs, there is an inclusion of the runs which are made by running between the wickets, right? So that X you're gonna get easily, that this total 120 runs minus 3 boundaries, that is total gives 12 runs there, and 8 sixes, that is 48 runs. So you are getting them to be how much? 120 minus 60, that is equals to 60. And they asked you about the percentage, right? So percentage you calculate now. 60 out of total 120 into 100. What do you get? 100 by 2, that is equals to 50%. Very clear. So its option is A. Moving on to the next question. A number, when 35 is subtracted from it, reduces to its 80%. There is a number, say X, and if you subtract 35 from it, what they said, it reduces to its 80%. What is the 80% of the number? It's a 80% of X, right? So this is the equation we can formulate by reading the first statement, so that you can answer what is the 4/5 of that number. Means you have to find out X here first of all, right? So let's do that calculation. So it's X minus 35 equal to 8 by 10 times of X, which is same as 4 by 5 times of X, right? And this is gonna give you X by 5 equal to 35 to give X is equals to 175. This is the number, but they asked you about the 4/5 of that number. So it's 4 by 5 times of 175. What do you get? 5, 3, 5, 5. So 35 fours are, you're gonna get it to be 140, and hence the answer option B for this question. Moving on to the next question. The cost of a bike last year was rupees 19,000 and its cost this year is rupees 17,000. Find the percentage decrease in its cost. Well, last year and this year. So it's a change in an year you have to find out. So percentage decrease, let us find percentage decrease. This downward arrow indicates I'm calculating percentage decrease. You know that percentage decrease we get it by decrease amount upon initial amount into 100, right? So decrease, what is the decrease? 19,000 to 17,000, there is a decrease of 2,000 rupees with respect to the initial 19,000, right? Into 100, let's calculate this. So you're gonna get that to be 200 divided by 19. That would give you the answer approximately 10.5. 10.5 correct up to 1 place of decimal. So we can choose the option D, hence correctly fitting with this answer, right? Next question now. If the price of a coal be raised by 20%, then find by how much a householder must reduce his consumption of this commodity so as to not increase his expenditure. You remember, this kind of problem can be directly answered with the help of the important concept that when the price of a commodity increases, there has to decrease the consumption so that you can balance the expenditure that we know about. So accordingly, we have directly the formula for such problems, right? That formula is given by X upon 100 plus or minus X into 100 percentage. This formula gonna give you answer to all such questions, okay? All such similar questions. It is just that you have to know when to take the plus in the denominator and when to take the minus. It's a very simple trick. See, you noted in the question that the price of the coal is increased. Then that case, the consumption has to be decreased. So for decrease, you're gonna take the plus. Okay, and for the increase, if suppose they asked you to find out, that is increase in the consumption where the commodity prices decrease, then that case the formula would be in terms of like minus. Same formula in the denominator, there would be minus in the terms. Okay, you are getting the part. So here we have to take the help of the plus, because the commodity price has increased, so consumption has to be decreased. So the required percentage decrease in the consumption is given by 20 upon 100 plus 20%, that would give you, that is into 100%, that would give you 20 by 120 into 100, that would give you simply, yes, 100 by 6. Calculate this in percentage, that gonna give you 6166.67 percentage. And hence the key for this question is option B. Moving on to the next question. Ravi's weight is 25% that of Meena's and 40% that of Tara's. Let us understand this statement. If I say Meena's weight to be M, then Ravi's weight R is equals to what? 25% of the M, right? So that is simply 1 by 4 times of the M. That is the Ravi's weight as per the first sentence. And they also said that the Ravi's weight is 40% of the Tara also. So Tara's weight you take T, then Ravi's weight is also given by 40% of the Tara. Means that is equals to 40 by 100 times of Tara, which is same as 2 by 5 times of T. So here you can see that the Ravi's weight 1 by 4 times of M is same as 2 by 5 times of T to give you M by T ratio there, that is equals to 8 by 5. Simple. And now you can directly calculate the percentage of Tara's weight to the Meena's weight, which is the percentage of Tara's weight is Meena's weight, right? So let us say M% of Tara is equals to Meena's weight as per the question statement that demands to calculate. So here what we can do is we can replace the M by certain 8K by taking the common multiple of this ratio and T by certain 5K by taking the common multiple K. So I can write here that this M by 100 into capital T value as 5K and capital M value as 8K, right, wherein this K anyhow get cancels to give us this required M, that is equals to 8 into 100 upon 5, that is equals to 8 into how much? 20, that is equals to 160%, right? So value of M we are getting 160, which was the M% of the T equal to M. That is the answer, option B for this question. Hopefully you got it. It's simple that just set up the equation relative to this Ravi's weight, Meena's weight and Tara's weight and get the required from the set equations and know the unknown. Alright, next question. If the length of a rectangle is increased, length is increased by 10% and the area is unchanged, then by how much percent does the breadth decrease? Such questions also directly connects with the important formula just now recalled for you, that when you have a commodity with the increased price of it, then consumption has to be decreased to maintain the expenditure same. So similarly here they mention that the length is increased and we want the area to be the same, so that we have to decrease the breadth, right? So breadth we can decrease by what amount then? Right, with the help of the same formula of that commodity and consumption. So it will be like X upon 100 plus X times 100 in terms of percentage, right? Wherein the X is here whom? Here is this 10%, which is the increase in the length of the rectangle. So it's 10 by 110 into 100. What are you getting? You are getting it to be 100 upon 11. Okay, so hence the answer option A for this question. Moving on to the next question. In a college election between two rivals, a candidate who got 40% of the total votes polled was defeated by his rival by 160 votes. So the number of votes polled was, is the question mark. So let us say total votes which were polled, right? We can say we can let them to be how much? X. Say total votes polled is equals to X, then what they mentioned that 40% of the total votes polled was taken by a candidate. Okay, so one candidate has got 40% of it, so other candidate definitely should get 60% of it, right? And they given us the difference between them two. So it's very much clear that the 60% of X, the votes got by one candidate in difference with the 40% of X is equals to 160. Right, so you simply calculate this. So it's just 20% of X equal to 160 to find. That is x equals to 160 into 100 upon 20. You can check it, right? So this is going to give you the required answer. That is total oats polled were 800, right? Next question. There are some coins and rings of either gold or silver in a box. 60% of the objects in a box are coins, and 40% of the rings are of gold, and 30% of the coins are of silver. So what is the percentage of gold articles? So basically you have to find the gold articles. Gold articles are of two kinds. They can be gold coins or gold rings. So basically from given information you have to know the number of gold coins and number of gold rings, and then you're gonna get the total gold articles for which you're supposed to find its percentage in a box. So very simple question this is. See, anyhow we need to deal with the percentage. That is our advantage, that we can take the total objects in a box to be 100. Okay, so these total objects are divided into two categories, right? They are of kind like coins and rings, right? So they mention already in the question that the 60% of the objects are coin, it seems. So coins, I know 60, then 60% of 100 is 60. And how many will be the rings? Definitely 40. Now let's continue the reading. 40% of the rings are gold. So out of this 40 rings, so means again you do the distribution in terms of percentage only. Very simple. 40 rings you divide. 40 you read as 100%. So 40% of these 40 rings are gold, means gold rings will be how much? Yes, 40% of 40. So you know 10% of 40 is 4. So 40% will be 16 rings, which will be gold rings. Okay, that's done. And now you can see that they mention 30% of the coins are silver. So out of this total 60 coins, 30% are silver, means how many are the silver coins? SC. Can you note it there? 30%. 30% of 10% of 60 is 6, right? So 30% will be 18 coins which are silver coins. But you know, you supposed to find the gold. So gold coins, let me write. So gold coins will be equal to 60 minus 18. So they will be total 42, which are the gold coins. And this way you can see that the total gold articles are how many now? 42 coins and 16 rings. This is equals to 58. So directly we can mark the answer then. Yes, 58%. Very clear. Next question. Water tax is increased by 20%, but its consumption is decreased by 20%. Tax has increased by 20%, but its consumption has decreased by 20%. So they asked you the increase or decrease in the expenditure of the money. You know, this kind of problem also best fit in the formula net effect. The net effect formula, let me recall once again, plus or minus x plus or minus y plus or minus x into plus or minus y upon 100 in terms of percentage, wherein we know here the x is the water tax increase. Okay, that is x equal to 20 and y equal to minus 20 here. So we have 20 minus 20 plus minus 20, I mean plus 20 into minus 20, right? Plus 20 into minus 20 upon 100, what do you get in terms of percentage? That is minus 400 upon 100%, that is equals to minus 4%. So it's very much clear that out of the statement, this increase or decrease, what you shall say? Decrease, because you got the net effect minus. If net effect is in negative, that is the indication of decrease in the amount, right? So hence the expenditure decreased by 4%. So option has to be C for this, right? Next question. If the salary of X is 20% more than salary of Y, salary of X is 20% more than the salary of Y, means Y plus 20% of Y is the salary of X. So means that is how much? Y plus 1 by 5 times of Y, that is equals to 6 by 5 times of Y. That is what we know about this X. Alright, and now what they said, that by how much percentage is the salary of Y less than X? See, such question, just make up the proper statement equations for your reference, right? You just set up the equation by reading the statement. Say M% is the salary of Y less than X? Means salary of Y is m% less than the salary of X. So it's X minus m% of X. This is the equation which would give you the required answer. By how much? That we have taken it to be m%. Okay, so let's substitute the value that we know Y equal to X. How much is the X? X is 6 by 5 times of Y minus m by 100 times of X. What do you, X, again resubstitute the value of X there. What is that? It's into 6 by 5 times of Y. So that throughout this Y would get cancelled and there is only one unknown in the equation to give us the required answer, right? So that is equals to 1 equal to 6 upon 5 minus m into 6, that is 6m upon 500. So you can see that we can take this 500, right, multiply by 100 to this term. So there you get 600 minus 6m. So 6m equals to 100, that is to give you m equal to 50 by 3, the required percentage, and hence the answer 50 by 3, option C for this. Right, moving on to the next question. 56% of 225, that is 56 upon 100 of 225 added to 20% of 150, that is 20 by 100 of 150, to give you certain unknown which I say to be X minus 109. So we shall find out here what is that question mark as per the question statement. So you can see that this 56 into 225 upon 100, we can reduce it to 25, 9, 25, 4, 4, 1, 4, 4, 14, 9s are 126 plus this 21, 25, 5, 1, 5, 3, 0. So plus 30 equals to X minus 109 to give us X is equals to what? 30 plus 126 plus 109, that would give you the resultant 265. Check, and hence the answer option number B. Very sorry. And hence the answer option number B for this question, right? Next question. What is the number whose 20% is 30% of 40? Let's say that number to be X. So the number we have to find out which is what? Which is the, whose 20%, means 20% of this number is same as the 30% of 40. Can you understand the statement? What is the number whose 20%? So number is X, whose 20% we are equating it to 30% of 40. So equate it and get it. So it's 20x by 100 equal to 30 by 100 into 40. That is simply X is equals to 30 into 2, that is equals to 60, and hence the answer option C for this. Let's check the next question now. A fruit seller has a certain number of mangoes, out of which 5% are rotten mangoes, and he sells 75% of the remainder, and he is left with 95 mangoes in them. So how many mangoes did he have originally? Understand the statement that out of the total mangoes he has, right, he has 5% of M, the rotten one, R. So those are basically then M by 20 mangoes. So what are the remainder mangoes? Other good mangoes, I would say, out of the rotten. So other mangoes are, yes, this total M minus M by 20. So they will be 19 M by 20 mangoes. And these are called as the remainder mangoes, right, for which he has made the selling, 75% of his selling. So sold mangoes here are who? They are the 75% of this remainder mangoes. So 19 M by 20. So after selling the 75% of the remainder mangoes, he is still left with 95 mangoes, which are the remainder. So means this 95 are the remainder mangoes, which are equivalent to remainder mangoes minus 75% of the remainder mangoes. Right? You are getting the statement, right? So you solve this, here you're gonna get the value of M directly. So it's very clear to see that 95 equal to, yes, 19M by 20, you can take common, and there you're gonna get 25 by 100. So check the calculation, M equal to, you're gonna get total 400. Hence the total mangoes are 400. Alright, so option C. Moving on to the next question. The price of cooking oil is increased by 25%. So by what percent a family should reduce the consumption of cooking oil so as not to increase the expenditure on this account? So you can see that the price of commodity has increased by 25%, which is the value of X, right? You shall find the, what percentage that family has to reduce the consumption, right? So for that we have the direct formula, right? The percentage that has to be decrease in the consumption, percentage decrease in the consumption, we're gonna get it to be how? Yes, it's X upon 100 plus X into 100%, right? So that is hence given by where X is equal to 25. It's 25 by 125 into 100. So it's 25 1, 25 5. So we can see that 20%, and hence the key option C, option D for this question. All right, moving on to the next question. The difference of two numbers is 20% of the larger number. And if the smaller number is 20, then the larger number is. So we are unknown with the larger number, but we know the smaller number. Okay, so smaller number S is equals to 20, larger number we have to calculate. For that we know that difference between the larger and the smaller is 20% of the larger. Okay, so simply let us calculate then. Larger minus smaller is 20 equal to 20% of larger. Let's calculate this. So it is, yes, how much? 80 by 100 times of L equal to 20 to give us L equal to 100 upon 4, that is equals to, yes, 25, and hence the key option B for this question. Next question. Two numbers are 20% and 30% less than the third number. So how much percent is the second number less than the first? To answer to such question, just set up the equation simply. See, there are two numbers which are basically like 20% and 30% less than the third number. So third number, let's say here third number to be certain X. So now we can write about the first number. What is the first number then? 20% less than the third, that is X minus 20% of X. Can you understand that? So it's just 80% of X. So 80 by 100 of X, that is equals to 4 by 5 times of X. That is the first number, right? And what is the second number? Second number is 30% less, means it's at 70 by 100 of X. So that is equals to 7 by 10 times of X. Okay, and now they asked you what percent, right? This what percent, we would say to be M%, is the second number less than the first. So I have to set up the equation, because the second number is equals to, your statement should be the second number is, okay, less than the first by what percent? So by first means first number minus M% of first number. Can you get the statement? So second number we have 7 by 10 times of X, which is equals to first number 4 by 5 times of X minus M by 100 times of first, that is 4 by 5 times of X. Solve this equation, you will get easily the value of X. The value of M, because you can see this X is getting cancelled throughout, right? So we have simply 70 by 70 into 5 equals to 400 minus 4M. You can check. I have done the required adjustment because the LCM is 100 into 5. Okay. So this gonna give you the answer for M, that is 4M equal to 400 minus 350. So that is equals to 50. So M is equals to 41, right? 42.5. So it's a 12.5%. So option A for this question. All right. Next question. If A% of A plus B% of B equal to 2% of AB, then what percent of A is B? First, read the statement and get the required. A% of A means A by 100 into A plus B by 100 into B equal to 2 by 100 into AB. So you can see that we are getting A square plus B square equal to 2AB. So we are getting basically A minus B the whole square equal to 0, which gives us A equals to B. And now that they asked you what percent of A is B, directly you can say because they are equal, so must be 100%, right? So option C. Let's check the next question now. If the price of wheat rises by 25%, then by how much percent must a man reduce his consumption in order to keep his budget the same as before? Again, such kind of all statement based questions are directly the question based upon if there is an increase in the commodity price, then consumption has to decrease, right? If there is a decrease in the commodity price, then consumption has to increase. So for this both kind of scenario, we have a common formula to go with, which gives direct percentage required, percentage increase or percentage decrease, that is by x upon 100 plus or minus x into 100%. You have to, yes, again I'm telling you, just note what is x, okay, and you have initially given x, which is the increase amount, then the required which you are finding, it will be a decrease, okay. So here also if you see, we have to find it for the amount which is decrease in the consumption. So percentage decrease would be always x upon 100 plus x into 100, right? Here the value of x that you're supposed to substitute is the price of wheat that is increased, okay. So it's 25 by 125 into 100 by 5, that is equals to 20%, and hence the key option B for this. Next question. The tax on a commodity is diminished by 20% and its consumption increased by 15%. So the effect on revenue you have to calculate. So this is the question again on the net effect. Can you understand? Wherein the diminishing amount is the amount which is the decrease amount. So that is the minus 20. Then later the consumption increase, right? That is the increase, that is plus 15, right? Plus minus 20 into plus 15 upon 100. In terms of percentage, we're going to get this answer directly. So this is equals to what then? Minus 5, right? Minus how much you get? 15 by 5 in terms of percentage, that is equals to minus 5 minus 3 in percentage, that is equals to minus 8%. So you can see that this minus is the indication of what? Yes, decrease. So what is the effect on the revenue? It's a decrease effect, but the effect is of 8%, and hence the key option A for this. Let's check the next question now. Due to 25% increase in the price of sugar per kilogram, a person is able to purchase 10 kg less for rupees 200. Then what is the increased price of sugar per kilogram? Simple, just set up the equation by reading the statement. See, there is an amount of sugar you have to deal with, wherein you can fix, say, rupees X to be the price of sugar per kg. Okay, initially, that too. Okay, then there is mentioned the increase in the price of sugar per kilogram, right? So you can see that the change price per kg is equals to how much? X plus 25% of X, which would be X plus, yes, X by 4, that is equals to 5X by 4. This is the change price. Now you can see that this amount 200 which they have given, right? With the amount 200, he is buying certain number of kgs of sugar, right? So initially, how many kgs of sugar he can buy is 200 upon X, right? But after changing the price, the amount of sugar that he can buy 200 upon 5X by 4, right? But there is a difference between the number of kgs bought initially and later after increment in the price of sugar per kg, right? So what is the required equation here to set up is that the initial number of kgs of sugar bought minus the later number of kgs of sugar bought, their difference is of how many kgs? 10 kgs. So just you follow such simple steps to set up the equation of such kind of questions. You're gonna get easily here the value of X. You calculate it, here you get it to be X equal to 4 rupees, but they asked you about here increased price of sugar per kilogram, right? So the increased price hence would be what? The change price, and change price is 5X by 4, so it will be 5 rupees, and hence the answer option A for this question. Alright, next question now. So now let's solve few questions from the profit and loss topics. Alright. A dealer marks a washing machine for rupees 75,000 and allows a discount of 6% on it. So means on 100 rupees, there would be a 6 rupees discount like that. So the mark price was 7,500. So accordingly, we will find out the 94% of it. Okay, that would be the selling price. So let us calculate then. MP is known to us 7500. So what has to be the SP then? It should be the 94% of the 7500, and hence we shall get it to be rupees 7050, and hence the option B for this question. All right, let's look into the next question on profit and loss. Next question on the profit and loss. Loss of 20% on the SP is same as the X% loss in CP. So for this problem, if you say SP to be rupees 100 and as per the loss equals to 20%, you can list here CP. How much it has to be? 120, right? So that the loss percent of CP, which is said to be the 20 upon 120 into 100, right? That is the, loss of 20% on the selling price. So we have, this is to be hence 16 2 by 3. You can check the answer, and hence the option C for this question. All right, moving on to the next question now. Cost of 4 pens, 6 notebooks and 9 files is rupees 305. That is 4P plus 6N plus 9F. The total amount is given to be 305, wherein the P represent the price of 1 pen, N represent price of 1 notebook, and F represent price of 1 file. All right, and they said that the cost price of 3 pens, that is 3P plus 4 notebooks plus 2 files, is equals to 145. So we are asked to find the cost price of 5 pens plus 8 notebooks plus 16 files. You can easily get it just, multiplying the equation number 1 by 2 and subtracting the equation 2 from it. You would get this resultant. So means you are getting this answer to be 2 into 305 minus 145. So that is equals to what then? Yes, it would be simply 610 minus 145, that is equals to 465. So answer is hence option B for this question. All right, next question. On a certain atom, profit is 150%. If the cost price increases by 25%, what will be the new profit margin in percentage? Simple. You say CP to be rupees 100 and they mention that the profit percentage is 150%. So you can easily mark the SP there. If you assume the CP to be 100, what would be the SP? SP would be 250 because there is a profit of 150%, right? And now they said that you have to find the new profit margin. For that, you know the formula of the profit percent. What is the profit percent, right? It's a profit upon CP into 100. So here you get the profit by SP minus CP, right? The CP has changed later on because the cost price has increased by 25%. So can you understand, if you increase this by 25%, the resultant new cost price would be 125. So 125 you have to subtract out of 250 for getting the new profit margin percent, that is 250 minus 125 upon 125 into 100 gonna give you the required answer 100% itself, and hence the key option C for this question. All right, next question. 2 articles are sold for rupees 9,720 each. On one, the seller gains 8% and on other, he loses 10%. So what is his overall gain or loss? You have to find out whether he has got loss or gain. Let us check. So it's simple that here you first of all mark the CP of one article. How do you get the CP of one article? It is simple, 9720, that is 100 by 108, because you can see that there is a gain of 8%, right? So this gonna give you 9,000 as the amount for CP of one article, and similarly the CP of the second article, or you can say the other article, we can note it here. How do you get that? That would be again the same, 9720 into 100 by 90 here, because there is a loss of 10%. Right, so therefore this amount would be 10,800. So you have to find out overall gain or loss, if any. You can see that there would be definitely loss, and the loss, the overall loss, we would say, we would get it by, yes, total CP minus total SP. Total CP, how do you get? You have to add these two answers, right? CP of one article with the CP of other article, and that addition you would get it, that is 9,000. You have to add it to 10,800, right? And subtract from it this 2 times of SP, because selling price is same for both the articles, 9,720. So calculate this. This result gonna be 360 rupees, and that is the total loss as we already indicated it. So option B for this question. All right. Next question on the profit and loss. A person sold an article for rupees 3,600 and got a profit of 20%. Had he sold the article for rupees 3,150, then how much profit would he have got? Simple question. See, what we know is that the article selling price, right, and the profit percent. With that, we can easily list it down. What is the CP of the article? We can calculate it, right? So if I say CP of article to be, X, then we know that this X plus 20% of the X is the selling price, right? So that is the X plus 20% of X equal to 3,600. So that would give you X equal to 3,000, right? This is the one thing which giving us directly the CP of article. But later they said that if suppose the article is sold for 3,150, then that case what would be the profit? Okay, so now we have to find out here the new profit percentage, right? So new profit percent, you get it by the formula profit by CP into 100, right? For this you have to use the new SP, keeping the CP same what you got initially. So it's yes, then SP 3,150 minus CP is 3,000 divided by CP, yes, 3,000 multiplied by 100. What do you get? That is your required answer to your question. That's a new profit percentage that he can get it by selling it at the amount of 3,150, right? And that you are getting it to be 5%. So option B for this question. All right. Next question. Charu purchased a dinner set at 3/10th of its selling price and sold it at 10% more than its cost price. So find the gain percent that case. So to find the gain percent, basically you shall know what the SP and CP of that article, right? So basically if I assume here say SP to be rupees 100, then I can easily write about the CP, which is 3/10 times of this 100. So that is equals to what then? Rupees 30. Because that is what the Charu purchased a dinner set for 3/10th of its selling price you are getting. So 30 rupees you are getting straightforward the CP of the dinner set, right? So you can now find out as per the new, that is that what is that, if the if the Charu sells it 10% more than the CP, okay, means that case the SP would be what? 30 into 110 by 300, right? So that 33 rupees would be the SP of the dinner set. Can you understand the statement? Because Charu is selling that now 10% more than its CP. So we will find out now gain percent, okay, for the Charu. So then again you can see here profit 30 rupees is the cost, 33 rupees is the selling, so gain is 3 rupees, and hence we will find out the required percentage gain. So percentage gain is equals to 3 out of 30 into 100, so total 10% gain, and hence the option D for this question. All right, next question. A fruit seller buys lemons at 2 for rupee, means 1 rupees equals to 2 lemons there, and sells them at 5 for 3 rupees. So what is his gain percent? For such question, directly simply you find out the selling price and cost price of 1 lemon each as per the required statement in the question, right? So that we can easily do it because we know here the CP of 2 lemons, right? So if CP of 2 lemons is rupees 1, so definitely then CP of 1 lemon is equals to half, that is equals to 0.5 rupees, and SP of 5 lemons they have mentioned to us, that is equals to 3 rupees. So what will be then SP of 1 lemon? Yes, it will be 3 by 5, that is equals to 0.6 rupees. And now let us find out the profit percent, that is nothing but the gain percent, right? So profit percent formula you know very well, it's a SP minus CP upon CP into 100. So 0.6 minus 0.5 upon 0.5 into 100, what you get is the required answer, that is the 20%. So option C. Alright, moving on to the next question now. The selling price of 20 articles is equal to the cost price of 22 articles. So the gain percentage is, see, when you know in a problem the SP of certain B number of articles is same as CP of certain A number of articles, then we have a direct formula here to apply to get the required gain percentage, and that is given by A minus B by B into 100, where you shall note here that this A indicates the number of articles for which they mention the cost price there. Okay, so A is 22 and B is the value to be assigned from the number of articles for which they mention the selling price. So selling price of 20 articles, so B equal to 20 here. So hence you're gonna get the required answer 2 by 20 into 100, that is equals to 100 by 5, 100 by 10, right? So that is 10%, and hence the key answer C for this question. Alright, next question. A vendor bought toffees at 6 for a rupee. Okay, and how many for a rupee must he sell to gain 20%? So in this question, you know the gain percent for which you're supposed to find the selling price. Okay, but initially you know the bought price of it, like it's a 6 toffees for a rupee. So you can understand then CP of 6 toffees, right? See, CP of 6 toffees is given to be rupee 1, means SP of 6 toffees you can find it out, because you know there the required gain percentage you want, that is 20% gain you want. So it is simply then 120% of the rupee 1, isn't it? So that is equals to 6 by 5, right? So here you can now understand that for rupees 6 by 5, the total sold toffees are how many? 6 in number. So for rupees 1 toffees sold, how many there will be? Yes, it will be 6 times the 5 by 6 amount, right? So that is equals to 5, and hence the key option D for this question, because they have asked you how many a rupee must he sell. Okay, in a 1 rupee how many he shall sell to get the 20% gain. So what we did is we calculated, you know, the SP based upon the 20% gain he want. If the CP of 6 toffees is rupees 1, so based upon that we got the SP of 6 toffees. So for rupees 6 by 5, sold toffees are 6 in number as per 1 rupee kind cost price, and for rupees 1 you are finding out them to be 6 times the 6 times the 5 by 6, because here you have to take it 6 upon, here there is a division case wherein you got the multiplication there, it's a 6 upon 5 by 6 actually, sorry, 6 by 5. Okay, 6 upon 6 by 5, which will give you the required 5 number of toffees for a rupee to be sold to get the 20% gain. Alright. A furniture seller sells 2 tables at rupees 1500 each. He earned a profit of 20% on one table and suffered a loss of 20% on another table. So what is his net profit or loss in this deal? You notice in this question the profit percent is same as the loss percent for a person. Okay, so if this is the scenario, there is direct a formula to link with such kind of problem, and that is, you know, the required loss formula only, because we know that when for a certain atom with the indicated price, right, that if the profit percent is same as the loss percent and that is indicated by the amount A, here it is 20, then the required loss percentage formula is given by A by 10 to the power 2 percentage. Okay, so this is equals to, hence as per the formula, fitting the value of A, we're gonna get what? 20 by 10 to the power 2, that is equals to 2 square, right? So that is equals to 4%, and hence the key for this particular question is yes, the option A itself, because You definitely remember, for such scenario there will be loss only. Okay. Next question now. A shopkeeper has announced 40% rebate on mark price of an article. And if the selling price of the article is rupees 645, then the mark price of the article will be what? You have to determine. So basically, for such kind of questions wherein you are unknown with the mark price, you can start letting the mark price to be the rupees X. Then that case you can see that this 645, what they said, the selling price of that article, but the shopkeeper has announced 40% rebate on that mark price, right? So means that selling price SP, which is the 645 rupees, is same as 100 minus 14 upon 100 of this X amount, the MP. Okay, so this is hence gonna give you the required value of X, right? What you get there, you will get this is as 86 by 100 of X. So X will be, yes, 750. You can check, just transpose it, 86 and 100 to other side, you get the X. Okay, that's done. So that way you got your mark price for the article. We go with the option C for this question, isn't it? Next question now. Suma purchased 20 dozen of toys at the rate of rupees 375 per dozen. So 20 into 375 going to give you the total cost, the total rate for 20 dozen of toys that you know. He sold each one of them at the rate of rupees 33. So understand here, this is the price SP of one atom, one toy you can say. So he sold each one of them at the rate of rupees 33. So what is his percentage profit? Let us calculate. So for that we know that, so here we can first of all note that CP of one toy would be how much? It would be 375 divided by 12, because 375 is the cost for 1 dozen toys and 1 dozen includes 12 toys, right? So 375 divided by 12 gonna give you CP of one toy, which is 31.25 rupees. And now let us write about SP of one toy that we already know in the question, it's 33 rupees. Right, so as per this we got a gain for a toy, right? Gain for a toy would be how much? 33 minus 31.25, so it would be around 1.75 rupees per toy. So gain percentage accordingly then, right? So it will be 1.75 upon 31.25 into 100, you can directly get it, and that you find it to be 5.6%. You can check, and hence the key option C for this. The difference between a discount which is of 40% on rupees 500 and two discounts of 36% and 4% on the same amount is, so basically here in this question you shall find the difference between two discount amounts, wherein the one discount amount is straightforward the 40% of the rupees 500. So that is gonna get to be 200 rupees, and the D2 discount is actually the successive discounts of 36% and 4% on the same amount, please. So you have to find first of all that discount, that successive discount we would say, right? That discount you have to find out, that you get it by the formula R1 plus R2 minus R1 R2 upon 100, right? That in terms of percentage directly. So you are getting that to be fitting the value of R1 as 36 and R2 as 4, you will get that to be 38.56%. But you want the discount on the same amount, right? So hence the D2 required amount is, it's a 38.56% of the 500 rupees, which you get it to be by calculation 192.80. And hence now as per the question, the answer that is about the difference between these two discounts, you're gonna get it to be 200 minus 192.80, which you get it to be 7.20, and hence the key option D for this question. All right, next question. A commission of 10% is given on the written price of an article. If there is a commission given which is of 10% on the given written price of the article, the gain percent is 20%. And the gain percent when the commission is increased to 20% will be, how do you find out? Simply you just take the mark price to be rupees X for such kind of problems, so that you can write about the SP of the article. right? So SP of that written price of article would be how much? SP of the article would be x into 100 minus 10 upon 100, because what is there? There mentioned that there is a commission of 10% over there. Okay, so SP would be x into 100 minus 10 by 100, so that would give you 9x by 10 as the SP. And CP of article, what do you get the CP of article? CP of article is, yes, due to the gain of 20%, you're gonna get the CP of article 9x by 10 into 100 by 120, and that would be 3x by 4, you can check. So the new SP would be how much then? It would be x into 100 minus 20 upon 100, that is equals to 4x by 5, and this will give us the new profit now. So new profit, you will find it to be the profit, that is x by 20, which is the difference of 4x by 5 and 3x by 4, right, divided by the CP, that is 3x by 4 into 100. Calculate this, you're gonna get this to be 2 by 3%, and hence the key option A for this question. So in this question, basically you're supposed to find the CP and SP of article, wherein you know the commission amount and you know the gain percent, and you also know here that if there is an increase in the commission of 20%, then the gain percent is. Next question, if a shopkeeper sold a book with 20% profit after giving a discount of 10% on mark price, so the ratio of cost price and the mark price of the book is, we shall determine. So let us say then mark price to be the rupees X, then what would be the selling price as per the question? It would be 90x by 100, because there is a discount of 10%. So after 10% discount, we have written the selling price if the mark price is assumed to be X. Alright, and we also know from the question the profit is known to be profit percent, which is equals to 20% there, right? So CP of the book we can calculate now, so that will be 9 by 10 times the 100x upon 120, so that is equals to 3x by 4, and hence we are getting the required ratio of cost price and mark price there, that is CP is to MP ratio. Let us calculate. So it's a 3 by 4 times x is to x, so which is same as 3 is to 4 only. So option number C is the choice. Alright, next question. A trader mixes 26 kg of rice at rupees 20 per kg with 30 kg of rice of other variety, which is at the rupees 36 per kg, and sells the mixture at rupees 30 per kg. So what is his profit percent? Let's do the process. So here we basically know the CP of 56 kg rice. How do you get that? Because see, he is selling 26 kgs of rice of one variety with the 30 kg of rice of other variety. So CP of, hence I am calculating 56 kg of rice. So that you get it by 26 into 20 plus 30 into 36, right? So that would be equal to how much total? 600 rupees. Similarly, let us find out the SP of 56 kgs of rice. As I told you already, how come that 56? So that will be equal to 56 into 30, that is equals to 1680 rupees, and hence now let us calculate the required gain percent, that is equals to, yes, the difference between SP and CP, right? And that difference you can see it's 80 divided by CP. CP is 1600 into 100 in percentage, which will give us the answer 80 by 16, that is equals to 5%, and hence the answer option B for this. Moving on with the next question. If the CP of 6 articles is equal to the SP of 4 articles, then find the gain percent. Recall, this problem fits with the formula where you know the CP of A articles is same as SP of B articles to find out the required percentage gain, which is given by the formula directly, A minus B by B into 100 in percentage. So this is equals to, here noting down the values of A and B, A is 6 and B is 4. We are getting it to be 6 minus 4 by 4 into 100. So that is equals to 100 by 2, right, in percentage, so 50%, and hence the key option number C for this. Next question, if the cost price is 96% of the selling price, what is it? CP is 96% of SP, it seems. So means you can note that the SP is how much? It is 100 upon 96 times CP. So that what is the profit percent? You know the profit percent formula? Profit percent is given by SP minus CP upon CP into 100. And that's what I prefer to convert SP in terms of CP. So that I can write the SP as 100 upon 96 times CP minus CP upon CP into 100. In the process, that CP get cancels from numerator and denominator, and you gotta get the numerator 4 and denominator 96 into 100. So what you get? The required answer, right? That would be the 400 divided by 96, which you can find out would come out to approximately 4.1666%. So if you round up, you will get the required answer from the options 4.2%, and here's the key option number B for this. Alright, hopefully this session is really helpful to you to revise and recall and understand the solutions of questions based upon the topics percentage and profit and loss I covered so far in this session. Well, you have to stay tuned to SSBCrack exams, because I will be back with the part 2 sessions wherein I would come up with more expected questions for your upcoming AFCAT written examination based upon the other topics which are there in your AFCAT numerical ability syllabus. All right, and meanwhile, don't forget to follow us on YouTube by subscribing to our YouTube channel SSBCrack exams, on Instagram, and you can check out our LUN page as well. And definitely do not forget to download the mobile app to have the access to full length content that we are providing to you for AFCAT courses. So prepare well, all the very best, and Jai Hind. Hi there and welcome back to SSBCrack exams. I'm Lakshmi and I'm back with another session, the part 2 session to prepare you for the numerical ability section for your upcoming AFCAT 2021 written examination. Let me recall you, we are covering the top 300 most expected questions for your upcoming AFCAT written examination, and in this part 2 session, I'm going to cover for you the questions from profit and loss, simple and compound interest, and also ratio and proportion. So we are covering most important topic based question in this session, so stay tuned till the end. But let me once again recall you, if you are a serious aspirant and aspiring to crack your written examination in very first attempt, you can just download the mobile app SSBCrack exams from Google Play Store to subscribe to our AFCAT courses, which are well designed subject wise specialized courses to make you prepare for your upcoming AFCAT written examination to crack it in very first attempt. You can also subscribe to the AFCAT mock test series to boost your confidence and definitely have a real-time experience to get the benefits of attempting the mock test to crack your written examination in very first attempt. You know, you will get the 10% additional discount on your purchase of AFCAT course, so you can use this code warrior10 while you're purchasing. So download the mobile app SSBCrack exams from Google Play Store, use this code to get the additional discount. Alright, so let's begin now with the session with the very first question of this session from profit and loss. A milkman makes a profit of 20% on the sale of milk. If he were to add the 10% water to the milk, by what percent would his profit increase? So here in this question, you shall find out the percentage increase in the profit. Alright, so for that, let us then approach is easily just by assuming the initial, that is the CP per liter of milk to be rupees 100. So by then, let us write CP per liter of milk to be rupees 100. Then I could write the SP per liter for milk would be rupees 120, because there is a profit percent of 20% on the milk. Right. So accordingly, then we can now talk about addition of 10% water to the milk. So if we are adding 10% water, okay, if we are adding 10% water to the milk, then what will be the CP? How do you write? You have to write the CP per 9 by 10 liters of the milk. That would be the same, the rupees 100. And SP per 9 by 10 liters of the milk, that would be rupees 120. right? So that you will get here the SP per liter of the milk, which is the change SP, right? And that would be how much? 120 into 10 by 9, you can see. So that would be 400 by 3 rupees. So this is the new selling price per liter you are getting after addition of water, so that you can find out the change in the profit percent, right? And that you would get it, first of all, noting down the profit per liter, that change that you got, that it is 400 by 3 minus 100, right? So that would be 100 by 3. And how did you get this? This is, you got it by using the change SP with the same CP. All right, so 100 by 3 is the new profit. So accordingly then, profit percentage you can find out, that is the increased percent, that is percentage by which the profit has increased, will be equal to how much then? It's a difference of 100 by 3 with the 20, right? And that would give you the resultant 40 by 3, you can check. Okay, it's a difference of 100 minus 60 by 3, right? So it's the answer 40 by 3. So option B for this question. Moving on to the next question now. A sells a tube to B at a profit of 20% and B sells it to C at a profit of 25%. Okay, and if C pays rupees 225 for it, then what did A pay for it? You have to find out. So let's say then, let A pay the amount rupees equals to X. Okay. So what's the process then? Here A is selling to the person B with the profit of 20% and B is selling it to the person C with the profit of 25%. So you are getting right, both are like plus 20 and plus 25 till the person C reach that get that product and he is buying it for rupees 225. So basically then, what is the required equation here is that this 225 amount is the 125, okay, 125% of 120% of the X, right? You can calculate this. So 225 equal to 125 into 120 upon 100 into 100 times of X. Calculate this. You shall get the answer to be rupees 150, and hence the key option C. Got it? Next question now. For a certain article, if the discount is 25%, the profit is 25%. And if the discount is 10%, then the profit is. To answer to such question, let me give you a formula. You can remember this. And when to apply the formula, when you see in a problem for a certain article, discount percentage is noted, profit percentage is noted. And in the other case, discount or profit, one of them is known, other is unknown. So you can go for this formula, and the formula is, let me here write the formula for you. Okay, which you can directly apply to such problems. The formula is 100 minus D1, where D is the indication of discount, upon 100 minus D2 equals to 100 plus G1, where G is the indication of gain, that is the profit, okay, upon 100 plus G2. And these are like discount percents and gain percent respectively. D is for the discount percent and G is the representing the profit percent. Alright, so in this formula, just fit the value from the question. What do you get? It's 100 minus 25 upon 100 minus 10 equals to 100 plus 25 upon 100 plus unknown. For the second case, the profit is unknown, G2. So calculate this, you shall get this answer. G2 should be equals to 50%. Very easy. Just cross multiply, simplify, right? The left hand side you can simplify and then cross multiply to get the answer, the value for G2, and that is the option number D then. Next question. A shopkeeper cheats to the extent of 10% while buying as well as selling. So by using the false wedge, his total gain is. Can you understand the question? In a question, you know that a shopkeeper is cheating to the extent of 10% while buying also and while selling also. And that too he is doing it so using the false weight. So for such problem also, when you are asked to find the total gain, there is a direct formula which I am providing to you, right? It's a gain percent equals to 100 plus common gain that is mentioned, because here they mentioned, right, 10% is the gain while buying and selling. So that is the common gain percent mentioned in the question, right? Okay, so this is the complete bracket square divided by 100, minus 100. This is the formula. So in simple way, I would write for you the G percent is equals to 100 plus the common gain. Okay, CG I would write common gain percent, the whole bracket square upon 100 minus 100. So in this you can substitute the required value to get the required answer there. So you will get that to be 100 plus, yes, 10, the bracket square upon 100 minus 100. What does it give to you? It will gives you the 110 square upon 100 minus 100, that is simply the 2100 divided by 100. So that is equals to 21%. You can check, and hence the key option D for this. All right, next question. If the selling price is doubled, the profit triples. Find the profit percent. Understood the question? What it has been done is the selling price has doubled. So let us then simply consider two variables for SP and CP to deal with such problems. You can say the the CP to be rupees X and SP to be rupees Y for simplicity, so that you can easily set up the equation for profit there. So then mention that profit is tripling when SP is doubled. Right, so how do you write that? So here you know that this 3 times of the profit, which is triple. How do you write the profit? Profit is SP minus CP. So it's 3 times of Y minus X is same as the selling price has doubled. So it's like 2Y minus X. So the original profit is becoming 3 times with respect to the first profit, where you have double the SP. Right, you got this equation. So you solve this equation, you're gonna get Y equal to 2X. And now you have to find out what? Profit percent. So percent gain, that is profit percent, is by the formula. Yes, what do you get the answer? That is profit. Profit is how much? Y minus X. So it's 2X minus X upon the CP into 100. Right, so that has to be 1 into 100. So clearly 100%. And hence the answer option number B. Next question. What is the interest received on a principal of rupees 450 for 2 years if the interest received on rupees 1 after 4 years at the rate of simple interest, which is the same rate of simple interest, is rupees 0.40. So let me tell you here that this is now question from simple and compound interest. Most of the question I had covered in the part 1 for the topic of profit and loss. Hopefully you have gone through that session. Now I am continuing with the questions based on the simple and compound interest. So this is the first question on this topic. Let's talk about this. So here we know that the interest on rupees 1 in 4 years is 0.40, right? So we can simply make the list of the given terms there, that interest on rupees 1 in 4 years is mentioned to be rupees 0.4, right? So the interest on rupees 100 in same period of time, that is 4 years, would be how much? Rupees 40, right? 0.4 into 100, rupees 40. So the interest on rupees 100 in 1 year, if you would like to talk now, so it will be how much then? 40 divided by 4, that would be equals to rupees 10. Got it? So now you can take the help of the SI, the simple interest formula, that you know SI is equals to PTR upon 100, where P is the principal, T is the time period, and R is the rate of interest, right? So that would clearly give you the required interest there. It's a 450, which is indicated already in the question. Time period is indicated, which is equals to 2, right? And now we got the required interest, rate of interest, so it's 10 and divided by 100. So this should give you the required answer, that is equals to rupees 90, and hence the key option A for this. All right, moving on to the next question, again on simple and compound interest. The difference between compound interest and simple interest on a certain sum of money in 3 years at the rate of 7% per annum is rupees 225.645. such question has a direct formula to solve it for. There are two kinds of questions, like either they give you the difference for 2 years or they give you difference for 3 years. So for difference of CI and SI given for 3 years of period time, we have the formula that D is equals to PR square into 300 plus R upon 100 cube. So remember this formula, because this formula gonna save you a lot of time. Easiest approach to appear for question based on difference between SI and CI, and they will definitely either ask you in the question principal or rate of interest. Okay, so here they have asked us to find out what the principal, isn't it? So now for that we are using this formula. Let's substitute the required values. We know 225.645 is the required difference between CI and SI. Okay, and principal P is unknown and R is known to us, which is given to be, yes, 7. So 7 square 49 into 300 plus 7 divided by 100 cube, 100 into 100 into 100. So you have to just solve this to get the required P, and that you find it to be 15,000 rupees, and hence the key option B for this. Alright, moving on. What will rupees 1,000 be worth after 3 years if it earns interest at the rate of 5% compounded annually? So in this question you have to just determine what the worth amount, that is the amount A, where they mention the interest is compounded annually. So you have to use the compound interest formula, basically the amount formula for compound interest, that is A equals to, yes, it's P into 1 plus R upon 100 to the power T, right, wherein P is the principal, R is the rate of interest, and T is the time period, and all the required terms are known to us. So amount equal to 1,000, which is given to us in the question. Then 1 plus R is known to us, 5%, so it's 5 by 100. Okay, and number of years mentioned to be 3. So basically it is the calculation of 1,000 in product with 21 by 20, 21 by 20, 21 by 20. You can easily calculate this. Okay, and you shall get the answer approximately 1,157. So option C for this. Alright, next question. Let's check. If the difference between SI and CI for 2 years on a sum of money lent at 5% is rupees 6, then the sum is, you have to determine. So here basically they are asking you to take the sum to be B as per the question. No worries. And this is again a question wherein you know the difference D, but for 2 years between the CI and SI. And for that we have the formula PR square by 100 square. So if you want all the formulas in collection in a one, you can easily visit the learn.ssbcrackexams.com webpage. You can check out our blog. We have already published all the important formulas which are most important, I must say, for questions based on the topics of profit and loss and simple and compound interest, because these two topics are more or less formula based for coming to the some specialized problems. Although other kind of problems we can easily deal with the easy assumption, right, framing equations and solving, but some question definitely shall be used with the formula to solve it. Okay, so D equal to PR square by 100 square. Let us then here calculate the required principal P, which is here given to be B. All right, so B is equals to, how do you get D, which we know that is rupees 6 into 100 into 100, that is the 100 square that we have in the denominator, and this R square in the denominator it will come, right, for B equal to, so what do you get? R is 5%, so it's 5 into 5. So you shall get the required answer, right? So that has to be, you can see that it's a 2400 clearly, right, 2400, and hence the key option number B for this. Next question. The present worth of rupees 169 due in 2 years at 4% per annum compound interest is, what do you have to find out? You have to find out the present worth, that is the resultant amount, okay, which is of rupees 169 due in 2 years at 4% per annum compound interest. So basically this is a question based on finding of principal, right, wherein you know the present worth, that is the amount A. So amount A is known to us, that's 169 rupees, and you have to find out P. So for that you have to use the formula that for 2 years ago, to find the initial amount, which is given by the required amount mentioned in the question, 169 divided by 1 plus R by 100 to the power 2. See, it is just that you are using this formula only. A is equals to P into 1 plus R upon 100 to the power 2, because here in this question you know the present worth. Okay, present worth means you know the amount that is accumulated after 2 years, but you have to find out the due amount, the initial deposited amount. So here your question is P. So obviously you have to send this bracket to left hand side to get P equal to, right? And hence we are getting the answer with the help of this, wherein we note the value of R. It is given to be 4%, isn't it? So substitute the required value, you will get P is equals to, by solving 169 into 100 into 100 upon, you can check, 104 into 104. Okay, check this, do this calculation yourself, you shall definitely get it, 156.25 rupees, and hence the option B for this question. Next question, divide rupees 1301 between A and B so that the amount of A after 7 years is equal to the amount of B after 9 years. You have to divide the amount 1301 in such a way that the amount of A after 7 years, which is the accumulated amount, okay, is same as the amount of B after 9 years. And the interest being compounded, it seems, at 4% per annum. So one of the part of the amount you have to determine. So there are basically two parts for this initial amount which is getting divided. So let us say the first part to be X, the other part would be 1301 minus X. So we have to see which part is given. We would be in the process finding out both the parts, and which is given in the option, we would be taking that as a correct answer, isn't it? So now what we know here in this question, that the this X is the principal for calculation of the amount, right, for the part A, I would say, and the 1301 minus X would be for the part B. So we know the formula of compound interest, so let us apply then. X into 1 plus 4 by 100 to the power 7, because you can see for the person, right, amount of A, it is for 7 years to be deposited, right? So this is same as 1301 minus X into 1 plus 4 by 100 to the power 9, isn't it? Solve this, you shall get the equation X by 1301 equals to, see, 7th power cancels from both sides, there remains the power 2. So 1301 minus X into 1 plus 4 by 100 to the power whole power 2 you will get. So you solve this, you shall get here the value of X, which is 676. So if X is equals to 676, so the second part, okay, you are getting, that would be 1301 minus 676, that would be equals to 625. And out of the options you can see which one is given. 625 is known to us, so that is one of the amount, so it's option A then, because we can't find 676 there. So we can definitely choose the option A as the right choice. Alright, next question. A sum was put at a simple interest at a certain rate for 4 years. Had it been put at 2% higher rate, it would have fetched rupees 56 more. Find the sum. Very easy question. Just you set up the equation for difference in rate of interest, wherein there you will get the resultant difference in simple interest. So difference in simple interest we can set up taking this P common, T common upon 100 common, and in the bracket R1 minus R2, for which we directly know the difference, 2% higher rate. It's a difference equal to 2 there for the rate of interest, right? So hence what do we get then? We'll get this 56, which is the amount given to be the difference between two SIs, equals to the principal, which is unknown, the time period which we known here, that is 4 years, upon 100. Solve this, you shall get here P is equals to 700 rupees, and hence the key option C for this. Alright, moving on with the next question. The population of a particular area A of the city is 5,000, it seems. It increases by 10% in first year and it decreases by 20% in the second year because of some reason. In the third year, the population increases by 30%. So what will be the population of area A at the end of 3 years? You remember such problems can be easily solved with the help of the formula of amount itself, wherein you know that there are, change in the initial amount in each year, right? So say the initial amount is P, okay, whatever relevant quantity it is, here it's a population. So initial population was P in the beginning of the first year. By the end of first year, it getting decreased. So the effect would be like, decrease means minus, increase means plus. So here they mentioned that it has increased in the first year. So it will be like 1 plus R1 by 100 into, then the next effect, what is it? It's a decrease effect. So it's like 1 minus R2 upon 100 into, then by the third year it is again increased. So it has to be multiplied with the bracket 1 plus R3 by 100. And in this question we are known to the R1, that is the 10%, the R2, that is 20%, and the R3, that is 30%. So let's just calculate the population of the area A directly now, which is the population at the end of 3 years, right? So therefore the required A, you're gonna get it to be, yes, 5000 multiplied by 1 plus R1 by 100. What you shall get there? 110 by 100, right? Then 20% is decrease for the second, right? So that would be like 80 by 100 into, then 30% increase means 130 by 100. You have to calculate this answer and you shall get it definitely this to be 5720. Check it. It's easy calculation. Just reduce the numbers. Okay. So option number C is the choice. All right. Next question. A sum of rupees 1550 was lent partly at 5% and partly at 8% per annum at the rate of simple interest. So the total interest received after 4 years was rupees 400. Then the ratio of money lent at 5% to that lent at 8% is. Okay. So to calculate that, yes, let us say the principal to be P there, because principal is unknown in the whole scenario. The amount 1550 was lent partly into two parts, because, okay, so what we say that let the sum lent at 5% to be P and the sum lent at 8% would be then 1550 minus P, because the total sum 1550 has been lent into two parts. Okay, so now we know individual principal amounts for calculation of the required, the interest, and then we can go with for finding the ratio. So here we noted the simple interest formula. We know that is SI is equals to PRT upon 100. We'll be using this formula, right, to write it down about this amount 400, which is the total interest. So total interest, this 400 is basically SI1 plus SI2, wherein how do you get this SI1? The principal, the one here indication of the part with the principal amount P, and 2, the index 2 is the indication of part with the second part, that is 1550 minus P as the principal amount, right? So we have the required rate of interest also there. So I would be writing here the equation now for you. It's a P into 5 into 4 upon 100 plus 1550 minus P into 8 into 4 upon 100, right? So solve this equation. Here unknown is only P. You shall get here P is equals to 800 rupees. So you got the first part, right, out of the total amount 1550. So now this is implying you the second part, you will get it definitely, right? So the second part here, let me write, that is the 1550 minus 800, which will be equal to 750. And now they asked you the ratio of money lent at 5% to that of 8%. So the required ratio you can easily calculate now. It's 800 upon 750, which comes out to be 16:15. You can check it. So simple question. This was just make a sense of that statement that they said that 400 was the total simple interest, right? To find out the required one principal P, which is unknown, you are getting. By that you are getting the second part, and hence you are getting the required ratio. Now option C then, hence the right choice. Next question. The difference between the compound interest and the simple interest on rupees X at 8% per annum for 2 years is rupees 19.20. So what is the value of X? Difference is known to us for the period of 2 years, right? Which you know, get it by the formula PR square by 100 square, isn't it? And here we shall find out the value of x, which is the principal amount, right? P is equals to x here, note it, and hence we'll get that answer easily. It's a 19.20 equals to x into 8 into 8 upon 100 into 100. Calculate this. Here you shall get x is equals to 3000 rupees, and hence the option D for this. If a certain sum at compound interest become double in 5 years, then in how many years it will be 16 times at the same rate of interest? So if suppose you will say the sum to be rupees x, so this x is becoming how much? It becoming doubled in how many years? 5 years. So x becomes 2x in 5 years, it seems. Fine. So this 2x, which is the amount at the end of 5 years, now will become how much? 4x in next 5 years, means by the end of 10 years, right? And this 4x amount will become how much? It will become 16x, sorry, not 16, 8x, double, right? So 8x in how many years? By end of 15 years, right? So you can here understand that this 8x is the amount which is becoming, right, the 16x in 20 years. So what they asked you? They asked you in how many years it will be 16 times. So 16 times you got it in how many years? 20 years. So option hence is the option D for this question. So you can proceed this way for such kind of questions. All right. What will be the ratio of simple interest earned by certain amount at the same rate of interest for 12 years and for 18 years? So you have to find out the simple interest ratio for 12 years and 18 years. You know that SI is equals to PRT by 100, right? So it's simple that if you are known that the rate of interest are same, principal same, then interest I1 by I2 ratio is same as time period T1 by T2 ratio. So just substitute the T1 and T2 to get the required ratio of simple interest, right, on for 12 year and for 18 years. So required ratio is 12 by 18. Hence it will be how much? 2s are 3s are divided by 6 there, and hence the answer option C for this. All right, next question. Find the compound interest on rupees 18,750 in 2 years at the rate of interest being 4% for the first year and 8% for the second year. You shall find out CI. Okay, CI on the principal amount so given. Okay, so for that you can see that we have the principal is equals to 18,750, time period 2 years, right? And they mention already the two kinds of interest, 4% for the first year and 8% for the second year. So basically the amount formula would be looking like this, that P into 1 plus R1 by 100 into 1 plus R2 by 100, because there are two kinds of rate of interest respectively, R1 for first year, R2 for second year, right? So A is equals to here then 18,750 into 104 by 100, because 4% is the value of R1 there, then into 108 by 100, right? Calculate this yourself. It's very easy. Amount you shall get it to be 21,060 rupees. Check. Okay, once you got the amount, yes, you're supposed to find the CI. So CI, you know, how do you get it? It's amount minus principal. Amount is 21,060 rupees minus principal 18,750 to give you the required answer 2,310. All right, next question. The difference between the compound interest and the simple interest for 2 years at the rate of 10% over principal amount of rupees X is rupees 10 itself. So difference is known for 2 years. So D is equals to PR square by 100 square. Again the formula to recall here, right? So D is known, it's rupees 10. P is unknown. Here the principal has to be taken to be the rupees X. So X into R is 10. So it's 10 into 10, right? Divided by 100 into 100. So 100 anyhow is cancelling, and we are getting x equal to 10 into 100. So that to give you the required answer 1000 rupees, and hence the key option A for this question. Next question. The simple interest on a sum of money at 8% per annum for 6 years is half the sum. What's the question? SI is equals to half the sum, means principal P is the sum. It is then SI equal to P by 2 in how many years? In T equal to 6 years. And rate of interest is 8%. Let's see, can this given terms gives us the required answer, that is for the sum. Sum is here what? The principal amount. So you know that the SI formula is what? Basically PRT by 100. And in this question you known that the SI is P by 2. So P by 2 is equals to P into R into T by 100. So here you can see R is known to us, T is known to us, but this P which is unknown, it's getting cancelled. So means definitely the information, the data provided in the question is inadequate. So option D we have to go with for this question. Alright, next question. A certain sum at a simple interest amounts to rupees 1350 in 5 years and to rupees 1620 in 8 years. So what is the sum? Okay, you have to find out this sum, that is the principal amount. For that you must know the rate of interest, right, which is unknown to you. Okay, so for that let us calculate the required. We know the initial, the say A1 amount, the 1350 rupees for time period of say T1 5 years, right, and we know A2 amount, that is 1620 for time period T2 equals to, yes, 8 years. Okay, so we say the principal, okay, the principal amount to be rupees P. So that case you would easily get here the required rate of interest by the formula A2 minus A1 upon A1 T2 minus A2 T1. You can derive this formula yourself. It's just based upon this simple interest formula. Okay, so calculate here, you will get the rate of interest 10%, and with this rate of interest you can proceed to find the principal amount. Just use the first information if you want. Okay, so principal, what do you get is SI into 100 upon R into T. But we shall first of all also know the SI, right? SI you can calculate. Let's do the calculation here for SI. SI would be what? It just A2 minus A1, right? Because principal P is same for both the transaction, right? So hence this should be 270. So substitute. So 270 into 100 by R, which we got 10, and time period is mentioned in the question, right? 3 to 8 years. You can see the time period for this principal amount to calculate. So 3, and hence answer you shall get the option number C for this. You can check this answer comes out to be 900 rupees. All right, next question. At what rate % compound interest does a sum of money become 9-fold in 2 years? Let's say sum to be rupees X, which is the principal. Since the interest is compounded annually, we shall use the amount formula A equal to P into 1 plus R upon 100 to the power T, wherein we know that the amount, the initial sum has to become 9-fold, right? So means A has to be 9x, P has to be x here, and this is 1 plus R upon 100 to the power. Time period is known to us, that is period of 2 years, and you can calculate this, right? Here the unknown is only R because x is cancelling. So 3 is equals to 1 plus R by 100, taking positive square root both sides, right? So R you shall get it to be, yes, clearly 200, I mean 300 minus 100. So you will get it to be 200%. So option number C. All right, next question. The simple interest on a sum of money at 9% per annum for 5 years is half the sum. Again, I is equals to P by 2 is known to us, wherein we know the rate of interest 9%. Well, we know the time period, which is 5 years. So to calculate the sum, the data is inadequate is the answer, because you can see that SI formula is P into R into T by 100, out of which the SI is itself in terms of P by 2. So P is getting cancelled. So delta is inadequate here to determine the value of P. Because R is known, T is known, P which is unknown, it's getting cancelled. Got my point? So data is inadequate is the answer to this question. Next question. A principal amount to rupees 944 in 3 years and to rupees 1040 in 5 years. Each sum being invested at the same simple interest, it seems. The principal was. Very simple. Again, you can deal such question with the help of, the difference between rate of interest. Because here you can see the principal amount to the rupees 944. So A1 for T1 3 years. Then A2 for 5 years, right? Both of them have the same rate of simple interest. So we have to find out a principal amount to rupees 944 in 3 years. So A1 accumulated amount is 944 for the time period of 3 years, and the A2 we know the same principal amounts to 1040 rupees in the period of, that is T2 equals to 5 years. So they asked you that if the rate of interest is same for this, okay, for this accumulation, then what is the principal? Okay, to find out principal, we at least know the interest, right? So first of all, let us find out the rate of interest using the formula, that is A2 minus A1 upon A1 T2 minus A2 T1 into 100. Okay, so we will be finding out this. You shall get this R to be equals to 96 upon 16. Fine. And you know that SI is simply what here? It's A2 minus A1, right? So that would be the rupees 96. And now you can go ahead with the formula of SI to find out the principal. PRT by 100, right? That is the formula for SI. To give you here, P is equals to 96 into 100 upon the rate of interest, that is 96 by 16 into time period. And here you shall take the time period of the difference, that 3 to 5 years, the T is equals to 2 there, right? So you could see that the answer comes out to be what? 2 1 this 250, 50 into 16, right? Check the answer of 50 into 16. You shall get it to be, yes, 800 rupees, and the answer option A for this, right? Next question. Find the amount to be paid back on a loan of rupees 18,000 at the rate of 5.5% per annum for 3 years. Okay, you shall find out here simply the amount A. So I'll be using here the formula of simple interest to calculate the required interest. Nothing is indicated, so we can use this. So SI is equals to P. We know it's a 18,000 rupees into time period, we know that is 3 years. Rate of interest we know 5.5 divided by 100. So simple interest we are getting for the period of 3 years here, that would be equals to 2,970 rupees. Okay, use this simple interest to find out the required amount, which you get it by principal plus simple interest, that is equals to then 18,000 plus 2970 to calculate for, that is 20,970, and hence the key option C for this. In 4 years, rupees 6,000 amounts to rupees 8,000. So in what time at the same rate will rupees 525 amount to rupees 700? So they have clearly given you that the initial principal 6,000 is becoming 8,000 amount in the period of 4 years. Okay, so use this information first of all to find out the rate of interest, which you get it to be 25 by 3%. Okay, and now you know that you want the time period wherein the amount 525 is becoming 700 rupees. So there the simple interest, then 700 minus 525, that is equals to 175 to calculate the required time period where the rate of interest is same, right? So use the formula of simple interest again there. So it's PRT upon 100, right? So here in this case we know the SI, that is 175 into 100, now that is equals to principal, which you take it to be 525, into rate of interest 25 by 3 into the unknown T. Calculate this, and here you shall get the time period to T to be 4 years. Check it, option number C. All right, next question. The simple interest on a sum of money is 8 by 25 of the sum. SI is known to be 8 by 25 of the initial amount, that is the principal, the sum of money is known to us. And now they asked if the number of years is numerically half the rate percent per annum. Number of years numerically half the rate of interest per annum. So R by 2, it's known to us. So we have to determine what in this case? Yes, the rate percent per annum. So R is unknown. You know that the SI formula, it's PRT upon 100, wherein we know the SI is 8P by 25. This is equals to P into rate of interest R as it is, wherein time period is numerically half of the rate of interest. So it's R by 2. So by 200 you will get there, right? Solve this. Here you can see that this P is anyhow cancelling to give you the rate of interest. So that is R square equal to, you shall get 64. To give you R is equals to 8 by positive square root, right? And hence the option number A for this. The simple interest on a certain sum of money at 4% per annum for 4 years is rupees 80 more than the interest on the same sum for 3 years at 5% per annum. Then find the sum. Just set up the equation wherein you know that here the first simple interest equals to 80 rupees more than the second simple interest. So accordingly then, if we plug in the data that for simple interest we know the formula PRT by 100. So for first scenario the time period is like 4 years and rate of interest is also 4%. So it's P into 4 into 4 by 100, that is equals to 80 plus. For second scenario same principle, we have P into time period 3 and the rate of interest 5. This is divided by 100. So solve this, you shall get here the equation 16P minus 15P equals to 8,000 rupees. That to give you the required principal amount, okay, 8,000 rupees itself, because the difference of 16P and 15P is 1P. Alright, so option number A for this question. Moving on. A sum of money placed at compound interest doubles itself in 5 years. It will amount to 8 times itself at the same rate of interest in how many years? Okay, so here they given that this initial sum, which is say X, it is doubling, becoming 2X in how many years? 5 years, right? And you want now to set it the required equations for making the amount to be 8 times itself at the same rate of interest, right? So let's proceed then. You know that here it will be like this 2X amount becoming the double, that is 4X in next 10 years, because as per the first condition, right? Then 4X will be becoming what? The 8X in 15 years, right? We want 8 times only, right? So here we can stop. So you can see that this 8X time the amount is becoming in the period of 15 years. So option is D for this question. All right, if you want you can solve this question based upon the formula A is equals to P into 1 plus R upon 100 to the power T also. You can use this formula to determine the required answer as well. All right, next question. The difference between the simple interest received from two different sources on rupees 1500 for 3 years is 13.50. This is the difference between simple interest. The difference between their rates of interest you have to calculate. You know this formula, right? The difference between interest, that is SI difference, I would say D, will be equal to PT into R1 minus R2 upon 100. This is a formula basically. You have to choose R1 and R2 accordingly, because you know that this is all about the amount, it cannot be negative. Okay, so here they given us the difference between the simple interest, which is 13.50. so D is 13.50, wherein we are known to the principal, which is 1500, right? Time period 3, and the difference between rates we have to find out, that is R1 minus R2 directly. Okay, so it's a just simple question which you're supposed to find R1 minus R2 there. That would come out to be how much? Yes, it will be 13.50 divided by 45. Okay, so you can calculate this, comes out to be 0.3%. You can check. Okay, and hence the answer option C for this. Now let us discuss questions from the topic of ratio and proportion, which is one of the important topic to must prepare for your upcoming AFCAT written examination for the section of numerical ability. All right, so here is the question wherein we have the incomes of A and B, which are given in the ratio 3:1, and their expenditures are in the ratio 5:3. And if each person is saving the amount rupees 2000, then what is their income? To answer to such question, I would give you a formula, but you note that you are taking it into proper manner, that you have the ratio of income which you always denoted by A is to B. So that is here 3:2. So this you have to take it, okay, income ratio as small a is to small b, and then the expenditure ratio you can take it as C is to D, and that is here provided to be 5:3. Note it what I am saying to you. So you'll be taking the income ratio A is to B, expenditure ratio C is to D, and you noted from the question that there is an amount which is common, that is the same saving amount for both the persons, okay, and that you denoted by the capital X, and here it is 2000 rupees. So with this information, there is a formula to directly calculate the income of person A and person B. Okay, so A's income you will get it by the form XA into D minus C upon AD minus BC. Substitute the required values. Here you'll get the A's income to be 12,000 rupees. Okay, and B's income you will get it by the formula, that is X into B into D minus C upon AD minus BC. So this you shall get it to be 8,000 rupees, and hence you can now directly jump to the answer that yes, the answer is 12,000 and 8,000 respectively for the person A and B. All right, so you can remember these two formulae to find the incomes when you know the ratio of their incomes, and you know the ratio of the expenditures with the common saving amount. All right, now the next question is 20 liters of a mixture contains milk and water in the ratio 5:3. Okay, and if 4 liters of this mixture be replaced by 4 liters of milk, then the ratio of milk to the water in the new mixture would be. So here basically in this 20 liters of the mixture, 4 liters of the mixture you are replacing it by 4 liters of milk. So then that case I would just find out here the quantity of milk. Okay, the quantity of milk in 16 liters of mixture. Okay, so those would be how much then? 16 into 5 by 8 parts, because you know there you can see the ratio of milk to water is provided 5:3. So it's like 5 parts out of total 8 parts in the mixture is the amount of for the milk to go ahead with, right? So quantity of milk in 16 liters of the mixture you are finding it to be 10 liters. Okay, and now the quantity of milk in 20 liters of new mixture, which you will get it to be, so quantity of milk in 20 liters of new mixture. Okay, so 20 liters of new mixture you will find that to be 10 plus 4, that is equals to 14 liters. You got it? What we did is we first replaced this 4 liters of this 4 liters of mixture, which was replaced by 4 liters of milk. So we are only taking the 16 liters of milk, 16 liters as the mixture originally. So in that 16 liters we found out how much is the quantity of milk, and we found it to be 10 liters, and later we added 4 liters of milk, right? So means in the total 20 liters, now we are finding this 10 in the 16 liters and added 4 liters, so total 14 liters. You got my point? So you got this way the required milk in the new mixture, and now you want to find out what? The ratio, right? So let us find out the ratio. For that we must know the quantity of water also, right? So quantity of water would be how much in this new mixture? In this new mixture it will be 20 minus 14. Subtract the milk from the total 20 amount of the mixture, so you will get it to be 6 liters. And this way now the required ratio, you want to find the ratio of milk to the water, right? So the ratio you will get it to be what? Yes, the 14 liters, the milk in the new mixture is to 6 liters, the quantity of water in new mixture. So that ratio you are getting it to be 7:3. So option number B for this, right? Moving on to the next question now. The ratio of two numbers is 4:7, and if each of these numbers increases by 30, their ratio will become 5:8. So say two numbers to be, x and y, so their ratio is known to us 4:7. Okay, so in that case you can simply take x as certain 4k and y as 7k with the common multiple k of them, right? Because they are in the ratio. Well, and now they said that if you add 30 to each of them, then their ratio is changing. Their ratio is becoming to be 5/8. So you can easily calculate here the the required value of k, and you can go ahead with finding the required numbers, because the numbers are now 4k and 7k. So you can here substitute x equal to 4k and y equal to 7k. Okay, substitute this, you will get the value of k. Solve this equation, you will be getting the value of k there. K you will find it to be 30, and hence you're gonna get the x, that is 4k, 4 3s are 12, so 120, and y equal to 7k, 7 3s are 21, 210, and hence the required two numbers are are belonging to the option A, right? Let's check the next question now. Present ages of A and B are in the ratio 3:5. 7 years later, B's age will be twice the age of C. Okay. If C celebrated his 10th birthday 4 years ago, then what is the present age in years of person A? So here basically the ratio for ages of A and B. So from the ratio of ages of A and B, which is provided to be 3:5, you can simply say that the A's age to be 3x by taking their common multiple CM to be x. Can you understand this? Okay, so A's age would be 3x, then B's age would be 5x, and according to the question, what they mentioned that C is celebrating his birthday, which is the 10th birthday of his 4 years ago. Then what is the present age? Okay, so according to question, we have the present age of C to be what? 10 plus 4, that is equals to 14 years. Simply because he is celebrating his 10th birthday, that too 4 years ago. So add up, so you will get it 14 years to be the present age of C. And now they are given that after 7 years, right, the B's age will be twice the age of C. So that would give you the required equation now, that is 5x plus 7, right? That is the age of whom? B's age after 7 years will be equal to 2 times the age of C, that is the twice the age of C, right? So twice the age of C means it will be 2 times of this 14 plus the 7 years, because you are talking about 7 years later. Okay, so after 7 years, the age of B is 5x plus 7, which is equals to twice the age of C. That too you have to take it 7 years later only. So for that also 14 plus 7. So this is giving you the value of x there. Calculate, there you get x equal to 7, and by that you got the required common multiple to find out the age of the person A, right? So A's present age would be then 3 into x, that is equals to 3 into 7, that is equals to 21 years. Okay, so option B for this. Next question. Ratio of ages of Mani and Prabhu is 2:1. So Mani's age in ratio with Prabhu's age given to be 2:1. Ramona is half the age of Prabhu. If Mani is 60, find out the age of Ramona. Simple. So here also let us say their common multiple to be x, so that we can easily write down the age of the Mani, right? So that would be 2x years, and the age of the person Prabhu P, right, 1x. And according to the question, what do we have here is that, right, the Ramona is half the age of Prabhu, fine, but the Mani is 60. Okay, and we know the Mani's age is 2x. So 2x is equals to 60. If you equate, you are getting the value of the common multiple, which is 30. So that way you can now go ahead to find out the Ramona's age, right? Okay, so Ramona's age is half the age of Prabhu, so it is like half times of the x, right? So that is simply 15, and hence the answer option B for this question. Moving on to the next question. P is greater than Q by 60%. P is equal to Q plus 60% of Q. It is given in the question. And greater than R by 30% means the same P is greater than R by 30% of it. Okay, can you understand this? So you know this, both equation indicating the same value for P. So it's like 160 by 100 Q is equals to 130 by 100 R, right? So simply that will easily give you the ratio of Q and R. So Q upon R, you are getting it to be what? Yes, 130 upon 160. So that is the ratio 13:16 to go ahead with, and that is provided in the option number C, right? Next question. The ratio of males and females in a city is 7:8. Males and females ratio is known to us 7:8. And the percentage of the children among males and females is 25% and 20% respectively. So means, see, if you take their common multiple to be x, just for your understanding I am telling, in the males, how many are the children who are male children? They are like 25% and female children are 20%. Okay, so means out of this 8x female, right, out of this 8x female, the 20% of them are 8x female, the 20% are the children who are the female children. All right, so that is the information provided to us. Fine. And then we have the number of adult females in the city, which is directly the number 1,56,800. Okay, 1,56,800. So what is the total population? So total population is clearly male plus female, which is inclusive of children as well, respectively, as like children male, children female. Okay, simply. So our target is to find out M and F here. So for that, we have directly to find out the number of females as per the required ratio and as per the indication that there are 20% children who are the females, right? So number of females, you will get it 1,56,800 into 100 out of 80, right? So this is equals to 1,96,000 then, right? So number of females you got, and the number of males, how do you get? You have directly the ratio for the population, so directly you can make use of that ratio. It's a 7/8 times of this 1,96,000, right? And that will give you 1,71,500 are the males, and hence the required population you can easily find out males plus females, and those, that is the addition of these two readings, 1,96,000 plus 1,71,500, which you supposed to get it to be 3,67,500. You can check it, and hence the answer option B for this. All right, moving on. The largest and the second largest angles of a triangle are in the ratio 13:12. Okay, the smallest angle is 20% of the sum of largest and second largest angles, it seems. So what is the sum of smallest and second largest angles? Basically, you shall find the sum. So you can find out directly. Just you note first of all here that this smallest angle according to the question is how it is, like 13 plus 12, right? The smallest angle equals to 13 plus 12 times 20 by 100. In fact, we have to take 20% of this 13 plus 12. Okay, because they said the 20% of the sum of largest and second largest is the smallest. You got it? So yes, so this will give you the smallest angle directly. It's 5. So the required ratio you are getting for all three angles together now, 13:12:5 then. You got the required ratio. And now they asked you what? Basically the sum of, smallest with the second largest, smallest with the second largest. So that sum you will get it right, that it is 180 into 12 plus 5 divided by 13 plus 12 plus 5. Simple ratio concept. You will get it them to be 180 into 17 upon 30, that is equals to 102 degrees. You can check, and is the option D. So we have found the required smallest angle, we noted their ratio altogether, and from that we found out the sum of smallest and second largest angles. Okay, just by using the angle sum property. All right, next, the total number of boys in a school are 16% more than the total number of girls in the school. So suppose girls indicated by G letter here, okay, number of girls, and B is indicating the number of boys in a school. So what they mention is that the number of boys are 16% more than the girls, means it's like girls plus 16% of girls. So means it is like 116 by 100 G is equals to B. And they asked you here in the question, what is the ratio of total number of boys to the total number of girls? So you have to find B by G, which is, you can directly see there that it's 116 by 100 only, right? So you divide this by 4, so 4 2 4 9, 4 2 4 4 5, so you'll get the required ratio 29:25. Option number, yes, where it is it provided? No, so option D we have to go with, none of this, isn't it? 29:25 is the answer. Next question, the populations of two villages X and Y are in the ratio 5:7 respectively. If the population of village Y is increased by 25,000 and the population of village X remains the unchanged, then the respective ratio of their populations becoming 25:36. So what is the population of village X? Just set up the ratio equation. See, we know X is to Y ratio is 5/7. Okay. So if I take their common multiple to be M, okay, simple common multiple, then I can mention that X is equals to 5M and Y is equals to 7M. Okay, that is the ratio of population initially for the two villages X and Y. And they later said that the population of the village Y is increasing by 25,000. So according to the question, now we shall write the required equation that you are keeping the population of village X same. So same means that 5M amount you are keeping same, so it's 5M in the numerator, but in the denominator Y is getting changed. What is Y? It's 7M. So 7M is getting increased by 25,000, right? So this is giving you the required ratio 25/36, it seems. So solve this, you will get the value of M, right? So once you get the value of M, you can go ahead to find out the value of X there, and X you shall get it to be, yes, 5 into M after finding out the value of M, and that answer you will get it 6,25,000. You can simply check it. So option number, yes, A for this question. Next question. When 50% of a number, which is a one number, is added to a second number, the second number increases to its 4/3, it seems. So what is the ratio between the first number and the second number? So let us say first number to be X simply and second number to be Y. Then according to the question, right, according to the question, what we can write is that if 50% of one number you are adding it to the second number, that is the second number getting added with the 50% of the one number which is X, then the second number is increases to its 4/3, means it becoming 4/3 times of Y, right? And hence we can here now calculate the required ratio easily by simplifying. So Y plus X/2, because 50% means half, right? So it's X/2 equal to 4/3 times Y. Solve this equation. What do you get? You will get X/2 is equals to Y/3. Check. And hence the ratio of first number to the second number, that is X upon Y, answer we have to calculate, that is 2:3. So option number, hence C for this. All right. Next question, let's move on. If 0.75 is to x is in proportion with 5 is to 8. This is basically a question from proportion concept, basic. Okay, you have to find out value of x. So 0.75 is in ratio with x, so it is like 0.75 upon x is same as 5 by 8. Let us solve it. So this is 0.75 means 3 by 4, right? So it will be 3 by 4x equals to 5 by 8. Let's simplify. So you'll get x is equals to 6 by 5, which is equals to 1.20. Also you can take it as per the option, hence we will get it option B. Right? Next question. The entry ticket at a fun park was increased in the ratio 7 is to 9, due to which the footfalls fell in the ratio 13 is to 11. What is the new daily collection if the daily collection before the price hike was rupees 2,27,500? So let us go step by step for such question. Like initial cost of entry ticket, we can note it here 5, I mean this 7x, because the entry ticket being increase in the ratio it seems. So initially it is say 7k certain, then the increase would be the 9k, like that. Okay, so they have mentioned the change in the price of the entry ticket. Okay, entry ticket I would take it to be ET in short. So change in the entry ticket is in the ratio 7 is to 9. So if I take their common multiple to be, what, if I take them the common multiple to be x, then I can easily write that initially the entry ticket 7x, then later it has changed to 9x. Okay, so then we can now set up the equation, because they mentioned the ratio which is the 13 is to 11. Okay, and that is also before hike. Okay, so let us then write it down that before hike in the ticket, the daily collection, you would get it by, right, 7x into 13. Okay, simply see 13 is to 11 is the required ratio. So from the 13 we'll go with the initial entry ticket price 7x, right? So 7x into 13, you're gonna get it to be 91x, right? Fine. They already given that before the hike the collection is 2,27,500. So just you have to equate this 91x to 2,27,500 to get the value of x there, which you get it to be 2,500 rupees. And now with this you are ready to determine what the required, the new daily collection, right, which you get it. You must have got the idea that new collection you would find out as per the new entry ticket, that is 9x, right, multiplied by 11, and x value is known to us 25,000, right? So it's simply 9 into 2500, very sorry, 2500. So 9 into 2500 into 11, you will get it to be 2,47,500. You can check, and hence the key option number, yes, B for this, right? Next question. In a college union, there are 48 students. The ratio of number of boys to the number of girls is 5 is to 3. The number of girls that to be added in the union so that the number of boys to the girls ratio becomes 6 is to 5 is, we have to determine. So simple, let's begin. We have the number of boys here, right? Number of boys we can easily find out 48, right, times of 5 by 8, because the ratio part, because out of the total quantity the boys and girls are in the ratio 5 is to 3, means total parts are 8, out of that 5 parts belongs to boys. It's that way, right? It's like the whole quantity T is divided in the ratio A is to B, and if you want to find out the share of A, so how do you proceed then? You will go with A by A plus B into T, right? So this concept, simple. So number of boys you can easily get it 5 by 8th part of 48, and you will get them to be 30 in number. So yes, then number of girls you got it by subtracting 30 from 48, 18, right? And now they asked you required number of girls to be added to make their ratio to be 6 is to 5. So we are keeping the boys same 30, right? And we are changing the girls 18 by x, right? So means we are adding X number of girls. So that case, the ratio we are equating it to 6:5 to get the required X there, right? Which you find it to be, what is that? 150 minus 18 6, you calculate 108. So 150 minus 108, you're gonna get 42. 42 divided by 6 you have to take, right? So that you will get the resultant 7, and that is how the answer option B for this question. All right, next question. Given that the ratio of altitudes of two triangles is 4:5 and the ratio of their areas is 3:2, so the ratio of their corresponding bases. Simple, you must know the area of triangle formula to answer for such question. That you know that area of triangle you must have studied during your schooling, right? So half into base into height. So here we have two areas, two heights, two bases. Okay, two different triangles. So we know the ratio of their areas. Okay, and that is provided to be 3:2, and we know the ratio of their respective altitudes, h1 by h2. Altitudes same as the height. Okay, h1 by h2 is provided to us 4/5. So we shall find out the ratio of the corresponding bases. So for that, you just take the ratio of a1 by a2, that is by the formula half, b1 into h1 upon half into b2 into h2, right? So you can see that there this half get cancels, right? And we'll get the required b1 by b2 ratio, which is by a1 by a2 multiplied by h2 by h1. So this answer you shall get it to be what? 3/2 times 5/4, that is equals to 15/8, and hence the answer option number C for this. Hopefully you are clear on the solution explained to you based upon the important topics of profit and loss, simple and compound interest, ratio and proportion. Please stay tuned. I'll be meeting you in the part 3 session, wherein I would come up with few more questions to make you prepare for the leftover important topics in AFCAT numerical ability syllabus. Alright. Meanwhile, do not forget to follow us on social media platforms like YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, Telegram, etc. And do download the mobile app SSBCrackExams from Google Play Store to access to our AFCAT courses content. All the very best for your exam, and stay tuned to SSBCrackExams. Welcome back, dear all aspirants. Welcome to SSBCrackExams. I'm Lakshmi and I'm back with the part 3 session in AFCAT 2021 Top 300 Most Expected Questions Marathon, wherein I'm covering the questions from the Numerical Ability section. This time, we will be discussing in this session the questions based upon the topic of ratio and proportion, time and work, and the another important topic, the speed, distance, time pertaining to your upcoming AFCAT written examination. Alright, so we will begin with the session, and if you are preparing for your upcoming AFCAT written examination, you can do check the AFCAT courses designed by our experts containing the video lectures, study materials, quizzes, practice tests, important mock test series, and you can get easily the additional 10% discount just by using the Warrior 10 the code. So you can download the mobile app SSBCrackExams from Google Play Store, use the code Warrior 10 to have the additional 10% discount on the purchase of course. So do download the app and start your preparation from today to crack your AFCAT written examination in very first attempt. So here now let us continue with the session part 3 from the question from the ratio and proportion. A and B have their monthly incomes in the ratio 8:5, while their monthly expenditures are in the ratio 5:3. And if they have saved rupees 12,000 and 10,000 monthly respectively, then the difference in their monthly income is. You shall find the difference between the monthly income. For that, you shall know what are the monthly incomes. In this question the ratio for their incomes, right? So ratio for the incomes for the person A and B is given to be 8:5, right? So for that, let us take the common multiple to be x, so we can write their incomes as 8x and 5x respectively, right? And we know in the question the expenditure ratio. Okay, so expenditure ratio for the person A and B is given to be 5:3. For this, we can take the common multiple y to write their respective expenditures. Those are 5y and 3y respectively, right? And we know very well that the saving amount for a person is equals to income minus expenditure, I minus E, right? So we have here two equations to write it down for the person A and for the person B, right? So for the person A, the saving amount 12,000 rupees, same as the income for it, that is 8x, minus is expenditure, that is equals to 5y, and for the person B, the saving amount 10,000 rupees is same as his income, that is 5x, minus his expenditure, that is 3y. So you could see that you just need to solve these two equations simultaneously, and you require only the value of x to answer this question sufficiently, because you want the difference between income, and for income the common multiplier is x. So you solve this equation, you know, the name A and B here, to get the value of x. You can check it, you will get the value of x to be 14,000, and therefore you can go to find out the difference between their respective incomes. So difference would be how much? It is 8x minus 5x, right? So it is 3x. So basically then 3 into value of x, which is 14,000, gonna give you the required answer 42,000 rupees, and hence that is provided in the option number A. All right, moving on to the next question now. The prize money of rupees 1,800 is divided among 3 students, namely A, B and C. Okay, in such a way that 4 times the condition, according to the question, 4 times the share of A. A denotes the share of A. Okay, B denotes the share of B, and C denotes the share of C. Alright, so given that 4 times the share of A is equal to 6 times the share of B, which is equals to 3 times the share of C. So this condition is known to us. And you know what is the LCM of 4, 6 and 3? It is equals to 12. So we would divide this equation by 12 throughout to see the required ratio, that it is A by 3 equals to B by 2 is equals to C by 4. So means we can here clearly see that the ratio, the required ratio for the share is 3:2:4. And now we are intended to find out what? A share. How do you get the A share? Right, basic concepts of ratio. Right, the amount shared by A is 3 parts out of the total part. 3 plus 2, 5 plus 4, 9. So 3 by 9 into what? 1800 rupees, right? The total prize money was 1800. So 919200, what it will give you? Rupees 600, and hence the key option number B for this. Alright, let's move on to the next question now. The zinc and copper are melted together in the ratio 9:11. What is the weight of the melted mixture if 28.8 kg of zinc has been consumed in it? Okay, we shall find out here the weight of melted mixture. So for that, what we know, let us put up first of all, we know very easily that from the ratio that 9:11, right, equivalently we can take the amount, I mean the weight for the zinc and weight for the copper, right? So here we are more or less relative to the zinc as per the question criteria. So let us write for that, for 9 kg zinc, which is in the mixture, melted mixture, right? So this is equals to 9 plus 11 kg, right? So for this 28.8 kg zinc in the mixture to be melted, means we have this 28.8 into 20 by 9, right? So that's going to give you clearly the answer 64 kg, and hence that you can here note down the weight of melted mixture is 64 kg, option C. See, we just noted here for 9 kg zinc mixture melted equal to 9 plus 11 kg, because you can see zinc and copper are in the ratio 9:11 in the melted mixture, right? So for 9 kg the total mixture parts are like 9 plus 11. Can you understand? 20 kgs. And now we have to talk about if the 28.8 kg of zinc has been consumed in it, then that way we are writing that for 28.8 kg zinc mixture melted would be 28.8 times of 20 by 9, right? That would give you the 64 kg as the required amount, the weight of the melted mixture. Alright, moving on to the next question. In an express train, the passengers traveling in AC sleeper class first class and sleeper class are in the ratio 1:2:7. And the rate for each class is in the ratio 5:4:2. If the total income from this train is rupees 54,000, find the income of Indian Railways from AC sleeper class. Okay, so in this question, we know the ratio very first of all. For express train, the passengers traveling in 3 different classes in the ratio, right? So we would write about the number of passengers who are traveling then, who are in the ratio, right? So number of passengers we can write with the help of taking the common multiple for this ratio to be x as 1x, 2x and 7x. And rate is also in the ratio, so we will take their common multiple to be y. So rates will be respectively 5y, 4y and 2y. So therefore we will get the incomes now. Incomes are respectively then 5xy comma 8xy. You are taking the product of these values, okay, and 7 are 14xy, right? So you can see the ratio is basically 5:8:14, isn't it? And now what they asked you income of Indian Railways from the AC sleeper class. So we have written in respective manner. Can you understand? In AC sleeper class means we have to talk about the first component of the ratio, right? So hence then we will get the income now, income from AC sleeper class, which will be 5 parts out of the total parts 5 plus 8. Yes, how much? 13. 13 plus 14, that is equals to 27, right, into 54,000. So you can calculate this. This reading gonna give you the answer 10,000. Okay, and hence the required amount, the income for AC sleeper class is rupees 10,000. Rupees 10,000. So option is D for this. All right, moving on to the next question. The ratio of number of ladies to gents at a party was 1:2. So we have the ratio for the number of ladies to the number of gents at the party, which is equals to 1:2, it seems. So we can take their common multiple to be x to write about the number of ladies, L is equals to 1x, and number of gents, G is equals to 2x. Fine. And now they said when 2 ladies and 2 gents left, the ratio became 1:3. So means from the L you remove 2 ladies, from the total number G you remove 2 gents who left the party, right? Then their ratio is now 1:3. So now we already know what is L and what is G in terms of the common multiple. Let's put in this value. So here we have x, right, minus 2 upon G is 2x minus 2 equals to 1/3. You can solve this equation to get the value of x as 3x minus 6 is equals to 2x minus 2. That is x is equals to, you can see, 4. And once you got x equal to 4, that's a multiplier for L and G ratio. And you can now directly find out the total people present originally at the party. So total number of persons will be equal to ladies plus gents. So that reading we have 3x, x plus 2x, right? So it's 3 into 4. Right, so hence it has to be 12 and the option C for this question. All right, moving on with the next question now. The dimensions of a rectangular room when increased by 4 meters, they are in the ratio 4:3, and when decreased by 4 meters, they are in the ratio 2:1. So the dimensions of the room are, basically room, right, the room looks like a rectangle. Here they already said that it's a rectangular room. The dimension of the rectangular room are, length and breadth, that we know. So here they given the first condition that when length is increased by 4 and breadth is also increased by 4, because they said dimension directly, means the effect is on both the quantities. So ratio is 4/3. And second condition, they mentioned that when length is decreased by 4 and breadth is decreased by 4, then the ratio is 2/1. So again you have to just solve the two equation by simplifying this 1 and 2 equations. You shall get the two equation as L minus 2b equal to minus 4 and the other one 3L minus 4b equal to 4. You can check it, right? Solve these two equations simultaneously or by elimination method, whatever you can say, and you will get there L is equals to 12 and B is equals to 8. Okay, so hence the option number B goes with this question. All right, next question. Divide 70 in the ratio 3:7. Basic question on the topic of ratio. 70 amount you have to divide into the two quantities, two parts, where A shares 3 parts and B shares 7 parts out of the total. So it's just that the A share would be what? It would be 3 parts out of the 3 plus 7, right? Their addition is 10, right? Into the amount 70, which gonna be 21, and B share in this 70 would be how much? 7 out of 10 parts of 70. So that is clearly 49, and hence the key for this question is option A. Three partners, Rahul, Puneet and Chandan, invested rupees 1600, 1800 and 2300 respectively in a business. What is the Chandan share in the profit of rupees 399? So you know already for Rahul, Puneet and Chandan the amount they are investing, right? So from the invested amount we can note that what was the ratio, right, they invested the amount in. So we have for Rahul the amount invested 1600, right? For then Puneet it is 1800, and for Chandan it is 2300, right? So you can see clearly the ratio is 16:18:23. So how they investing the amount, that way the profit get be divided, right? So profit share, yes, will be in the ratio 16:18:23, definitely. Now out of that they asked you, if the profit amount is known to you, the rupees 399, then what should be the Chandan share in that? We got to know what is the share of the profit in ratio, and Chandan is the candidate, the indication of the third C, right? 23 parts are the share out of the total parts. Okay, 57 parts, right? So therefore Chandan's share would be how much? Chandan's share would be 23 out of the total sum 16 plus 18 plus 23 times of the profit amount 399. So you shall calculate this. This will be like 23 upon 57 into 399. Calculate this answer. You shall get it to be 161 rupees. That is provided in the option number B. So B is the choice. Let's begin with the next question now. A began a business with rupees 4,500 and was joined afterwards by B with rupees 5,400. If the profits at the end of year was divided in the ratio 2:1, when did B join as a partner? You have to determine. So time period you have to determine. So for that, let us say then that unknown, that time period to be certain X month. Let us say that B joined after X months. So already we know that A has already begun the business with the invested amount, and later B has joined. So we wanted to know that when B joined, right? B joined after X month we are saying. So for that we could know for an year, if you are talking about, because they have here mentioned the profit at the end of a year. So for year means 12 months, right? So means this 4,500 is the invested amount for the person A, which is for 12 months, right, in proportion with the amount, what, 5,400 for the person B, which he is investing for the rest a month after joining X months, means 12 minus X I shall say, right? And this is given to be in the ratio 2:1, because the invested amount gonna give you the profit share ultimately, right? And we know here that the profit is divided in this ratio 2:1, right? So it's very clear to then solve this equation. 4,500 into 12 divided by 5,400 into 12 minus X is equals to 2/1. Solve this equation. You shall get 5 upon 12 minus X equals to 2/1 to get finally the value of X, which is 7 months. And hence the answer option number D for this question. All right, simple it was. Profit ratio we equated to the corresponding investment they did for an year, right? Taking 12 months for the person A, then 12 minus X for the person B, because we are talking about the profit at the end of 1 year. All right, next question. If A minus B is to A plus B equals to 1:5, what does it mean? Proportion. Do you remember? A minus B upon A plus B equals to 1/5 means A minus B, A plus B, 1 and 5 are in the proportion. So to answer to the question on what is A is to B, you can take the help of the important property componendo and dividendo. So if I apply C and D property here, it means that in the numerator you will be adding the terms from numerator and denominator both the side, and in the denominator you will be subtracting as the first numerator minus the denominator. Right hand side also the same thing works, that is 1 plus 5 upon 1 minus 5. So you can see that in the numerator b is cancelling to get 2a, and in the denominator this a will cancel to get minus 2b equal to right hand side 6 upon minus 4. And now you can see the simplification that yields you know a upon minus b equals to 6 upon minus 4, wherein this minus cancels and a is to b ratio is 6 is to 4, which can be reduced to 3 is to 2, and hence the key for this question is option number B. Right, moving on. Now let's begin with the questions from time and work. Okay, one of the important topic on which base definitely you could find the question in your Afcat written examination. So here we have a man who is twice as fast as a woman. Together the man and the woman do the piece of work in 10 days. So in how many days each will do the work if engaged alone? So you have to find the number of days taken by a man and woman alone to complete the task. But you know that together work there. So it's very easy that they are working for 10 days, and we also know their efficiency, that man is twice as fast as woman. So if you say indicate the man by M and woman by W, right, for simplicity here, so we can see that the ratio for the efficiency, what is the efficiency ratio? It is 2 times man is equals to 1 time woman. So you know basically that then the days taken would be the reverse, right? That 1 day if man takes, then 2 days will be taken by women as per the efficiency, that man is more efficient, so he will take half number of days than the woman take. So this is the ratio for days. Well, so here you know the 1 is to 2 is the ratio for the days, so you can take their common multiple and write the days to be x and 2x respectively. And you know that when two persons work together, right, then their number of days taken formula, you know that it is, say if the person are A and B, right, then their formula is like AB upon A plus B, right? And here we know already the days taken together, so 10 equals to A is here x, B is 2x, right, into and divided by 3x. So here you have basically what, 2x upon 3, right? So you can solve this to get the required value of x there. X you shall get it there to be, yes, 15 clearly, and yes, then 2x will be 30. So we know that then the number of days taken by man are 15 in number and women by 13 number. So option B. Simple case. A is 20% more efficient than B. How much time will they take to complete a job working together, which A alone could have done in 22 days? So we shall determine here number of days taken by A and B together, both the persons together to complete a job. Okay, so we can approach such kind of problems in LCM way also. How you can here see that mention A is 20% more, okay, understand, more efficient than the person B. So means if the person A is taking or say doing 10 units of work, then the person B has to do 12 units of work. And how this 10 and 12 come into consideration? It's like simple, that if A is doing 100% work, then B has to do 120% work because he is less efficient. So you can take the ratio, right, that 10 is to 12, right, corresponding ratio. So simple, we can mention then A will do 10 units work, B will do that case 12 units as per his efficiency. And we already know that the A is completing the work alone in 22 days. So with that information we can write the total units of work, actually the total job is equals to actually the number of days for the person A, 22, into the number of units of work he can do 10. So 220 units of work is actually the job to be done, right, which has to be done now by A and B both. So how do you write then? A and B both together, right, can complete this task. What is the task? Task of 220 units, right? complete this work, complete the job, that will be this 220 units of work divided by the days. Days you can find out by adding this, right? 10 plus 12, that is equals to 22. Hence, here you are getting them to be 10 days, right? So the LCM approach would give you the answer very easily. Next question now. Suresh can finish a piece of work by himself in 42 days. Mahesh, who is 1 by 5 times more efficient as Suresh, requires X days to finish the work by working all by himself. Then what is the value of X? So it's like if Suresh is working alone, then how many days he will take? We have to determine. Simple question. And we know already the number of days taken by the Suresh. Right, so we here say that the Suresh, okay, Suresh is working alone for 42 days, and he is completing task, total task we take it to be 1 unit of work. So we can assign here 1 unit of work for the Suresh taking 42 days to complete it, right? Simple. And now by that we know that the Mahesh is 1 by 5 times more efficient than Suresh, right? So if that is that case, Mahesh is 6 by 5 times, Mahesh is 6 by 5 times as efficient as Suresh, right? So therefore, Mahesh will require 5 by 6th time of Suresh, right? Simple. So this will be hence then 5 by 6 times of the days taken by Suresh, which are 42, and that gonna give you 35 days for the person Mahesh alone to complete the task. So option C. Got this answer very easy. See, already you noted there in the question that Suresh is completing task himself in 42 days, means the total work you assume to be 1 unit of work, so that is done by Suresh in 42 days. But here they mention that the Mahesh, who is 1 by 5 times more efficient as Suresh. Mahesh is more efficient as Suresh, and that is 1 by 5 times. So means Mahesh is 6 by 5 times as efficient as Suresh, right? So Mahesh work will be equal to 5 by 6th time. The number of days taken by, the days for Mahesh will be 5 by 6th time of the Suresh. Simply. Because you know the ratio of the efficiency, you take the invertendo of the efficiency ratio, you will get what? The days ratio. So hence for writing the days for Mahesh, you will be getting like 5 by 6th time of the Suresh days. So 5 by 6 times 42, hence the answer C option, 35 days option. Alright, next question. Carpenter A can make a chair in 6 hours. One chair taking 6 hours to be made by a carpenter, and carpenter B in 7 hours, and carpenter C in 8 hours. If each carpenter works for 8 hours per day, how many chairs will be made in 21 days is the question. Simple scenario based question, just follow the instruction to set up. Right here you know that in 6 hours the number of chairs made by the carpenter A, right? So I would write for 6 hours the number of chairs made by the carpenter A, this is given to be 1, right? Then for 7 hours carpenter B will make 1 chair, right? And then for 8 hours carpenter C will make 1 chair. So this is what their working capacity is, right? So this means that this 6 hour, 7 hour, 8 hour contribute to total 21 hour, right? So in 21 into 8 hours, right, the number of chairs by the person A will be how many? It will be 28 into 8 by 6, because 6 hour 1 chair, like that. So this will be then 28. So similarly we can now write about for the person B and C. Similarly for person B it will be like 21 into 8, it will be same because all 3 persons are working for 8 hours. So right, 21 into 8 are the number of chairs for the person B will be like 21 into 8 divided by 7, right? So it will be total 24, and for the person C it will be like in 21 into 8 hours, right? C will make how many chairs? 21 into 8 divided by what? 8 hours, 1 chair, that way 21 chair. So therefore then total chairs, let us calculate just by the addition, right? So you shall get then required final answer, that is the sum of these number of chairs. So 28 plus 24 plus 21, right? So you shall get that answer to be, yes, you can check 73 and option C for this. Alright, next question. If 4 men working 4 hours per day for 4 days complete 4 units of work, then how many units of work will be completed by 2 men working for 2 hours per day in 2 days? You know, such kind of problems can be easily solved with the help of time and work formula. The very important formula, recall that M1 D1 H1 T1 upon W1 equals to M2 D2 H2 T2 upon W2, right? So here for this particular formula we have known to the M1, that is 4, then H1, that is 4, then D1, that is 4, and W1, 4 units of work, so 4. And we know M2, right? They asked you what, then how many units of work? So W2 is unknown, will be completed by 2 men. So M2 is 2, right? D2, right, 2, and H2, 2 is given, and W2 is unknown. So just use the formula, right? You shall get the W2 is equals to what? M2 D2 H2 T2 multiplied by W1 divided by M1 D1 H1 T1. Calculate this answer. You shall get this answer directly to be, yes, half. You can check it. Okay, so option C is the choice. 2 pipes A and B can fill a tank in 60 minutes, 75 minutes respectively. There is also an outlet pipe C. If A, B and C are open together, the tank is getting filled in 50 minutes. So how much time will be taken by the tap C to empty the full tank? For such kind of question, where there are 3 pipes and one of the pipe is a leakage pipe there, so you have a direct formula of the work done by all 3 together, either to fill the tank or empty the tank. Here tank is getting empty, to find out that time taken by the person C altogether to finish off that complete task of emptying the tank. So for that I have a formula. Let me tell you, here you indicate the X time for the pipe A, Y time for the pipe B, and Z time for the pipe C. And pipe C is a leakage pipe, outlet pipe, right? So therefore we have that formula, the total work, which was earlier the tank is getting filled 50 minutes of the work, right? So that is 50 minutes work is same as the time taken to empty the tank. So that is given by the formula XYZ upon YZ plus ZX minus XY. Okay, so in this you just substitute the required values of X, Y, Z. What is X? X is 60. What is Y? Y is 75. And what is Z? Is the time taken by the pipe C, right? Which is an outlet pipe, which we supposed to find out. So Z is unknown there. And we know the units of work filling the tank, which will be equivalent to emptying the tank, right? So hence you solve this, substitute the value here X, Y, and get the value of Z there. Z you shall get it to be 4500 into 5 divided by 225. You shall get this equation. You can check the calculation. So 100 minutes will be taken by the pipe C to empty the full tank. So option A. Alright, next question. A is thrice as efficient as B and hence completes a work in 40 days less than the number of days taken by B. So what will be the number of days taken by both of them when working together? Efficiency is known to you that A is thrice efficient as B, means A is 3x means B is x. That is for the efficiency. So if you know the efficiency ratio, then you know the days ratio would be reverse. It's like x is to 3x. This would be the days ratio, days taken by the respective persons A and B to perform the task. So here you already know that person A is taking 40 days less than the number of days taken by B. So number of days taken by B are 3x and number of days taken by A are x. So the difference is given to be 40. So this is giving you the value of x directly there. the 20. So once you know the x, means you know the days taken by the person A, right? 20, right? And 3x value is 3 into 20, so 60 days. And so now you are knowing the individual days taken by both of them to perform the task alone. To find out the number of days taken by both of them when working together. So now you know the days taken by the person A and B individually to perform the task. To find their work together, the number of days taken to work together, directly you have the formulas for that, right? So it's like AB upon A plus B, where A indicates the days taken by A alone to perform the task, and here those are 20 into the B alone, 60, right, divided by 20 plus 60, that is 80. So you can see that it's 1200 upon 80 to give you the answer. What do you get? 81, 81, then 85. So 15 days, and hence the answer option number B for this question, isn't it? Let's check the next question on work and time now. How many men will be required to plow 100 acres of land in 10 days if 10 men require 8 days to plow 20 acres of land? Such kind of question directly based upon the time and work formula. Just recall, here you know that this MDH will be in proportion with the W, the units of work, right? This will be always a constant, right? So we know here there are two scenarios. How many men will be required to plow 100 acres of land? That's an unknown case. That number of men, M1, you have to find out, who are working to plow 100 acres of land. So W1 is known to us, right? And they are performing the task in 10 days. So D1 is known to us. Okay, this is equals to the M2, D2, W2 we know. So according to the question, the criteria number 1, we take the initial set of values as 111 suffix base. So 100 acres of the land to be plowed. So that's a work W1 known to us, 100. And we know the D1 days 10, and we know there 10 men, and we are unknown with M1 there, right? But for the second scenario, we know that the M2, number of men 10, number of days D2 taken 8, and work W2 20 acres of land. So we are using the formula, right? So what we shall get then, M1 should be equals to clearly M2 D2 W1 upon D1 W2. Substitute the values, right? M2 is 10, D2 is 8, W1 is 100 divided by D1 is 10 and W2 is 20. So calculate this, you shall get this answer to be 40, and hence the option P. Alright, next question. A can do a piece of work in X days and B can do the same work in 3X days. To finish the work together, they take 12 days. Simple. The total work formula for A and B, you already know, it's like AB upon A plus B. Substitute the corresponding days. A is taken X days and B has taken 3X days, right? And we know the D, 12 days working together, right? So it's 12 is equals to 3x square upon 4x. So solve for x here. You shall get this as, you know, this is 4. So x is equals to 16 you will get, right? If x is 16, yes, that's only our answer to the question, that what is the value of x. Rahul can do a piece of work in 25 days. Ria is 50% more efficient than Rahul. So the number of days taken by Ria is, so here let us say for simplicity, Rahul completes 10 units of work in one day. Okay, for a simple case you can deal with. So according to the efficiency of Ria, which is 50% more efficient than Rahul, we can write 1 day work of Ria in terms of unit relative to the Rahul work, right? 1 day work by Ria will be how much then? It will be like this, 10 units plus 50% more efficient, right? So it's 10 units plus 50% of this 10 units. So it will be how much then? 15 units of work that she can do in 1 day. And now you already know that the person Rahul is taking 25 days to finish the task alone. So by that we can talk about the total units of works to be done, right? So total units of work are actually then the number of days for Rahul multiply units of work in 1 day. So total then 150 units of work is there. which is supposed to be done by Ria now, right? So for that then we can easily calculate the Ria takes how many days. The number of days taken by Ria will be the units of work, which are the total 150 units of work, divided by in one day how many units she can complete, 15. So accordingly 10 days she will take to finish this 150 units of work. So option number, right, it's B for this question. X can complete a job in 12 days. If X and Y work together, they can complete the job in 20 by 3 days. Y alone can complete the job in, it's like again we have to recall the formula for number of days when two persons work together where they are X and Y persons. So we have the formula then X, Y upon X plus Y for the directly the number of days taken to work together, wherein we already know the individual days that X is taking 12, right, we know, and the capital D here, the total days taken to perform the task together. So it's 20 by 3 equal to 12 into Y upon 12 plus Y. So solve for Y, you shall get the answer here, right? You shall get this to be, let us simplify. This is 10 and this is 6, moreover this is 5 and this is 3. Okay, so you have this 60, right, plus 5y equals to 9y to solve for. So 4y equals to 60 to give you y is equals to, yes, 15 days, and the answer option C for this question. All right, next question. Two men and one woman can complete a piece of work in 14 days. Two men and one woman completing the piece of work in 14 days it seems, while 4 women and 2 men can do the same work in 8 days. 4 women and 2 men can do the same work in how many days? 8 days. If the woman gets rupees 60 per day, then what should be the wages per day for a man? And you can here easily take the help of the important time and work formula, right? So here we can take the help M1 D1 equal to M2 D2. We can take the help of this time and work formula to determine the ratio of men to women very easily, because here M1 we treat to be the first collection, right? That is 2M plus 1 woman, and M2 we take it to be the second collection. Okay, so by that we will set up the equation. It's like 2M plus 1W into D1, that is 14, equals to 4W plus 2M into 8. So you solve this, you will get directly here the ratio of men to women, that you shall find it to be 18:12 first, that reduces to 3:2. So as we got the man to the woman ratio 3:2, now we can easily find out the wage for man per day, right? So wage for man per day will be how much then? It's, yeah, you can see the ratio, man is equals to 3 by 2 times the W, right? So it's 3 by 2 times the wage for women, right? So we can substitute here the wage given for women, right, per day. It's just rupees 60, and that's gonna give you 30 into 3, that is rupees 90, the wage for man, and hence the option number B for this question. All right, moving on. X and Y can do a piece of work in 30 days. Means 30 days are taken together to do a task by the person X and Y. They work together for 6 days it seems, and then X quits and Y finishes the work in 32 more days. So in how many days can Y do the piece of work alone? We have to determine. So for this kind of question, very easy. See, we have already X plus Y's 6 days work, which we can easily note down, because we know if they work together they take 30 days, right? So X plus Y's 6 days work. Okay, 6 days work would be how much? It's a 1 by 30th work for a day into 6 days. So it will be then 1 by 5, right? So how much is the remaining work then? Remaining work would be, how do you find out? You have to find it out, subtracting this 1 by 5 out of 1, because always we take the whole work to be 1, right? So you get the remaining work to be 4 by 5, right? And now this 4 by 5 work has to be completed by the person, where the person Y is working towards it, but he is taking 32 more days, right? So that way then let us set up the equation. So this now this 4 by 5 work is done by the person Y in how many days? 32 days. Therefore whole work will be done Therefore, whole work will be done in how many days then? 5 by 4 of 32, that is equals to 40 days. And hence the key for this question becomes the option number D. Alright. So we have calculated the 6 days work done by X and Y together. It was 1 by 5th part of the work. Remaining work we got it to be 4 by 5. And this 4 by 5 part of the work is done by the person Y, because X is quitting by then after 6 days, right? And that Y is finishing that work in 32 more days. Means he is taking to finish this Y by 5, the remaining work 32 days. So whole work we can easily get it complete by taking the ratio of 32 to this 4 by 5, which you get it to be 5 by 4 times 32 to give you the required days. Got the point? Next question. 12 men construct 1.5 kilometer of road in 7 days. 28 men will construct it 12 kilometer of roads in how many days? In this question, we know M1 is equals to 12 and the amount of work W1 equal to 1.5 kilometer of road they are constructing, and the number of days they are taking 7. And we have now M2 equals to 28 and they will be constructing, that is 12 kilometer of road. So W2 is 12 kilometer and we are unknown for the number of days D2. So you can use the work and time formula there, right? That M1 D1 by W1 will be same as M2 D2 by W2. So use this formula to determine the D2, which you get it by M1 D1 W2, right? Then this will be divided by W1 into M2. Substitute the value, you shall get the required answer to be 24 days. Alright, you can check the calculation yourself, do it. It's option number B. Alright, let's move on to the next question. 75 men are employed to lay down a railway line in a year. 75 men. So M1, let me write 75. They are employed to lay down a railway line in a year. So number of days, D1, I would write it there to be 365 days, because in an year there are 365 days, right? Due to certain emergency condition, the work was to be finished in 73 days. So D2 we know 73 days. Okay. So how many more men should be employed to complete the work in desired time? Suppose by the second scenario, the number of men total are M2. We will find out this M2 men and we have to subtract the initial number of men 75 from it to know exactly how many men were employed more to complete the work in desired time. So again, we'll be taking the help of work and time formula here, right? So you have to use that formula to calculate the M2 value, right? So you know that the formula here only just relevant to the main and the days, right? So we simply write M1 D1 equal to M2 D2, right? And in this M2 value you got it to be by M1 D1 upon D2. So do this calculation yourself. You shall get here M2 equals to 375 men, right? By the completion of the task in desired time. But how many additional men here they are working to complete the task in desired time will be how you will find? Yes, you have to subtract the number of men who were employed initially. 75 men were working towards it, right? So 375 minus 75 you have to do to get those additional men who work to complete the task in desired time, right? And hence the answer to this question is option number A. 12 men and 16 boys can do a piece of work in 5 days. 13 men and 24 boys can do it in 4 days. Then the ratio of the daily work done by a man to that of a boy is. So basically you have to find the ratio of the work, the 1 day work of a man with the boy. So we have simply the work and time relation formula to apply for such kind of problems also, because here we can take up M1 D1 equal to M2 D2 time work formula, wherein the M1 would be the the 12 men plus 16 B, who are taking altogether 5 days to perform the task, which is same as M2 group, that is 13 men and 24 boys who are taking altogether 4 days to complete the task, right? So let us solve this equation. 12 5s are, there we get 60m plus 16 5s are 80b equals to 13 4s are 52m plus 24 4s are 96b. Solve this equation, you shall get the required ratio of m to b. 60 minus 52, there will be 8m, equal to 96 minus 80, there will be 16b there. So m by b ratio hence comes out to be 16 by 8, that is equals to 2:1, and hence the answer to our question is option A. Alright, next question. A contractor undertakes to build a wall in 50 days. He employs 50 people for the same. However, after 25 days, he finds that only 40% of the work is complete. So, how many more men need to be employed to complete the work in time? Got it? So, in this case, we have to proceed as such. We first of all note about that 50 people were working, right, to build a wall for 50 days. Okay. So, here we have that 50 men complete what part of the work, because they noted that after 25 days the number of people who were employed earlier, 50 people, could do only 40% of the work, right? So 50 men complete 40% work, means 40 by 100, that is 0.4 work, right, in how many days? 25 days. So applying the work in time formula, then we know that m1 d1 W2 is same as M2 D2 W1, right? So in this, now let us substitute the required, that M1 we know 50 men initially employed, then number of days they taken 25, right? To complete the task, W1 how much? 0.4, there we know, and W2, okay, W2 is, you can see the remaining work out of the 1, so it will be 0.6, so this is equals to M2. We have to find out, right, how many. That would be the additional we are asked to find, but first of all we'll get the number of men working towards completion of the task. So M2 will find out, and we have to see that the number of days there are the remaining 25 days, right? So therefore we can see the simplest form of this equation is M2 is equals to 75 directly, right? You can simply cancel the terms required, and M2 equal to 75 men we are getting, but we are asked how many more men need to employ to complete the time, complete the work in time. So additional men, how do you get? Always you have to subtract the initial number of men employed over there. So additional men is equals to this 75 minus the initial 50, that is, those are 25 men, hence the answer option A. Right, next question. Pipe A can fill a tank in 3 hours, but there is a leakage also, due to which it takes 3.5 hours for the tank to be filled. How much time will the leakage take in emptying the tank if the tank is filled initially? Okay, so basically we have already mentioned that pipe A can fill a tank in 3 hours. So here I know that the time taken by pipe A, okay, is equals to 3 hours, right? And due to leakage, they mentioned that it takes 3.5 hours for the tank to be filled. So due to leakage, time taken would be how much then? It is indicated by the negative, okay? So it is 3.5 hours, right? So it's a 7 by 2 hour, understands? So now we can take the LCM of this time, that 3 and 7 by 2, taking the only numerals. The minus is the indication that due to the water is flowing away from the tank is getting empty, right? So that is just the indication of the water getting empty in the tank, right? So LCM of 3 and 7 by 2, you find out, you get it to be 21, right? Which will be the useful for us to know there the total units of work, which will be the filling tank completely, right? So 21 is full capacity of the tank, we would say. That is, in other words, to say the complete tank is filled. This quantity 21, the LCM of this indicates that it's a full total work, right? Total units of work. So 21 is full capacity of tank in terms of pipes and cistern concept, right? Okay, so now we would see that we have to find out, due to leakage, tank filled by A in 1 hour, right? So due to leakage, tank filled in 1 hour will be 7 minus 6, that would be equal to 1, right? And leakage takes 21 hours to empty the tank. So that will be definitely then clear that, because we got the tank filled 1 hour is 1. So 21 is the full capacity of the tank. So hence definitely then leakage has to take what time? 21 hours to empty the tank, right? And that way hence we would conclude that option is A for this question. Next question. If 10 persons can dig 8-foot trench in 12 days, then how many days will 8 persons take to dig 6-foot trench? So this is again a question based upon work in time formula, right? Wherein we know M1 equal to 10. The amount of work W1 is a 8-foot trench, right? So that's 8, and the number of days D1 12, and M2 we know 8, right? They take to dig 6 trench, so 6-foot trench. So W1 W2 also we know that is 6 feet, okay, and we are unknown with the number of days D2, right? So using work and time formula, right, we know that M1 D1 by W1 is same as M2 D2 by W2. So D2 you will get it by M1 D1 W2 divided by W1 M2, right? So calculate yourself. This you should get it to be easily 11.25 days. You can do the calculation yourself and verify. Simply substitute the values I told to you. So option is hence D for this question. All right. Next question. A can do a piece of work in 5 days and B can do it in 6 days. So how long will they take to finish the work if they both work together? A taking 5 days, B taking 6 days. So the number of days taken to work together is by the formula AB by A plus B simply. So it's 30 by 11, right? So hence the answer option B for this. Next question. A and B can do alone a job in 6 and 12 days respectively. They began the work together, but 3 days before the completion of the job, A leaves off. So in how many days will the work be completed? You can also approach to this kind of problem in such a way which I am explaining to you. You can say that, let the unknown, the how many days the will work be completed be certain X. Let X be the required days, okay, as per the question. Then we can set up the equation here for the completion of the work, that is all about. So total work is we know 1. So you know that the person A is leaving the job 3 days before the completion, right? So means he is working for X minus 3 days, right? And his 1 day work is 1 by 6. So X minus 3 by 6. Plus for B it will be how much? Yes, he is working till the last day. So X days upon the 1 day work for the person B, 1 by 12. So X by 12. So you just need to solve this equation to get the required value of X, right? That would be your answer. So it's 12X, right? You can see simply the LCM of 6 and 12 is 12, right? So I can multiply and divide by 2 to the first term. So it gives me 2x minus 6 plus x equals to 12, right? So it's 3x equals to 18 to give us directly the answer x equal to 6, and is the option C for this. Very easy. Next. A and B together can do a piece of work in 6 days and A alone can do it in 9 days. So basically you know the D, which is the A, B's together work, right? And those are 6 days. And in that now you also know A alone can do it in 9 days. So you are unknown with B. So just substitute in this formula, right? 6 is equals to A is 9 into B is unknown. So B indicative that the number of days taken by the person B alone to complete the task, right? So it's 9 plus B in the denominator. So what do you get? 6 9s are 54 plus 6B equal to 9B. So you can see that 3B equal to 54 to give you the required answer. B is equals to how much? 3138. So 18 days taken by B to complete the task alone. Next question. 10 men can finish a work in 10 days, whereas it takes 12 women to finish it in 10 days. So if 15 men and 6 women undertake to complete the work, how many days will they take to complete it? To answer to such question, you can see, you can establish the relation between M and W, that is men and women, easily, because there you noted that 10 men work in 10 days is same as 12 women work in the same number of days, 10 days. So here basically you have that this 10 men, right, equals to 12 women, because both of them are both set of, they both the, I mean what, group of people are completing the task in the same number of days, because both the group of people are completing the task in same number of days, right? So this is giving us the relation that 5 men is same as 6 women, right? And now what they asked us, they asked us about 15 men and 6 women, that how many days they will take to complete the task. So that is means 15m plus 6 women, which we can write it in simple terms like 3 times 5 men plus 6 times W. So 3 times 5m value you directly have in terms of W, right? So it's like 18W plus 6W, right? So that is giving you the value 24W there, right? Isn't it? So hence then now I can now directly jump to the conclusion that we got this set 15 men plus 6 women set equal to 24 women only, and we know that, and we know already from the question that the 12 women takes how many days to complete the task, 10 days. So 24 women are the double of 12 women, so yes, then work done will be earlier, right? Exactly half number of days they will take. So 24 women will take 10 by 2 equals to 5 number of days, and hence the answer to this question is option A. All right, next question, let's understand. A certain number of men can do work in 60 days. If there were 8 men more, it could be finished in 10 days less, it seems. So how many men are there altogether? We have to determine. So it's a simple here that M1 D1 equal to M2 D2. And in the first scenario, we are unknown that how many men were there who were working to complete the task in 60 days. So I would write that M1 as it is. D1 I know 60 days, but M2 case, how was the M2 case? There were like 8 men more. So it M2 means M1 plus 8, right? And the days they are taken like 10 days lesser than the earlier, means directly shall I write that those are simply the 50 days, right? Simple, then we can here get the required M1, right? So it's M1, which is 60 times, equals to 50 times M1 plus 400. So you'll get 10 M1 equal to 400, that to give you M1 equal to 40. And they asked you directly the same, that how many men are there actually. So M1, a certain number of men who were working to complete the task in 60 days were the men, right? So hence the answer option number A for this. All right, moving on. 5 men prepared 10 toys in 6 days, working 6 hours a day. Then in how many days can 12 men prepare 16 toys, working 8 hours a day? Again the formula we have to recall, but here they mention days, hours and the work, 10 toys, right? Preparation of 10 toys. So we have to take the help of formula M1 H1, right? Then D1 upon W1 equal to M2 H2 D2 by W2, wherein we know in this problem M1 equal to 5, number of toys they are making W1, that is 10, and the days they are taking D1 6, and hours they are working for 6 hours per day, right? And similarly we have M2 to be find out we have to find out how many days, so we have to find out D2. So M2 is known, that is 12, right? And W2 is known, that is 16, right? H2 is known, 8, and we are unknown to D2. So you can use the formula, right? D2 you will get it by how? M1 H1 D1 W2 divided by W1 M2 H2. Simple transposition. So you will get, by substituting the value, the required answer there, you can check, you shall get it to be D3, and hence the answer option B for this. All right, so I have covered most of the questions on work and time. You must have got the approaches on solving the questions, must have understood the solutions so discussed. You can try attempting this way yourself also. I have followed. So now let's discuss questions from speed, distance and time. A boat speed in still water is 10 km per hour. while river is flowing with a speed of 2 km per hour. So you know this 2 km per hour is the speed of stream, and time taken to cover a certain distance upstream is 4 hours more than time taken to cover the same distance downstream. So find out the distance. So you must know that what are the relative speed of upstream motion and downstream motion for a boat, right? So when you know for a boat the speeds which are the x and y, wherein x is the still water speed and y is the speed of stream. If you know this, then you know the important formulas, that upstream speed will be the difference x minus y, and the downstream speed will be what? X plus y, right? So basically you are known here the separate values of x and y. There x is 10 and y is 2. So I can write down then the upstream speed, that is us I would write, it's a 10 minus 2, that is equals to 8 kmph, and the downstream speed ds is 10 plus 2 equals to 12 kmph. And they have mentioned in the question that the distance covered by traveling upstream is 4 hours more than the time taken to cover the same distance downstream. So you know basically the formula of speed, right? The formula of speed for an object is like distance covered upon time taken. So here the distance we have to find out, for which we know that there is a relation between the time, right? So we know that the time taken by upstream, how can you write? The T1 equal to, it is like T2 plus 4 hour. So here you can see the upstream time to write means you have to take the distance upon the speed upstream, that is upstream speed we have 8. So D by 8 equals to, we have T2 to write, that is the time taken traveling downstream. For that we have to take the same distance D divided by the downstream speed, that is 12 plus 4. So you just solve this equation, you shall get the value of D, and D comes out to be 96 km. You can check it. So option is, without stoppage the speed of a train is 54 km per hour, and with stoppage it is 45 km per hour. So for how many minutes does the train stop per hour? You know, such kind of problems were previously part. So understand, it's an easy question. You have to first of all know the decrease in the speed due to stoppage, right? So you can see that that decrease, okay, the decrease in speed is given by the difference, right? The earlier speed was 54 km, which is reduced to 45 due to stops, right? So hence the difference is 9 km per hour. And understand the meaning of this decrease in the speed. It means that 9 km in 1 hour, right? So because of the stoppage, train covering 9 km less per hour. Can you understand that? Because that 9 km distance gap is coming over there. So you can understand there that hence because of stoppage, train covers 9 km less per hour, right? So then we can calculate the time then, that the time taken to cover this 9 km by the first train, okay, I mean with the help of first speed, time taken to cover 9 km of the distance, that will be 9 upon 54 equals to 1 by 6 hour. But we are asked that does a train stop per hour, that too in terms of minutes, right? We are asked to find the time in terms of minutes. We found the time taken to cover 9 km because that was the gap, the distance gap, right? So for that we have got the time in hour 1 by 6, but we are asked to find the time in minutes. So you can convert that into minutes very easily. It's like 1 by 6 into 60 minutes, right? Because 1 hour equal to 60, and that gives you the 10 minutes. So it's easy that the train must be stopping 10 minutes, right? It has stopped 10 minutes, so that 9 km, the decrease in the speed resulting the 9 km of distance gap, right? Next question. A 250-meter long train is running at 100 km per hour. In what time will it pass a man running at 10 km per hour in the same direction? So this is a question based upon the relative speed of motion. Okay, so when two objects travel in the same direction, you must know that the relative speed formula is given by the difference of their speeds. that is x minus y. When you know that their respective speeds are x and y, then the relative speed is x minus y. So here there is a train and there is a man, right? So the relative speed of motion, that is the relative speed of train with respect to man, okay, will come out to be how much? 100 minus 10 kmph, so it will be 90 kmph. And you already know that the distance traveled by train will be same as the length of the train, which is 250 meters. So it is just that now you have to find out the what? Time, right? So you can find out the time by the formula of speed, that's speed equal to distance by time. So time is equals to what? Distance by speed. Distance we know it's a 250 meter, that's the length of train itself, right? Upon the speed, here you have speed in 90 kmph but distance in meter, and you can see the time is provided in seconds. So you must know the conversion factor. If you have the kmph speed, you can convert it into meter per second by multiplying it by 5 by 18, right? So that gonna give you the reading 18 5 5 5 25, yeah, 25 you will get meter per second. So this is giving you the required 10 seconds, and hence the answer option B for this, isn't it? Next question. A is twice as fast as B and B is thrice as fast as C. The journey covered by C in 56 minutes will be covered by A in. Very good question. Here you just set up the equation required. See, you can see that A is twice fast as B. A is related to B, A is related to B, and B in turn relates to C. So what we can do is, for such problem, we can fix the speed of C to set up the equation. Speed of C, let us say x. Okay, so then speed of B will be what? It will be 3x because B is thrice as fast as C. Did you note this sentence? And the speed of A now you can write because you know the speed of B. So A is twice as fast as B means A is equals to 6x. Speed of the A equal to 6x. So now you can see the required ratio, right? And ratio gonna help you to determine easily the what is that? The journey covered by C in 56 minutes will be covered by A in what minutes? Because you require the ratio of speeds to find out the time taken by the person A. So here you can now set up the equation for ratio of speeds, okay, of A and C, which will be the same as, you know, ratio of time taken by C and A. Can you understand this statement? Because you know speed is equals to distance by time. Speed and time are inversely proportional. So if you say the ratio of speeds of A and C, that is A by C ratio, then for time the ratio would be, for time it will be C by A, right? So now we know already the ratio of the speeds because we know their speeds, right? C speed and A speed. So we know the ratio is 6x is to x. Now to write the ratio of the time taken by C and A, we know already the time taken by C, so it is 56, but we are unknown to the time taken by A. So that is some another unknown. Let us say it to be y. Okay, so this gonna give you the required answer. Then 6 equal to 56 by y to give you y is equals to what? 28 by 3. You can reduce the fraction 56 by 6 and hence the answer option D for this. A policeman sees a chain snatcher at a distance of 50 meters. He starts chasing the snatcher who is running with a speed of 2 meters per second, while the policeman chasing him with the speed of 4 meters per second. Find the distance covered by the chain snatcher when he is caught by the policeman. One thing let me tell you, this kind of questions are frequent in AFCAT exam. So instead of dealing this conceptually, right, which is a process to follow step by step to come up to the answer with the basic formula of speed equal to distance by time, I would suggest you can remember the formula which I'm giving to you for this kind of problem. So directly you need to just substitute the values and get the answer. You need not think enough. So because these kind of questions are similar pattern based almost. Okay, they will give you the distance, right, and they will mention the speeds of the thief, or here it is chain snatcher, right, and there is a policeman, both their speeds they ask the question about that what is the distance covered by the chain snatcher when he is being caught, right? So for this all scenario based problem, you can go ahead with the formula which I'm giving to you. That is the formula for the required distance only, which will be which will be unknown in the question. And the formula is the required distance, which is asked in the question. So the required distance formula is the small d, which is the distance that is the distance at which point the policeman sees the chain snatcher. That's the distance between the policeman and chain snatcher, right? So that's a d. So d times a upon b minus a, wherein what is a? You know, a is the speed of chain snatcher, 2 meters per second, and b is the speed of policeman. Here it is 4 meters per second. So you can use this required formula, d into a by b minus a, wherein d we know 50 meters, right? A is 2 upon 4 minus 2. What do you get? It's 50 into 1, that is equals to 50 meters itself, and hence the answer option C. So remember this formula, small d into a by b minus a, where small d is the distance between policeman and snatcher, very first point of scene, right? And then a is the speed of thief, or here it is chain snatcher, and b is the speed of policeman. Okay, next question. If a person covers 40 km at a speed of 10 km per hour by a cycle, 25 km at 5 km per hour on foot, and 100 km at 50 km per hour by bus, so then find his average speed of whole journey. Such problems are straightforward based upon the average speed, right? The average speed formula, right, is like add up all the distances, divide by sum of the respective times. So you have to just find the total distance and total time. So total distance you can work out to find out, because already you know 40 km by cycle, then 25 km by foot, and 100 km by bus. So total d I am finding, total distance here, 40 plus 25 plus 100. What do you get? 140 plus 25, 165 kilometers, right? And to find out total time, you can take the help of, yes, you know the speed distance formula, speed equal to distance by time. So time equal to what? Distance by speed, because you know here the respective speeds, right? See, for the first case, 40 km at a speed of 10 means the time t1 will be what? 40 divided by 10, plus time t2 would be what, right? 5 km per hour on foot for 25 kilometers, means 25 by 5, plus time t3 will be distance 100 kilometers divided by the speed 50. You can simply reduce this fraction, you can get there 4 plus 5 plus 2, so that will be equal to, yes, 11 hours, right? And hence the average speed you can find out now. As I told you the formula, total distance 165 kilometers divided by total time 11 hours, and that is giving you the answer 11.1, 11.5, that is 15 kmph. 15 kmph, and hence the answer option number A for this, right? Next question. A bike crosses a bridge with a speed of 108 km per hour. What will be the length of the bridge if the bike takes 8 hours to cross the bridge? Simple SDT based problem this is. You know their speed of the bike, which is 108 kmph. You know also there the time taken, right? So time is known to you 8 hours. So you want to find out the length of the bridge, which is same as the distance traveled by bike to cross the bridge, right? So therefore simple formula, speed equal to distance by time. So distance you will get it as speed into time. So it's like 108 into 8 you have to do, which gonna give you the required answer, and that would be 864 kilometers, and hence the option number B for this question, isn't it? Next question. In a game of 160 points, A can give 10 points to B and 30 points to C, it seems. Okay, so once out of 160 points, A is giving 10 points to B, right? And 30 points to C. So how many points B can give C in a game of 60 points? We have to determine. You know, this is the problem based on races, concept based question. Okay, same concepts you can follow here to answer to such questions. So here first of all, you know the ratio of the points, right? So in a game of 160 points, A is giving 10 points to B, means B is getting by then 150. Okay, then A is to C is like 160 is to 130, because there you can see 160 to 30 points. Okay, difference 130. So now you have to find out the relation for B and C. So you have to find out B by C, which you can manage to get by B by A into A by C. So you just have to take the invertent of this ratio. So it is like 150 by 160 into 160 by 130, and that will give you the ratio, yes, 15 by 13. But this 15 by 13 ratio you have to convert in terms of 60. So you have to get the 60 in the numerator, right? So 60 in the numerator means you shall multiply it by 4, right? So that you can see the ratio 60 is to 52. And this is giving you the required answer that in a game of 60 points, B can give to C how many points? 60 minus 52 equal to 8 points. Right? And hence the answer option number D for this. Next question. A train leaves Delhi at 9 a.m. at a speed of 30 kmph. Another train leaves at 2 p.m. at a speed of 40 kmph on the same day and in the same direction. So how far from Delhi will the two trains meet? Understand relative speed of motion we have to consider here, because there are two trains traveling in the same direction, but they are starting at two different times. Okay, they have the two different speeds. So first of all, let us write about the relative speed that we have in hand for this motion of two trains, right? So the relative speed is like 40 minus 30, right? The speed cannot be negative, right? So you have to take always the difference, bigger minus smaller. So the difference is 10 kmph, which is the relative speed of motion for these two trains, because they were traveling in the same direction. As I told you, when two objects travel in the same direction, the relative speed will be the difference of their speeds. So let us then first of all find out the distance that to be covered due to the time gap of 5 hours. So that distance you can find it out by taking the speed of first train into the time gap, that is 30 into 5, so 150 kilometers. And this distance has to be covered by the relative motion speed, right? So therefore the required time due to this relative speed would be how much then? That is equals to 15 hours, right? And now we want to find out the distance at, the how far from the Delhi both the train meet. So that is all about to find the required distance now. So required distance you can get it because you know by now the required time. Okay, so hence we get that to be 40 into 15. 40 is the speed of second train that we will take to find this required distance at which both the train will meet due to the time 15 hours, right? So it's a 40 into 50, you will get it to be 600 kilometers, and hence the answer option C for this. Next question. The ratio of speeds of a car, jeep and tractor is in the ratio 3 is to 5 is to 2. Let me denote it as C is to J is to T equals to 3 is to 5 is to 2. The speed of jeep is 250% of the speed of tractor, it seems. And tractor covers 360 km in 12 hours. So what is the average speed of car and jeep together? To find out that, we can first of all find the speed of tractor here very easily, right? So speed of tractor we have, which is given by this 360 distance divided by time 12 hours. You can see here clearly the statement. So speed of tractor we are knowing there, it is 30 kmph. Done. And speed of jeep we can find out now, right? So speed of jeep would be, yes, 250. They mentioned, right, the speed of jeep is 250% of the speed of tractor. So it's like 250% of 30. So 250 into 30 by 100, right? You know this concept of percentage. So here you'll get them to be 75 kmph. And now you already know the ratio of the speeds. Now take the help of that. Because to find the average speed of car and jeep, we can take the ratio of the speeds to just directly determine the speed of car there. It's 3 into 75 by 5, that is equals to 45 kmph. So now it's just that you have to find out the required average speed. You can find the average of speed of car and speed of jeep, right? So average which is required, you can find it by adding this 75 with 45 and divide it by 2. added the speed of car and jeep. 75 plus 45 divide by 2, you will get the average of these two speeds, and that you get to be 60 kmph. You can check, and hence the answer option number B. Hopefully this session really helps you a lot in your preparation towards the upcoming AFCAT written examination. Do follow us on social media pages like YouTube, Instagram, Telegram, Twitter, and many more. And do download the mobile app SSBCrackExams from Google Play Store to subscribe to AFCAT written courses to prepare for your upcoming AFCAT written examination. So all the very best, students, and please stay tuned to SSBCrackExams. Hello dear all aspirants, welcome back to SSBCrackExams. Welcome to yet another session part of AFCAT 2021 Top 300 Most Expected Questions Marathon. I'm Lakshmi and I'm back with the part 4 session to prepare you for Numerical Ability section. In this session, I'll be solving for you the questions from the topic of speed, distance and time, average and algebra. So these are three important topics also pertaining to the numerical ability syllabus, part of your AFCAT written exam. So stay tuned till the end. And if you are an aspirant and aspiring to write the upcoming AFCAT written examination, you just need to download the mobile app SSBCrackExams from Google Play Store to subscribe to the AFCAT courses, and you can use the Warrior 10, the code which gives you the additional 10% discount on the purchase of AFCAT. Hurry up, download the mobile app SSBCrackExams and subscribe to the AFCAT courses now. Now let's begin with the very first question of this session. Question number 1 for part 4 session from the topic of speed, distance and time. A thief goes away with a Santro car at a speed of 40 kmph and the theft has been discovered after half an hour, and the owner sets off in a bike at 50 km per hour. So when will the owner overtake the thief? From the start you have to determine it's a time. Okay, so for that, you know here the distance between a thief and a person, that is the owner, right? So here you know that the speed of the owner is 50. So this is owner say, right, and this is thief, right? Speed of the thief is mentioned to be 40 kmph, right? And between them there is a distance, right, that is 20. And why this distance come out to be 20? Because you can see here that the theft has been discovered after half an hour. So 40 kmph was the speed of the thief, right? So here you can get the distance as 40, speed multiplied by the time, that is 20. So that is the distance between the two people, that there happened the theft, right? And the thief and owner are away 20 kilometers from each other, right? So that is based upon this sentence I have written. And now you know that these two persons, we have to consider the relative speed. Okay, so the relative speed would be what then? Yes, so relative speed would be 50 minus 40, because you know the thief is running and behind him owner is running, so they are running in the same direction. So speed will be then hence difference of their respective speeds. So 50 minus 40, so 10 kmph. So now you know the relative speed that they are moving to to overtake each other, and you know the distance, right? They are apart, and now you can easily find out the required time. So what's the required time then? Required time will be the distance divided by speed. Distance we got it to be 20 and speed we got it to be 10. So how many hours? 2 hours. And hence the answer that when that owner will overtake the thief is the answer option number B. Alright, next question. Running 3/4 of his usual rate, a man is 15 minutes late. Find his usual time in hours. Understand, you know that the running is all about the speed of that person, a man, right, which is like 3/4 of his usual rate. So you know basically that the speed and the time are in inverse proportion, right? You know that ST is equals to D, the speed distance time relation. You must know this, right? So when you know the ratio of the speeds, you can ultimately write the ratio of corresponding times. How? So here we know that that person is walking at 3/4 of usual rate. Means if the speed, they mention that 3/4 of usual, can you understand that time taken would be what then? With respect to the usual, it will be the reciprocal of this, right? So time taken would be 4 by 3 of the usual time, right? I know about the speed. What's a change? That running 3/4 of his usual rate, right? Then for the time taken would be, it will be the 4 by 3 of the usual time, right? So you know this. In other words, what you can say is that the time taken is 1 by 3 more than his usual time, right? So therefore we write that time taken is equals to 1 by 1/3 more than the usual time, isn't it? So the time taken is 1/3 more than the usual time, means this is giving you that 1/3 of usual time is equals to 15 minutes, because they mentioned that man is 15 minutes late, right? So 1/3 of usual time would be same as the 15 minutes. So hence you can now note down then usual time from that. It's a very simple, it's a product of 15 with 3 then, right? So that is 45 minutes. But they asked you in terms of hours. So 45 minutes means 45 by 60. Calculate it. You shall get it. That ratio, reduced ratio will be 3:4. So 3 by 4 hours, and the option number C for this. See, understand simply here, we noted that the man is running 3/4 of his usual rate. Okay, so speed of the man is like 3/4 of the usual. So time taken by man, that way will be 4 by 3 part of the usual time. So this actually indicates that the time taken is 1/3 more than the usual time. Okay, and hence 1/3 of the usual time, they mention here the man is getting late, right? So it's 15 minutes. So 1/3 of that time, that 1/3 was the difference, right? So 1/3 of the usual time equal to 15 minutes, means usual time you are getting it to be 15 into 3, that is 45 minutes, and hence the answer 3 by 4 hour. Alright, next question. In 1 kilometer race, A gives B a start of 100 meters, and in 1 kilometer race, B gives a start of 80 meters to C. In 1 kilometer race, who will win and by how much distance from the worst performer between the two losers? You have to determine. So who will win and by how much distance he will win? You have to find out for this question. So we know basically that 1 kilometer equal to 1000 meters, and right, and we have to ultimately take only one unit to make the calculation easier. And also if you look into the option, the distance is being mentioned in meters. So we prefer to convert this, 1 kilometer race in terms of 1000 only. So here basically we can write directly the ratio of speeds, because we know the concepts of races, the problems based on races, right? So ratio of speeds, let's write for the person A and B first of all. So A is to B ratio I'll take, that is like 1000, because in a 1 kilometer race A is giving B a start of 100 meters. So it's like 1000 is to 900, because that 900 you represent it as D minus X. You remember the formula of the ratio of the speed, it's like D by D minus X, right? Here X is that the A is giving B start of X, so here that is 100, so it's 1000 is to 900. All right, and this is the reduced form, like 100 is to 90. If you want to reduce it more, you can reduce it. And then the ratio of speeds of the person B to C, how do you write? B gives a start of 80 meters to C, means that would be then 1000 is to 920, because 80 meters is the difference, right? So this reduced form is 100 is to 92. So now after writing about these ratios, write ratio of speeds of A and B, which is 100 is to 90, ratio of speeds of B and C, which is 100 is to 92. We can write the important fact here that A, if suppose he is moving, right here you can see he is moving 1000 meters, then by then B is moving only 900 meters, right? Understand this process now. 1000 for A, then 9000 meters for B, right? Now you have to connect this B with the C with this same 900. So here you have to multiply it by 9, right? So hence that way you can connect it that C will move by then 828 meters only. So you can see that then C is moving 8% less. Okay, you can find out the percentage relative to C and B, that C is moving 8% less than B in the same time, right? So means who is the worst performer? C. C is the worst performer. So they asked us, right, that who will win and by how much distance from the worst performer between two losers. You have to find out the distance, and that distance you will get it to be, yes, C moves 8% less than B, and by distance between the two losers will be equal to 172 meters. You can calculate. So C is the worst performer, and you can clearly see that who is the best performer here. Yes, A is the best performer, right? So A is winning the race. Okay, A is winning the race, and by what distance he is winning, right? It is clearly 1000 minus 822, that is equals to 172 meters, and hence the answer will be what? The option number A for this, that the person A is winning and he is winning by 172 between the two losers. All right, next question. Two trains of equal length running in opposite directions. So there are two trains who are running in opposite directions. Pass a man standing by the side of railway line in 18 seconds and 12 seconds respectively. So the time taken by the two trains to cross each other is, okay, it's like the time taken to meet and cross each other, right? You know, when two trains travel towards each other, that is in opposite direction, then their respective speeds will be added. That is, the relative speed will be the sum of their respective speeds. You know that, right? If suppose the speed of first train is x, speed of second train is y, then x plus y will be the relative speed. All right, and now here you know that both the trains are of equal length. Okay, so the length of the trains are same. So how I can draw the diagram for you in easy way, right? So it's like x plus x will be the distance between the two trains, say two trains be A and B, because their lengths are equal. So basically you have to simply use here the formula of speed distance time, that time is equals to what? Distance upon speed, but this speed will be what? The relative speed, you understand, because there are two trains who are traveling opposite to each other. Okay, so you'll get the required time easily. Then distance is 2x, you can see from the diagram as I told you. And speed, how do you write? Right, to write the speed, there they mention the respective times, right? So you can take the help of the formula of distance by time as the speed to write this relative speed. So that will be like x by 18 seconds for the first train, then x by 12 seconds for the second train. Just you solve this, x is anyhow getting cancelled, so you shall get the answer as 72 by 5, that is equals to 14.4 seconds, and hence the answer option number D for this. Check the calculation. Next question. Ajay leaves Mumbai at 6 a.m. and reaches Bangalore at 10 a.m. So 6 a.m. he has started and reaching at 10 a.m. to Bangalore, and he started from Mumbai. Prakash leaves Bangalore at 8 a.m. and reaches Mumbai at 11:30 a.m. So at what time do they cross each other? So Prakash, suppose that person is starting from this position, right? He is starting at 8 a.m. here, right? And he is reaching the Mumbai at 11:30 a.m. right? So they must be crosses, right? We have to find out at what time they are crossing each other. So for this, let us proceed step by step. We can here clearly note from the question that the time taken by Ajay is equals to 4 hours, because he is traveling from Mumbai to Bangalore. He started 6 a.m., reached 10 a.m. So you can see that the time taken by the person Ajay, I would write A. Can you understand that simply? And for person Prakash, I can write there P. So time taken by A will be how many hours? 4 hours to complete his journey, what is planned. And time taken by Prakash, equivalently we can write, you can see the time taken by Prakash, that is P person, it's 8 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. so 3.5 hours. So with this, then you can see that you can directly write down the distance, right, they are traveling in between in their journey, so that you can easily get it by multiplying this 4 and 3.5 for convenience, right? So if the distance is 14 kilometer and the time taken by A, the Ajay, is 4 hours, so we can see that Ajay is covering half of the distance in just 2 hours, right? That is at 8 a.m. because he started at 6 a.m. So by 8 a.m. he is covering the half of the distance. So remaining distance is now 7 kilometers, right? And that will be covered by both Prakash and Ajay. We can write about the time taken by them in this traveling. So time taken by them will be, yes, 7 upon 7.5 into 60 minutes, right? We want to convert the hours into minutes, so into 60 there, right? So this gonna give you 56 minutes. And this 56 minutes, yes, you have to add it to the after 8 a.m. time, because already Ajay has traveled 7 kilometers and reached at 8 a.m. till the 7th kilometer of the journey, right? Then after that he is crossing over with the person Prakash. So therefore after 56 minutes, right, they are taking the time of cross. So therefore at what time they will cross? At time, yes, 8 after, so it's 8:56 a.m. and hence the answer option C for this. All right, next question. Next question. How long will a boy take to run round a square field of the side 35 meters each? Okay, a boy has to travel round the square which has 4 sides, you know that, right? So if he is running at the rate of 9 kilometers per hour, you have to find out how long will it take for him to take the round around the square. So it's simple that this SDT based sum, right? We have to find out time, means time is equals to distance by speed, wherein the distance is 4 into 35. You can see the perimeter of the square, right? And the they mention the what this side in meters, but they mention the speed in kilometer per hour. So you know the conversion, the speed which is provided 9 kmph can be written as 9 into 5 by 18 in terms of meter per second. You shall remember this factor to convert kmph speed into its corresponding meter per second speed. So that is, you can see 5 by 2 meter per second. So you can see here that it is 5 by 2. So let's substitute. What do you get? 8 into, right? So this 2 into 4, 8, and 35 divided by 5 gonna give you 7. So 8 sevens are 56 seconds, and hence the answer option D for this. Right, next question. The speeds of the 3 cars are in the ratio 2:3:5. S1 is to S2 is to S3 is known to us, which is the ratio of speeds of cars, right? It's 2:3:5, and they have asked you the ratio of the time taken by above 3 cars to travel the same distance. You know, basically the SDT formula, that speed is equals to distance by time, and when distance is constant, S and T are in inverse proportion when D is constant, right? So you know this relation. So when you know the ratio of the speeds and you know the distance is same, then you can directly write the ratio of the time by taking their reciprocals. So for the same cars, the time ratio would be what? The reciprocal of 2 is to reciprocal of 3 is to reciprocal of 5, right? You can get it, right? So you now know the LCM of 2, 3 and 5. Yes, it is 30. So you have to multiply 15 to the first, then 10 to the second term, then what was that LCM? 30, right? So 6 to the third. So you will get the option number A then, isn't it? Next question now. Next question. Ruby goes to a multiplex at the speed of 3 km per hour. to see a movie and reaches 5 minutes late. If she travels at the speed of 4 km per hour, she reaches 5 minutes early. Then the distance of the multiplex from her starting point. See, to answer to such questions, I'll give you a hint. You can see that there is a time, that time reach later, time reaches early and late. So there is a time gap. So that you called it to be the difference of the time. So difference of the time is here basically 5 plus 5, because they mention the 5 minutes late as well as 5 minutes early. So difference time 5 plus 5, it's 10 minutes. Okay, so you have to now see that you will write the equation for this difference of the time, right? And you know time is equals to what? Distance by speed. And distance is here the distance between multiplex and the point from which the ruby is starting, right? So that distance we can take it to be x. Say the distance to be certain unknown x. Okay, so then x by 3 km per hour minus x by how much? 5 km per hour speed, right? Their time difference is 10 minutes. And you note here that the speed is provided in km per hour. So we have to write this 10 minutes in terms of r, means 10 by 60 r you can take, right? And so you have to solve this equation. It's a 4x minus 3x by 12 into this is 10 by 60 there. So it's 12, 12, 5, 5, 1, 5, 2 equal to 2. So you can see that x is equals to 2. What is x? The distance between multiplex and the starting point. So answer is A for this. Let's move on to the next question now. If a man walks at the rate of 5 kmph, he misses a train by 7 minutes. However, if he walks at the rate of 6 kmph, he reaches the station 5 minutes before the arrival of the train. So the distance covered by him to reach the station is again the same scenario. There are two places A and B here, right? Whatsoever may be, like in previous it was like multiplex and the ruby is starting from a point to reach the multiplex. So here is like a man is walking to catch the train, right? So here you can take that here also the difference between the time, that the person when he is traveling with the speed of 5 kmph, he is missing train by 7 minutes. Means he missed train means he reached late, right? So 7 plus then later when he walks at 6 kmph speed, they mention that he reached the station 5 minutes before, right? So early. So the difference of the time you are here getting it to be 7 plus 5 equal to 12 minutes, which you use it to directly determine the distance, right, between the person and the station, that because that is the distance covered by a person to reach the station. You are getting my point. So you know the respective speed, so you know the difference is now 12 in minutes, means in r it is 12 by 60. So set up the equation. It is like x by 5 minus x by 6. So see here you can note the speeds. Okay, so you have to solve this equation. Then it is then x by 30 equal to 1 by 5. This is clearly giving you the answer, x equal to 6 kilometers, and hence the answer option number A for this, right? Next question. A man starts from a place P and reaches the place Q in 7 hours. Okay, P and Q, there are two places mentioned. The time taken to reach the place Q by the man who is starting from P is 7 hours. He travels 1/4 of the distance at 10 kmph speed and the remaining distance at 12 kmph speed. So the distance in kilometer between P and Q is, let us say that to be certain x for the simplicity. Then it's clearly mentioned that the 1/4 of the distance is travel with the help of the speed 10 kmph, right? So you know the total time taken to complete the journey from P to Q. So that 7 hours time basically equal to how you get, it's a distance by speed for both the journey, that is like a person who is starting from P to Q with the two different speeds. So d1 by s1, d2 by s2, right? So this 7 hours equal to like d1. d1, how do you write? It is the distance 1/4 of the total with the speed 10 kilometer per hour. So it is like 1 by 40 then, because 1 by 4 times of, yes, you are getting x. d1 is, okay, you are getting, see, let me write here, d1 is x by 4, and the remaining would be how much? 3 by 4, right? So d2 would be what? 3x by 4. So I would write now d2 is 3x by 4, and the s2 speed is known, that is the 12 kilometers per hour. So you just need to solve this equation to get the required value of x, which is the distance between P and Q. So solve this equation, you shall get the value of x here to be what, you know clearly, you shall get it to be 80. You can check it, alright, check the calculation yourself. Option B for this. Next question now. Walking at the rate of 4 kmph, a man covers certain distance in 2 hours 45 minutes. Okay, running at a speed of 16.5 kilometer per hour, the man will cover the same distance in how many minutes? So here again you can see the distance is constant for this, the motion, I'll simply say in physics language. So when distance is constant, speed in inverse proportion with the time, right? So if you know the ratio of S1 and S2, you can directly write the ratio of T1 and T2, right? Moreover, you clearly know that, what do you know? You know that the product of S1 T1 is same as product of S2 T2. So you can easily find out the unknown there. So let us then write, we know that S1 is to S2 will be equal to T2 is to T1 when distance is constant. And therefore, we write now S1 is the first speed 4 kmph is to S2. What is the next speed? 16.5 kmph, right? This is equals to T2, which is unknown to determine, and T1 is 165 minutes. You can calculate this. That is the resultant of 2 hours 45 minutes. 2 hours 120 plus 45, 165 minutes. Getting my point? So T2, you are getting it to be what? You will get T2 to be 4 by 16.5, right? 4 by 16.5 into 165. Check. So you shall get this to be 40 only, because 16.5 ones are, this is 10s are, right? All right, next question then. Let's go ahead with here. Here option is C for this, right? Next question. A ship, after sailing 12 kilometers towards south from a particular place, covered 5 kilometers more towards east. Suppose ship started from this place, say A place, and it is sailing 12 kilometers towards south. This is the south of A. This is the distance 12 kilometers. And from that particular place, this ship is covering 5 kilometers more towards east, means towards, right, east here. So means the point, say here, this is B, this is the point C, towards east 5 kilometers. And they asked you the straight way distance of the ship from that place. So which place? The place C. So they asked you to find out this AC. So you can clearly see that by Pythagoras theorem we can find out this AC. You must know the Pythagoras theorem, that hypo square equal to side 1 square plus side 2 square, which are the two perpendicular sides of the right angle triangle, right? So in this, AB is 12, so 12 square plus BC is 5 square. So therefore AC square equal to, you'll get 144 plus 25, which add up to 169. And to find the AC, you have to take the positive square root, because distance cannot be negative. So AC is equals to positive square root of 169, which is equals to 13 kilometers, and hence the option C for this. Moving on, two men starting from the same place walk at the rate of 5 kmph and 5.5 kmph respectively. So two men are starting from the same place, okay, and they are walking with the two different speeds, 5 and 5.5 kmph. So what time they will take to be 8.5 kilometers apart if they walk in the same direction? This is like you have to find the time, right? And they are 8.5 kilometer distance apart. So it's simple that when two objects are in the relative motion, because here there are two men who are walking, they are walking in the same direction. So their relative speed, you know that will be what? The difference of their respective speed. So relative speed you have to find out. So here it is 5.5 minus 5. So you can see it's 0.5 kmph speed. So with this speed 0.5 kmph, which is the relative speed, you can directly find out, because you are known to the distance that they are apart. You can directly find out the time. What's the time formula? It's a distance by the speed, but this speed will be what? The relative speed, RS. Let's substitute the required values. We know the distance 8.5 kilometers, and we know the speed, the relative speed, it's 0.5 kmph, right? Multiply by 10, so you'll get 85 by 5, which gives you 5157. That is hence the 17 hours. Option number D for this. Let's move on to the next question now. Rahul can row a certain distance downstream in 6 hours and return the same distance in 9 hours. If the speed of the Rahul in still water is 12 kmph, find the speed of the stream. So let us say the speed of the stream, which is unknown here, to be the x kilometer per hour. Okay, we'll say that, so that we can write by assuming the distance travel by the person Rahul be s, because he is traveling the same distance while going downstream and coming back, right? So it's the same distance, so we are assuming the distance to be, for simplicity, say d. So now we know the time, that 6 hours taken to reach certain distance by Rahul, that too downstream, right? So therefore we know here the required, that is the distance d upon the downstream speed. You know downstream speed will be sum of the speeds of still water and the stream. Here already in the question you know the speed of still water, so hence the downstream speed will be 12 plus x, and this is the time given here to be the 6. Equation 1, right? And you have the next for the returning back, that is the upstream speed you have to consider. So the distance same d, and that case upstream speed will be 12 minus x, and the time taken is 9 hours. So just tackle these two equation. Here we know the d is same, so you can find out x directly, which will give you answer to your question. Just take the ratio of these two, so divide 1 by 2, you can easily get the required equation there. That 12 minus x upon 12 plus x will be equal to 6 by 9, to give you, after solving, x equal to 2.4 kmph, that is kilometer per hour, and hence the answer option number B for this. You can check the calculation. All right, next question. Two trains are 2 kilometers apart and their lengths are 200 meters and 300 meters. They are approaching towards each other with the speed of 20 meters per second and 30 meters per second respectively. So after how much time will they cross each other? Simple. Two trains are traveling here towards each other, so the relative speed, you know, they will get added. So 20 and 30. So relative speed RS will be 50 meters per second. And now you need to find out the time taken to cross each other. For that you shall know the distance. So here basically the distance is how much? The 2 kilometer apart distance, which I write in terms of meters, so 2000, plus also you have to include the lengths of the respective trains, because that is also part of the distance between them only. So it's like 200 plus this 300, so total distance you are getting it to be 2500 meters. That is the distance the two trains are apart. And now you can directly find out the time with the help of this relative speed and the distance, right? The distance is 2500 meters, divided by the relative speed is 50, so 51, right? So here you have what? 50, 5 5s are, right? Then zeros are 50 seconds, because I have converted what? The kilometer distance into meter already, and the speeds were already in the meter per second. So directly we are getting the answer option number A for this question, isn't it? Let's move on to the next question now, and from here we'll be solving the questions from the topic of average. But before I begin with the solving questions on average, I would like to make clear one important basic understanding about the average, that average is given by sum of the quantities divided by the number of quantities you are adding above. It's a simple formula. So whenever I will solve the problem on average, I'll be simply taking help of this notation: A for average, S for sum, and N for the number. So you remember this A equal to S by N just for simplicity. That will make the writing part easy, right? Less time consuming, and you can easily get the answer. So whenever you want to find the sum for particular problem, so it's sum is equals to average into number. Always remember. So we will be frequently using this relation in solving the problems based on average. All right. So if this is clear to you, now let us understand the question. Out of 40 boys in a class, average weight of 30 is 60 kg. Average weight of 30 boys is 60 kg. Means here you can see the total weight of 30 kg. That is the S I will be talking about, which will be, the 60 into N, 30 there. And the average weight of the remaining is 56 kg, it seems. So remaining boys are 10, then their average is 56. So we have to now find out average weight of the whole class. So you can then write the complete average for the complete class. I mean, the average for the whole class is equals to average, right? The total, total weights for 30, right? That is the S1, I would write for 30 members, plus the S2, which I'll write for the remaining 10 members, right? Divided by total members are 40 only. So this is the formula of the average I set up with the help of this basic formula. To find the average of whole class is all about adding the weights of all the students, right? Dividing by the number of students. Same, but here the boys are divided into two categories, 30 and 10 with their respective averages. So to write this, the S is equals to, we are taking the help of A into N here, right? Simple. So S1 and S2, let me write, it will be then 30 into 60 plus S2 would be what? 10 into, right? 10 into 56. This is divided by 40. You calculate this answer. This answer gives you the required average of the class, and that will be the option number D, that is 59. All right, you can check the answer. It's a simple calculation base. Next question now. The average age of A and B is 20 years. If the average of A and B is 20 years, means sum of A and B is 2 into 20. It's like A into N. So you know A plus B is 40. If C were to replace A, the average would be 19, it seems. So if you replace this A by C, then the average of the same becomes 19, means it's like 2 into 19, that is 38. And later they said that if B is to replace whom? If C were to replace B, means in the same equation A plus C now you are writing about, then average would be 21. So that case the sum will be 2 into 21, right? So that is 42. So basically now you have these three equations in hand, the 1, the 2 and the 3, to find out what are the ages of A, B and C respectively. So you just add up this all three equations. So if you add 1 with 2 with 3, you can directly find out here the value of A plus B plus C, which you get it to be 60. It's very easy. Sum of this 40, 38, 42 divide by 2, because when you add these 3, left hand side you will get 2A plus 2B plus 2C. 2 common, 2 goes to right, like that. Okay, so you'll get this sum, and this sum will help you to determine the individual ages, right? So you can find the age of A, right? From this 60 you have to subtract the sum of B and C. So you have to subtract this to 38. So 60 minus 38 gonna give you 22. For B you have to subtract from 60 what? This A plus C, that is 60 minus 42, that will give you the answer 18. And similarly C, you will get it by 60 minus 40, that is equals to 20. And you can see that these ages are provided in the option A, so option A is the choice. Next question. 3 years ago, the average age of a family of 5 members was 17 years, it seems. With the birth of new baby, the average age of 6 members remains the same even today. So what is the age of new baby? So first of all, we know the average age of 66 members, which is remaining same even today. So we'll write directly the sum of present ages of 6 member, right? So the sum of the present ages of 6 members, okay, will be what then? How do you write the sum? You know, it's average, right? It will be average into the number. Average, they said that it's the same. What was it before? What was it before? 17. So it's 17 into 6. So that will give you the sum of the present ages of 6 member, 102 years. This is the total sum. And in this sum, there is a baby also. So which we supposed to find is his or her age, right? So sum of now present 5 members, let us write the sum of ages, the sum of present ages of 5 members. How do you write? You know information about these 5 members, their ages 3 years ago, and you are writing for today. Present means you have to take plus 3. You are getting my point. So therefore it will be the number 5 into the average. So 17 plus 3, because average will be before 3 years, it will be like you are talking about. So for present plus 3 it will be, okay. So 5 into 20, so it will be 100 years. So now you have required, you have already the sum of 6 and sum of 5. So just to get the age of baby, you have to subtract what? The 100 years from 102 years, because 102 is the sum of 6 minus sum of the before 5. I'm gonna give you 2 years, which is the age of baby. So option B for this. Let's move on to the next question now. The average age of 36 students in a group is 14 years. So means sum of the ages, you can directly note it down here, the number into A, that is 36 into 14. Okay, let us write it so later on. And when teacher's age is included to it, the average increases by 1. So means the new average you are writing about, which is the original average plus 1. When in the sum there is added the age of the teacher, say T. T stands for here age of teacher, okay. So the number of members then, how many? 36 students plus 1, so there will be 37, out of which the value of S is already known to you from above, that is the sum of the ages of 36 students as per the average 14 there. So we have left hand side the years 15, and S, as I told you, it's 36 into 14 plus the T is unknown upon 37. So you have to solve this equation to get the value of T. How do you get? 15 into 37 minus 36 into 15. Do this calculation yourself. You will get the required age of the teacher T, 51 years, and hence the option number C for this. Alright, next question. In the first 10 overs of a cricket game, the run rate was only 3.2. What should be the run rate in the remaining 40 overs to reach a target of 282 runs? Let's understand. See, in the total runs in the first over, we can easily write, because the run rate is mentioned there 3.2. Okay, so then let us write that total runs in first 10 overs will be how much? 10 into 3.2 run rate, that is 32 runs. Okay, and then run rate required for the remaining 40 overs, we have to find out, right? What should be the run rate in the remaining 40 overs to reach the target 282? So you are getting that point. So for that, run rate you will get it by, which is the required run rate as per the question, you will get it by this 282 runs, right, minus this 32 runs divided by 40, because we are talking about for the remaining 40 overs, right? And hence you shall get this to be 250 upon 40 to give you the answer 6.25 runs per over, and hence the answer option number A for this, isn't it? Next question. The average attendance in a school for the first 4 days of the week is 30, and for the first 5 days of the week is 32. Then the attendance on the 5th day. Very easy question such will be. See, you know the sum of the attendance, that is the total presence for first 4 days, that is the S, you will get it by days multiply by the average for that first 4 days, 30. So it's 4 into 30, you are getting it to be what? 120. Then S2, I would denote it the sum of the attendance, that is sum of the presences for the first 5 days. So that is like 5 into the average, 32. So what do you get this? 5 to 10, 15 plus 1, 16, 160. So you know that this S1 is for 4 days, right? And this S2 is for 5 days. And you want what? The attendance on the 5th day. So it's very much clear that 5th day attendance will be clearly the difference of these two sums, right? 5 days sum minus 4 days sum, right? Very simple case, and hence the answer option number, yes, B for this. Next question. Last year, a home appliance store sold an average of 42 microwave ovens per month. In the first 10 months of this year, the store has sold an average of only 20 microwave ovens per month. So what was the average number of microwave ovens sold per month during the entire 22 months period? Let's calculate. It's very easy case. That required average, you can easily get it, right? You do the process yourself. You must have got the idea about now how to use this formula. A is equals to S by N. To get the S, you shall write it as A into N, right? So you take the help of that formula. You can directly find the average, which is the required for the entire 22 months time period, right? Which is actually the time period of 12 plus 10 months, right? In the numerator, 42 into 12 you have. So you can note it here, right? That is about the last year, plus 20 into 10. See here, only 20, average of only 20 microwave oven per month for the first 10 months. You got it? So simple. Hence I was telling that then this answer is 504 plus 200 divided by 22 to give you the required answer 32. You can check, and hence the key option D for this. Alright, next question. The captain of a cricket team of 11 players is 25 years old, and the wicket keeper is 3 years older, means 28 years old he is. If the age of these two players are replaced by that of another two players, the average of the cricket team drops by 2 years. So find the average of age of these two players. In this question, if you notice, we are unknown to the average of the ages of the 11 players in a cricket team. So let us say that to be X, then let's say the average equals to X. Okay, this is not the required average. This is the average of the ages of 11 players. That is for the cricket team I am talking about. Okay, so for 11 players, this average X is equals to sum of the ages of 11 players. In that, you know the two ages, 25 and 28. So you will be taking the sum of the remaining players, that is the sum of 9 players. I'll write S9, right? This will be divided by how many players? 11, right? So there you can see that you are getting this equation as 11x is equals to, yes, 53 plus S9. Well, say this is equation 1. And now you can see that these two members, that is captain and wicket keeper, are replaced by the two other players whose ages are unknown to us. Let us say A and B players. So by that, the average is dropping down 2 years. Means X minus 2, the new average will be what? The A plus B plus same the S9 divided by 11. You are getting my point. So this is giving you 11x minus 22 equal to A plus B plus S9. So you just make use of these two equations. From these two equations, you can easily, eliminate this S9 to calculate A plus B. Just do the subtraction. So if you do 1 minus 2, you will clearly get directly the addition of, the value of A plus B, and that you will get it as 33. You can check it. Okay. And once you get this A plus B, they are asked you what is the average of this age of these two players. So the required average, you will get it to be 33 by 2, right? So it's a 2, 1, 2, 6, 0.5. So option number D for this, isn't it? In Arun's opinion, his weight is greater than 65 kg but less than 72 kg. His brother doesn't agree with him and he thinks that Arun's weight is greater than 60 kg but definitely less than 70 kg. His mother's view is that his weight cannot be greater than 68 kg. So if all of them are correct in their estimation, what is the average of different probable weights of the Arun? For that, let us write all three of their opinions to justify their common opinion going with, right? So here we say first of all the Arun's weight to be X. So then there are three persons: Arun, his brother and his mother, right? Understand the indication: A for Arun, B for brother and M for Arun's mother. So as per the Arun, he said that his weight is greater than 65 but less than 72. This inequality you get. And as per the brother, he thinks that Arun weight is greater than 60 but less than 70. And as per the mother, he cannot be greater than, his weight cannot be greater than 68 kg. Means X is less than equals to 68. His mother is saying, right? So now we know these three inequalities and you have to clearly see that these three inequality combinedly contain these numbers which are respectively the 66, 67 and 68. All these three numbers matches with the estimation because they all three are correct in their estimation. So these three numbers satisfy all these three inequalities and hence we have to take their probable weights of Arun to be these three, and hence we will find the required average now, that is the sum of these three divided by the number, that is three numbers we are adding, and hence this average you will get it to be 61 kg. You can check. So option A for this, right? Moving on, the average weight of 45 students in a class is 52 kg. So sum is then 45 into 52. 5 of them whose average weight is 48 kg leave the class and other 5 students whose average weight is 54 kg join the class. So what is the new average weight in kgs of the class? Very simple case. What you have to do here is that the average, what happening to average here is that, understand, see, you have the sum already S, that is for the 45 students, right? The sum S we already have, that is sum of the weights. But later what is happening is 5 of them whose average weight is 48 kg, they are leaving and other 5 are adding in that place. So it is like simply you have to play with the numbers there, that in this sum what happening is that you are removing the part of weights. What part of weights you are replacing? The 5 students you are replacing whose average weight is 48 kg, right? So you are replacing 5 into 48, but in this you are adding what? 5 into 54, right? Simple. So you have to find out average that way. Here the numbers, the total students, right, are the same, that is 45 numbers. So you just need to calculate, and this S value is already known to you. So it's just to calculate 45 into 52 first, subtract from it 5 into 48, add in it 5 into 54 and divide by 45 to get the required average. Do this calculation yourself. It's very easy and this answer comes out to be 2370 in the numerator divided by 45, and directly it is provided in the option. So we go with the option B here. Next question. The average monthly sales for the first 11 months of the year of a certain salesman were rupees 12,000. Understand, for first 11 months the average sales is known to you. But due to his illness during the last month, the average monthly sales for the whole year came down to this. So what was the value of the sales during the last month? Very easy. Again, you have to write here S1, which is for the 11 months, right? So 11 months into the average sales for the 11 months, that is 11 into 12,000. the S2 sum, which is for the sum of the cells in a year, that is all 12 months. So 12 into 11375, and to get the cells in the month, the last month, you have to just subtract these two sums. That is, you have to do S2 minus S1. Right, so you can calculate that 12 into 11375 minus 11 into 12,000. Do this calculation, you shall get this amount to be 4,500, because you will get the first reading 1,36,500 and the second reading 1,32,000. So you can check, you shall get it. The cells in the last month, option D. 4,500. Next question. The average temperature for Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday was 55 degree. So for 3 days, the average temperature is 55 degree. Then how shall I write their respective temperature sum? So I will simply indicate with their initials. Monday's temperature, Tuesday's temperature plus Wednesday's temperature. That is the sum of the temperatures on first 3 days will be, yeah, this sum will be how? Average into number. Here average is 55, so 55 into 3 days. So this reading you're gonna get there to be how much? 165 degrees. The sum of M, T, W, which are the respective temperatures on those days. And now later you know that the average for Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday is 60. So correspondingly Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday TH I would write. Their sum would be what? The average, which is given 60 into 3, so it will be 180 degrees. So it's simple now for us to answer directly what was the temperature on Monday. Just deal with this equation 1 and 2. Do the subtraction, right? So if you do 1 minus 2, you could see that you will get Monday minus this Thursday equals to, yes, 165 minus 180. How much you will get? Minus 15. And you know that this Monday is equals to then minus 15 plus Thursday's temperature, which is known to you directly in the question, right? So it's minus 15 plus 56. So what do you get? You will get clearly 41 degrees, and hence the answer to this question is option number B. Next question. In preparing a meal for 4 people, a housewife uses 600 grams of sprouts, 1 kg of potatoes, 1 cauliflower weighing half kg each, and 700 grams of meat. If 1/4 of the weight is already lost in the preparation and cooking, then what is the average weight in grams of each person's meal? We have to determine. So first of all, let us here count down the total weight present in a food, right? So the total weight as per the ingredients, right? We have this 600 grams for sprouts, then 1 kg for potatoes means 1000 grams. Let us prefer single unit, plus 500 grams of cauliflower plus 700 grams of meat. So this total grams are 2800, right? And now they already said that the total cooked food is lost with like what? How much? 1/4 of the weight is already lost in the cooking and preparation. So the total cooked food is then how much? Total cooked food, you will get it as this 2800 minus 1/4 is lost, that is 2800 divided by 4. So do this, here you get this to be 21 grams. 2800 divided by 4, that 1/4 part is lost, so you are subtracting from the total contents, right? Getting my point? So you got the 21 grams total cooked food. Now you have to serve this to how many people? 4 people. So then for each person you have to find, right? So you have to find the average now. So let us find the average then. Average is simply then this total food divided by the number of people we are serving for. So 2100 divided by 4 gonna give you 525, and hence the option D for this question. Next question. The respective ratio between the speeds of car, a train and a bus is 5:9:4. Car, train and bus. Their initials I am taking to denote the ratio. So it's 5:9:4. Right. And the average speed of the car, the bus and the train is given to us 72 kilometers per hour it seems. So what is the average speed of the car and the train together? We have to determine. So when we know the ratio of their speed, right? We can directly take the common multiples and their speeds becomes like 5x, 9x and 4x respectively. And you already know the average. What's the average? Sum of the quantities divided by number of quantities. Here the quantities are the speeds, right? So sum is like, you can see 5 plus 9, 14, 14 plus 4, 18, 18x divided by total quantities are how many? 3, right? So average is known to you 72. Then you can directly get here the value of x, right? You will get the value of x to be 12. You can check. Right, after getting the value of x, what you have to do is you have to find the average speed of car and the train. Means you have to take that required average, which is the required as per the question now, right? So that will be like for car, which is 5x plus the train, that is 9x divided by 2. X value is known to you 12, right? So you can calculate easily this answer. What do you get? 60 plus 108, that is 168 divided by 2, you can calculate, it is 84. So option is 84 kmph. So C. Simple. Have either you add and put the value of x, or you can individually put the value of x, add and divide by 2. Next question. The average of 5 consecutive numbers is n. You know, 5 consecutive numbers are denoted by x, x plus 1, x plus 2, x plus 3 and x plus 4. These are 5 consecutive numbers. Their average is known to you n. So n is the average, means sum divided by number. Here the sum you have to find out for this. So it will be 5x plus, you can check, this is 3 plus 3, 6, 6 plus 4, 10, right? Divide by how many numbers you added above, it's 5. So you can see that n is equals to x plus 2. You know this, so say this equation 1. Now what they mentioned, that if you include next two numbers also, the average of the 7 numbers will be then, will it increase or remains the same or what? Let us find. For that we are finding the new average, and in that to find we are adding to this 5x plus 10, which is the sum of first 5 consecutive numbers. We are adding the next two numbers. Next two numbers are whom? They are like x plus 5 and x plus 6, and now divided by 7 there have to be, right? So you can see that 5x plus 10, so 5x plus x total 7x plus 10 plus 5, 15 plus 6, 21 by 7, so which is same as x plus 3. So x plus 3 you can write it as x plus 2 plus 1. So you could see, right? So n was initially x plus 2 you got, and now this x plus 2 you can write it as n plus 1 equal to x plus 3, which is the new average. You got my point, right? So means the average, the original average is increasing by 1. Simple. Next question. Let's move on to the next question. A family consists of grandparents, parents and 3 grandchildren. The average age of the grandparents is 60 years, that of the parents is 30 years, and that of the grandchildren is 10 years. So what is the average age of the family? Simple case, right? How many members altogether? 2, right? 2 grandparents, grandpa and grandma, right? Then 2 parents, mother and father, right? Then how many children they mentioned? 3 children. So in a family, how many members are there? Total 7 members are there. So we are finding the average for 7 members. So you can easily take the respective formulas, right? The respective sum S1, S2, S3. For S1, how do you take? See, the number is 2. 2 grandparents multiplied by their average. Okay. So you know that then 2 into 60 plus 2 into 30 plus 3 into 10 should be divided by here 7 members, and this will give you the required answer to the, so numerator addition you find out, you shall get 210 divided by 7 to get the required average of the family. Its average age is 30 years. So option number D for this. Next question, let's move on. The average marks scored by 60 pupils in a class were 32.5. So total marks you can note down for the 60 peoples there, right? So total marks are, it's like this sum. So it's 60 into 32.5, isn't it? So that will be 1950. You can check. What's the question letter? the marks of the first pupil were altered from 88 to 78. Means initially it was 88 in the sum of the total marks. It is now altered to 78. And the marks of the last person also were altered from 13 to 43. Then the new average. See, to such question to answer, it's very easy. Just you don't just play with this total marks. So total marks initially were like 1950. So in this, what changes you are doing? You are removing this 88 which was there. Sorry, removing means minus. Okay. So see, they said that for first pupil you are altering 88 to 78, means minus 88 plus 78. And for the last pupil, what you are doing is you are altering it 13 to 43, means minus 13 plus 43. But the numbers, the total persons are same. Total number of pupils are same. Those are 60. So average you will get easily now, right? You just calculate this required resultant. 1950 minus 88 plus 78 minus 13 plus 43. You calculate that addition, you will get it to be 1970 and divide it by 60 to get the required average 32.83. You can check. So option A. Next question. The average weight of three men A, B and C is 84 kg, it seems. Another man D joins the group and the average of the group becomes 80 kg. If another man E, whose weight is 3 kg more than that of D, replace the person A, then the average weight of B, C, D and E becomes 79 kgs. Then find the weight of A. For all such question, if you simply read the question, right, attentively and set up the equation, you will get easily the answer. See, let us go one by one here. We have clearly the sum of weights of three men because we know the average. Right, so I can write here the sum of weights of three persons, three men, right, A, B, C respectively. It is, how do you get the three number n into average, that is 84, so equal to, and now I would write the sum of weights of four men. Okay, so it will be then 252 plus D, but for the sum of four, you have given that average of the group becomes 80, means this you can equate it to 4 into 80. So here you are getting directly the reading for D. D is equals to 68. You can check. It's a 320 minus 252. Alright. So got the D. And now weight of E also you can write because it is 3 kg more than that of D. So E I would write here directly. It's how much? 71 kgs. You are getting my point. So now let's talk about the sum of weights of the persons B, C, D and E as per the question. That because their average is becoming 79, so we can talk about their sum, right? It's an average 79 multiplied by 4, so it will be 316. So now from this reading you can easily find out the weight of A, right? So you have already A inclusive in the 252 kgs, right? So therefore the weight of A you can easily find out as this 252 plus 68 plus 71, right, minus this 316, which will give you the required 75 kgs. Work out yourself. It's very easy case. Option A is the choice. Next question now. In an examination, the average was found to be 50 marks. After deducting the computational errors, the marks of the 100 candidates had to be changed from 90 to 60 each, and the average came down to 45 marks. So the total number of candidates who took the exam were question mark. So let's say this to be X, total number of candidates, and already you know the average initially was 50 marks. Later it has changed due to the computational errors or not. So it's this average which they mentioned, which is the came down average, right? So that 45, that average you can easily find out for the required class, which consists of X number of students, the candidates, right? So initially it was like 50 into X. Then from this you have to subtract. What is adding and subtracting there? Can you understand there? It's 100 times, because you can see that marks of this 100 candidates had to be changed from 90 to 60, they said. So for this 100 members, this case is happening, right? It's a 90 to 60 the marks are becoming. You are getting my point. So hence this 45x is equals to 50x minus 100 into 30. You do this calculation, you shall get this to be how much? This 3000 equals to 50x minus 45x, that is 5x. So x should be how much? 5 6 are 0s are 0s are 600, and hence the answer, the number of candidates, option B. Right, next question, let's begin with. A company produces on an average 4000 atoms per month for the first 3 months. How many atoms it must produce on an average per month over the next 9 months to average 4375 atoms per month over the whole? Simple case again. It's a very easy. Required average I will directly write. I hope you got by now the idea of setting up the average formula easily. So you are talking about to get the average 4375 atoms per month over the whole. That is about the year you are talking about. So about 12 years. Right? And they asked you in particular that how many atoms it must produce on an average for the next 9 months. Right? So that we take it to be, that unknown we take it to be x. Okay, so now you know that. Then from this sum 4375, which is the average for 12 months, subtract from it the average for first 3 months. That is, I mean the sum for first 3 months, 4000 into 3, right? And this should be divided by, you are talking about the required average, which is for the 9 months. So it's like simple case. For 12 months you are taking the average of 12 months is equals to 3 months average plus 9 months average. Here the unknown is the 9 months average, right? So 9 months average, how do you get? 12 months average minus 3 months average. That is what I have set up the formula for you. Getting my point? So this will give you the required answer, and you shall get this answer to be like the answer before the ratio. You will get 40,500 divided by 9, you can check, and that will give you the resultant 4500. So option A for this. Do the calculation yourself, it's easy. Next question. In an examination, a Rohan's average marks were 63 per paper. If he had obtained 20 more marks for his geography paper and 2 more marks for his history paper, his average per paper would have been 65. So how many papers were there in the examination? Okay, so let's say then that to be unknown x to deal with the problem very easily. So number of papers, I am taking it here to be how many? X. So total marks in x papers you can easily write, because you know there the average, because initially they mentioned the average marks were 63 per paper. Right, so that way you can here write the total marks in x papers will be how many? 63x, right? Average into number. So you know that then this 63x plus the 20 more marks for the geography plus 2 more marks for the history going to give you the average per paper. 65 means the total marks there 65x as per the formula. S is equals to AN. Getting my point? So this is simply giving you the answer that 22 equal to what? 65 minus 63, that is 2x, and this is giving you x equal to value 11. And what was 11? Unknown, the number of papers, and hence the answer option D. Right? Next question. The average age of the students of the class is 15.8 years. The average age of boys in the class is 16.4 years, and that of the girls is 15.4 years. The ratio of the number of boys to the number of girls in the class. Easy question. You know the average of the class, which comprise of boys and girls, and you know the respective ages, average ages also for boys and girls. You are unknown with the number of boys and number of girls, for which they have directly asked you the ratio. So here I will simply take the notation. B denotes the boys, number of boys, and G denotes the number of girls. So I know the formula of average, that if I want to write the sum of the ages of boys, then it will be the number B multiplied by the average age of boy, right? So the average of the class, how can I write? The sum of the ages of boys, which will be number into the average for boys, what it is? Yes, it is 16.4, right? So B into 16.4 plus for girls it is given to be 15.4, right? And divided by the total student, like B plus G. Average is known to you for the class. What is it? 15.8. So just solve this equation now. Cross multiply, you'll get 15.8 into B plus 15.8 into G equals to 16.4 B plus 15.4 G. Just take the B terms to left side, G terms to right side. You can manage to get the required answer, or however you want. If B you can take it right, G you can take it left. Altogether you shall get B is to G ratio, that is to be, yes, 2:3. You can check, it's easy. So option B. Next question. The average of 10 numbers is 40.2. Later it is found that two numbers have been wrongly copied. The first is 18 greater than the actual number, and the second number added is 13 instead of 31. So find the correct average. This sum also, just you have to do the manipulation in the sum. Original sum you can easily know because you know the average of the 10 numbers, which is 14.2. So the sum is 14.2 into 10, that is equals to 402. So in this 402, now what changes you have to do? They mentioned that two numbers were wrongly copied. First is the 18 greater than the actual number. So whatever the number was, so that number you are subtracting first of all. Or you can simply understand that the difference between that number which was added initially and which we supposed to add was the 18. So it's simple, that minus x plus 18 plus x. Okay, so that is the meaning of the statement. The first is 18 greater than the actual number. So if actual number x, then the number that's supposed to be added was 18 plus x. Then the second number added is 13 instead of 31, it seems. So means you have to subtract from the sum 31 and add 13 to get the new average. That is the correct average as per the question statement, right? Here the total number of quantities remains the same, 10 numbers, right? So do this calculation. You can see that 402 plus 18 minus 31 plus 13 gonna give you the numerator 402 only. You can check, okay, because 18 plus 13 is again what? 31 only. So 31 minus 31 0. So 402 by 10, you are getting the same average, 14.2. So the alteration were such that the average does not affect. So 40.2, option A. Next question. How much tea at rupees 9 per kg must be mixed with 100 kgs of superior tea at rupees 13.50 per kg to give an average price of rupees 11 per kg? So average is 11, which you get it by how? The sum, right, wherein you are unknown, because they mentioned that rupees 9 per kg tea is unknown, so that I would take it to be x. So it's like 9x plus the superior tea, you know that 100 kgs of superior tea, 13.50. So it's like 100 into 13.50 divided by x plus 100. Simple average concept. So you have this 11x plus 1100 equal to 9x plus 1350. Calculate the value of x. You will easily get it, right? You shall get it by 250 divided by 2. X is equals to 125 kgs, and hence the option number C for this. In an examination, 40% of the candidates wrote their answers in Hindi and others in English. 40% in Hindi means definitely the 60% written in English. Simple. So for such a percentage based problem, you can take the total count to be 100 just to make the calculation easier, right? And the average marks of the candidates written in Hindi is 74, it seems. and the average marks of candidates written in English is 77. So what is the average of all the candidates? It just to find the combined average there, which is for the 100. I would say directly the candidates, because their percentage they mention 40% candidates, 60% candidates. So means 40 into the average, that is for the Hindi. What was the average for Hindi? 74 plus 60 into average for the English, 77. Calculate this. You will get the required answer there. You shall get that to be 2960 plus 4620. Check, divide by 100, and that would give you the resultant 75.8 and the option B. You can check it. Now let's solve few questions from the topic of algebra. I hope that the question discussed on averages found very helpful to you to prepare for the questions on averages. You must have got the basic idea that how to deal with the problem, because you must notice that the questions on average will be like kind of essays, statement. So you have to read the statement, understand properly, set up an equation. A single equation would be enough to give the answer to the question on average. Right? So now let's discuss few questions from algebra. The product of two consecutive odd numbers is 4899. So what is a smaller number? For such question, when you know the product is such a higher, you can take the two consecutive numbers to be in pattern x minus 1 and x plus 1. Two consecutive odd numbers, understand? Okay, because odd numbers differ by what amount? 2, right? So x minus 1 and x plus 1 difference, you can see the difference is 2. So you can take the two consecutive odd numbers to be x minus 1 and x plus 1. So according to the question, what question says to you that product x minus 1 with x plus 1 is equals to 4899. So that means x square minus 1 equal to 4899. That means x square equal to 4900. You can check. So x is positive square root of 4900, because x is the number, it's a positive. So root of 49 is, yes, 70. And so we got value of x, and we are asked about what? The smaller number. So smaller number, let us find out. Smaller number is what? X minus 1. So it is 70 minus 1, that is equals to 69. So option B for this, right? Next question, let's move on. The sum of the ages of 5 children born at the intervals of 3 years each is 50 years. So what is the age of the youngest child? Let us say the age of the youngest child be x years. So youngest child, let us say be x years old. Okay, then accordingly the ages difference are 3 years each, right? So you can write about the next elder child age, it will be x plus 3, and the older child age, it will be x plus 6, and so on like that. Okay, so you are that way talking about the ages, the sum of the ages of 5 children. So those are like x, x plus 3, x plus 6, x plus 9. How many? 1. This is 1. This is 2. Third child, fourth child, and now fifth child. Right, this sum is given to be 50 years. So calculate the value of x. 5x plus 30 equal to 50 you get, to give you the value of x there equals to 4. And they asked you directly the age of the youngest child only, x. We find it option A. Let's move on to the next question. A is 2 years older than B, who is twice as old as C. If the total of the ages of A, B and C is 27, then how old is B? Just play with the equations. You know A, I'll just simply denote the initials as their respective ages. Okay, so A indicate the age of the person A who is 2 years older than B, means age of B plus 2. Can you understand this? Equation 1. And they said that B, the person B is twice as old as C. So B is equals to 2C. Equation 2. Well, and you know the sum of all their 3 ages. So it's A plus B plus C known to be 27. Let's substitute the values. B plus 2, because we want to find the value of B. So I would keep B as it is. I would interchange the C as C, you can write as B by 2, right? So this is equals to 27. Calculate this. What do you get here? It's a 2B plus b by 2 equal to 25. Solve this equation to get the required value of b, which you get it by 25 into 2 divided by 5. You can check. Okay, so this will give you the required answer 10, and hence the answer, that is the age of b is 10 years. So option D. Next question. Let's move on to the next question now. A student was asked to divide a number by 6 and add 12 to the quotient. He, however, first added 12 to the number and then divided it by 6, getting 112 as his answer. So what is the correct answer actually? What should be the correct answer we have to determine for this question? So let the number be x, right, with which the student is working, right? So what the student done then, right? He has first of all added the number 12 to it and divided by 6, through which he is getting 112 as the answer. You got my point? So here you can see that way, this is the wrong way that person has done, the student, right? That he added the number with 12 and then he divided to get the answer 112. So that accordingly give you the answer for x as 112 into 6 minus 12, and this x you will get it to be 660. Okay, but we want to know the correct answer. What is the correct answer actually? Correct answer is the correct way of doing as per the instruction. What was that? The number has to be divided by 6 first and add 12 to the quotient, it seems. So number should be divided by 6 and then we shall add the answer, add the number 12 to it. So accordingly 660 by 6 plus 12 should be the answer, that is 110 plus 12 should be the answer, that is 122 should be the correct answer, and hence the option B. Got my point? Next question. The sum of the digits of two-digit number is 16. If the number formed by reversing the digits is less than the original number by 18, find the original number. You should know that the two-digit number will have two places, namely ones place and tens place. So I would take the ones place to be y and tens place to be x to write the original number on, and that will be 10x plus y. You know the place value of 10th place is 10, right? So 10x plus y is the original number. So can you then think about the reverse number Rn? Yes, it is like interchanging the digits at the places. So it will be 10y plus x. Simple. And now they put forth the condition on these two numbers, that they mention that the number which is formed by reversing, that is the number R, the Rn number is equals to original number minus 18. It is less than the original number by 18. Got my point? So reverse number you have 10y plus x, original number you have 10x plus y minus 18. Solve this. What do you get the equation? You will get 9x minus 9y equals to 18 to give you x minus y equal to 18. Say this is equation 1. But already in the question you see the first statement indicated the sum of the two digit. That is, you already have another equation, x plus y equal to 16. So this is, you can take the equation 2. So you add equation 1 and 2, you will get the value of x. X value you shall get it to be, yes, 9, and you can substitute either in equation 1 or 2 to get the value of y there. Y you will get it to be 7. So now what they ask, the original number. What is the original number there? Original number is the 10x plus y. The value of x you got it to be 9. So 90 plus 7, that is 97, and hence the answer option B. Be careful. If you do mistake in putting up the correct equation, you may end up getting the option A 79. No, it's a reverse number. We want original number. Proceed correctly as per the instruction in the question. Alright. Hopefully this session is really helpful to make you prepare for the questions based on the topic of speed, distance, time, average and algebra. You have to stay tuned to SSBCrack exams, because I'll be coming up with another session, the part 5 session, wherein I'll discuss for you the questions on few more leftover important topics from numerical ability section. So stay tuned, and meanwhile do follow us on social media pages, YouTube, Instagram, Telegram, Twitter, and do download the mobile app SSBCrack exams from Google Play Store to access to Afcat course content. All the very best for your exams, and please stay tuned to SSBCrack exams. Hello everyone, welcome back to yet another session, part of AFCAT 2021 Top 300 Most Expected Questions Marathon. I'm Lakshmi and I'm back with the part 5 session to make you prepare for the leftover topics, namely the algebra, number system, decimal fractions and simplifications. So all this topic base will be covering the questions in this session, so stay tuned till the end. Meanwhile, if you are an aspirant and aspiring to write the upcoming AFCAT written examination, you can download the mobile app SSBCrackExams from Google Play Store to subscribe to AFCAT courses. Well, you can also use the Warrior 10, the code which will give you the 10% additional discount on the purchase of course. So do check, download the mobile app, enroll for the courses and do subscribe with the discounted code. Let us then now begin with the session with the very first question of this. It's a part 5 session. I'm beginning with the question from algebra now. Find the values of x and y which satisfies the equations. What are the equations? 4x plus 3y equal to 25, say equation 1, and x plus 5y equal to 19, equation 2. So you shall know that to solve the two linear equations in two variables, you have the method called elimination, substitution and cross multiplication, out of which the most students prefer to solve is with the help of the method elimination. So I would like to eliminate one variable. For that I must have same coefficient for that variable, right? So you can see 4x in the first and only x in the second equation. So I can multiply the equation 2 by 4 and I would get the equation. Then let me write the equation 1 as it is first for you. Then below that the equation 2, which is reduced to the next new equation by multiplying 4 both sides. So it will be 4x plus 20y equals to 19 4s are 76, and now you just do the subtraction for these two equations. You can see the value of y you will get. So it's minus 17 y equals to minus 51 to give you the value of y is equals to 51 by 17, that is equals to 3. So why you got 3? You can put this either in equation 1 or 2, whichever you like, to get the value of x. So value of x I'll get it from the equation 1 as 25 minus 3 into 3, that is equals to 16. So 4x equal to 16, implying you that x equals to 4. So what's the option then? Yes, it's A, x is equals to 4 and y is equals to 3. Next question, let's move on for the topic of algebra only. Alright. So in this next question, we have a number which is, decreased by 4 and divided by 6. So the result is 8. So say that number to be x to set up the equation, right? So there is a number decreased by 4 and divided by 6 to get the result 8. And this equation itself giving you the answer that it is 48 plus 4 equal to 52. The number is. But later they said that what would be the result if 2 was subtracted from the number and then it was divided by 5. Now the number is known already because of the first criteria in the question. So what you do, on this number x, you subtract 2 from the number, then the number you divide it by 5. So accordingly you shall get 52 minus 2 by 5, that is equals to 50 by 5, that is equals to 10. So the required result of this is option A. Right. Next question. If 3 numbers are added in pairs, understand the meaning of this. 3 numbers are, say, A, B, C. They added in pairs means respectively like A plus B, B plus C and C plus A or A plus C you say. Okay, so they added in pairs. Their sums are 10, 19 and 21. So the numbers are. To find so, you just add these 3 equations. By that you will get the sum of A and B and C, which you get it to be 20. And from this sum you can get the individual numbers. See, to get the number A, what you have to do is from the 25, which is the sum of all 3, you have to subtract B plus C sum, right? So 25 minus 19 you have to do. Here you get it 6. For B you have to subtract from this 25 what? A plus C, that is 21. So that is 4. And C to get means 25 minus A plus B you have to do, that is 25 minus 10, that is to give you 15. And that is provided in the option number B. So option B we have to go with, right? Let's check the next question now based on the algebra itself. Okay, the sum of third, fourth and fifth part of a number exceeds half of the number by 34. Understand the meaning of this. there is a number, let's say the number be x. You have to take the sum of third, fourth and fifth part of it. Means you have to take the sum of x by 3, x by 4, x by 5, which is given to be exceeding half the number by 34. Half the number means x by 2 by 34 means plus 34. This is the required equation provided in the question. So just handle this equation. Make the LCM same in the denominator, right? In the left hand side, the denominator's common LCM, the least common multiple is 60, right? So denominator you solve, you will get there 47. Left hand side you solve, you will get the left hand side 47x upon 60, and right hand side you have x by 2 plus 34. All right, solve this further, right? Collecting the x by 2 in the left hand side to give you this 17x is equals to 34 into 60. You can check. So that will give you the answer 2 into 60 equals to x, that is equals to 120. So option D for this. Next question. The sum of 3 consecutive multiples of 3 is 72. What is the largest number? Do you know how to write the multiples of 3? That to consecutive multiples. You know multiples of 3 are differ by 3. So if you say the first multiple of 3 be number x, then the next would be who? X plus 3. The next would be who? X plus 6. So the first 3, the sum of 3 consecutive multiples of 3 you can write down now. It's a x plus 3 plus x plus 6, which is given to be 72. So means here you know it's a 3x plus 9 equal to 72 to get the value of x there, and x you shall find out that to be 72 minus 9, that is 63, divided by 3, so 21. And this way you can easily go to find the largest number. Largest number is whom? X plus 6. So the largest number is equals to 21 plus 6, that is equals to 27. So option C for this. Next question, let's begin. A number is doubled and 9 is added. If the resultant is tripled, it becomes 75. What is that number? Let's check the next question now. A number is doubled and 9 is added. If the resultant is tripled, it becomes 75. Resultant whom? The resultant of the first statement. Okay. If it is tripled, the answer is 75 it seems. So what is that number? Say this number to be x to deal with the equations now. So the number is getting doubled and then 9 is added to it to get the some resultant. That resultant is unknown, right? So let us say that y. So resultant I am taking it to be y. Well, say this is equation 1 because your x is unknown, y is unknown. But they said later that the resultant is tripled to get the answer 75. So here you are getting the value of y, which is 3 2s are 3 5s are 25. You can substitute the value of y there in the equation 1, right? So equation 1 is giving you the required number 2x, which is 25 minus 9, that is 2x equals to 16 to give you x equals to 18. So option C for this, right? Let's move on to the next question. Father's age is 4 less than 5 times the age of his son, and the product of their ages is 288. So find the father's age. Okay, so here you know that the age of father is 4 less than 5 times the age of son. So for simplicity, I can say that the age of son to be certain x years. So that I can write the age of father. What is the age of father? It is 5 times the son minus 4. You are getting my point. 5 times the son minus 4. So 5x minus 4. And they said that product of their ages is 288. So according to the question, we have the age of the son in product with age of the father equals to 288. To give you the quadratic equation here, 5x square minus 4x minus 288 equals to 0. For which you can take the help of splitting of the middle term concepts to split the middle term here to get the value of x. So you can note that this 288 can be factored as minus 40 and plus 36 because you have the product there minus 288, right? So therefore the middle term now you can split as minus 40x plus 36x minus 288 equals to 0. through which you will get the two factors. Those are namely x minus 8 and 5x plus 36 equated to 0. And if you equate each factor to 0, that will give you two values for x. X is equals to 8 and x is equals to minus 36 by 5. But minus 36 by 5 cannot be x. What is x? X is the age. Age cannot be negative. So we have to take x equal to 8. So if the age of the son is 8 years, what is the father's age? Father's age is 5 into 8 minus 4, right? So 5 8s are 40 minus 4, 36, and hence the option number B for this question, right? Next question. A natural number when increased by 12 equals 160 times its reciprocal. So find the number. Let's say this number be x, which is a natural number. So the number when you increase by 12, it is becoming 160 times its reciprocal, means 1 by x. So this is also will give you the equation now. It's x square plus 12x minus 160 equal to 0. For which you can know the factors of this minus 160, which you can split the middle term there. It is by this middle term you have the positive, right? So plus 20, and the second factor has to be the negative, that is minus 8. So therefore you are getting the equation, this x square plus 12x minus 160 equal to 0 reduces to form x square plus 20x minus 8x minus 160, right, which is by the splitting of the middle term. So here you are getting the factors x plus 20 and x minus 8 equal to 0, out of which also you have to take x equal to 8 only, because this gonna give you x equal to minus 20. But minus 20, it is not a natural number. You want a natural number, right? So this is not possible. So you have to take x equal to 8, means yes, that is only the answer, option D for this question, right? Next question. When f of x, which is a cubic polynomial, divided by x plus 3, the remainder is. To answer to such question, you have to use the remainder theorem from algebra. What is that theorem? It's a simply stated that when you have a polynomial px of certain degree n, okay, then remainder, so obtained by dividing the polynomial px by x minus a, will be what? The remainder r will be just p of a. You have to take that divisor and know the value of x to be substituted in the polynomial to know the required remainder. So basically remember the formula is p of a, and whatever linear polynomial they will give, you have to compare it with x minus a. So if they give x plus 3, means a is equal to minus 3 there. So what is the remainder? So remainder for this polynomial is, it's a p of minus 3, because value of a is negative 3 there. To get the a, what you simply do is you just equate this linear polynomial to 0 to know the value of x, as simple as that. Okay, so p of minus 3 you just calculate, which is minus 3 cube minus 3 times minus 3 square plus 4 times minus 3 plus 50. Calculate this answer. You shall get this to be minus 27 minus 27 minus 12 plus 50. Check, you shall get minus 4 minus 12, that is equals to minus 16, right? You can check the answer, option number B for this. Next question. If x is equals to 2 plus root 3, then what is x square plus 1 upon x square equal to? And to answer to such question, you just take the help of rationalization concept, because you know x is equals to 2 plus root 3. So if I am interested to know 1 by x, what shall I have to do? I have to rationalize this denominator 2 plus root 3, which I can do it by rationalizing with the factor 2 minus root 3. So numerator you will get 2 minus root 3, denominator you will get, so 1 by x you could see you are getting this. So that you can take the help of the formula that x plus 1 by x the whole square, right? The x plus 1 by x the whole square formula is what? X square plus 1 by x square plus 2. And in this you are unknown with this value, right? So you can easily find then here. What is x plus 1 by x? Let me find it here for you. X plus 1 by x you can find out. Just add this x with this 1 by x, you will get 4. So you are getting then 4 square equal to x square plus 1 by x square minus, plus 2, right? So it's like 16 minus 2 equal to x square plus 1 by x square, that is nothing but the answer 14. So option D. Next question. When x to the power 5 plus 1 is divided by x minus 2, the remainder is, again the remainder theorem. Here the polynomial px is x to the power 5 plus 1, where the linear x minus 2 equal to 0 you equate to get the value of x, which is 2, and hence the remainder becomes p of 2. This is the remainder, the answer to your question, as per the remainder theorem that we have in algebra. So p of 2 is 2 to the power 5 plus 1, that is 32, plus 1, that is 33, and hence the answer option D for this. Next question. We have x is greater than equal to 0, y is greater than equal to 0, but x plus y lesser than equal to 1. Important criteria. You know x is greater than equal to 0, y is greater than equal to 0. To have x plus y lesser than equal to 1, definitely y must be lesser than equal to 1, or x must be lesser than equal to 1 there, right? Or both, right? So here we have to find the maximum value of 2x plus 3y. How do you set up? See, with the known, you have to set up the expression 2x plus 3y. What is known to you? X plus y lesser than equal to 1. So if I multiply both the sides, it becomes 2x plus 2y lesser than equal to 2. But I want 3y there, right? So what I can do is, I can write 2x plus 3y, adding y to both sides, lesser than equal to 2 plus y. And that after doing, I know that y can be lesser than equal to 1 only, because x plus y is lesser than equal to 1. So then this will be clearly, yes, 3. So means you got inequality 2x plus 3y less than equal to 3. Connect this, right? So what do you get then? You got the maximum value of the expression. Lesser than equal to means, less than equal to 3 means 3 is the maximum value of that expression, and hence the answer option. If x plus y plus z equal to 0, then the value of x square plus y square plus z square upon x square minus yz is, okay, we have to determine. So for this question to approach, you have this given, make use of it wisely. You want, see, yz term means definite that you separate x from it, so it's y plus z equal to minus x, and do the squaring on both sides. So on squaring, what do you get? You know, left hand side you will get a plus b the whole square formula, that is y square plus z square plus 2yz, right hand side x square. And now this you can write it as y square plus z square equals to x square minus 2yz. Alright. So now to determine the required value, right, the required value of the expression, how do you simplify? You have there the x square plus y square plus z square in the numerator. So for which y square plus z square is in your hand. So x square you can write as it is and replace this y square plus z square by x square minus 2yz, and this is divided by the same thing. Do not change the denominator. You could see the pattern. Numerator 2 is common, x square minus yz, denominator is x square minus yz. That is how you can manage to simplify the expression, and you could get the value for such option number D, right? Next question. If 3 to the power x plus y equal to 81, you know what is 81? It's 3 to the power 4. So equating the exponents, you will get x plus y equal to 4, equation 1. What's the next? 81 to the power x minus y equal to 3. 81 is 3 to the power 4. Basically, you are getting this is as 3 to the power 4x minus 4y equal to 3 to the power 1. Equate the exponents, you will get 4x minus 4y equal to 1. Equation 2. You have to get what? The value of x, means you have to eliminate the y, right? So you can multiply this equation 1 by 4 and you can just add that. So you have this 4x plus 4y equal to 16 and 4x minus 4y equal to 1, right? You are you are adding to eliminate the y, because minus 4y plus 4y cancels. So 8x equal to 17 to give you value of x, 17 by 8 directly. So option D. Next question. You know here x is equals to 3 to the power 1 by 3 minus 3 to the power minus 1 by 3. And you have to find what? 3x cube plus 9x value. You know, there is a hint in the problem then that you have to cube, because until unless doing so you can't get that x cube. So you can cube both side this equation. So what do you get? Left hand side you will get x cube, right hand side a minus b the whole cube formula. Okay, so it's a 3 minus 1 by 3 to 3 to the power minus 1, that is 1 by 3, minus, you know, it will be 3 into 1 by 3 into this again the term, that is 3 to the power 1 by 3 minus 3 to the power minus 1 by 3. So let me tell you the formula if you don't remember. A minus b the whole cube formula is a cube minus b cube minus 3ab into a minus b. I have applied above. Okay, so hence you can see that we are getting x cube equal to 3 minus 1 by 3. This cancels, right? Then minus 3 times you will get, what is this? Actually this bracket is again what? The same x. Okay, I would replace it. So you can see that x cube, right? Then this is equals to, what do you get? 3 3s are 9 minus 1 minus 9x upon the common denominator 3 to give you 3x cube plus 9x equals to 8, and hence the answer option D for this. Simple simplification base. You have to be good at algebra part. Next question. We have 3x plus 5y plus 7z equal to 49. 3x plus 5y plus 7z equal to 49, and we have 9x plus 8y plus 21z equal to 126, and they have asked you the value of y. You can see that means you have to eliminate x and z. To do that, you can see clearly there is a relation 3 and 9, 1 is to 3, 7, 21, 1 is to 3, right? So if you just multiply this equation by 3, you can subtract to eliminate the x and z, right? So if you multiply the equation 1 by 3, you will get 9x plus 15y plus 21z equal to 3 into 49. How much? 27 carry 2, 3 4s are 12 plus 2, 14, 147, right? And the second equation is 9x plus 8y plus 21z equal to 126. Subtract, right? You getting eliminated with the x and z there, and you are getting y. So it's how much? 15 minus 8, that is 7y equal to right hand side, what do you get? 1, 2, 21. So y you are getting it to be 21 by 7, that is equals to 3. So option number A. Next question. A minus b is known to us, which is 5. AB is known to us, which is 6. And we have to find a cube minus b cube. You know the formula of a cube minus b cube? Yes, with the help of a minus b, because that is known, we have to use that value. This expression you can easily get it in the formula of, you know, a minus b the whole cube. You know this formula is what? It is a cube minus b cube minus 3ab into a minus b. So substitute the required, then a minus b is known, that is 5 cube, right? Then a cube minus b cube we have to find out, right? We keep it in that way. Minus 3 into ab is known, ab is 6, a minus b is known, 5. Solve this. So it is simply a cube minus b cube equal to 125, the left hand side number, plus 3 6 are 18, 18 5 are. You have to take, and that is equals to 90, right? So 125 plus 90 gonna give you 215. So answer D for this, right? Next question. The cost of 2 chairs and 3 tables is 1300 rupees. So I would indicate C for chairs, that is the cost of 1 chair, and the T indicate the cost of 1 table. Okay, the notation. So the first equation I can write 2 chairs cost plus 3 tables cost altogether is rupees 1300. Equation 1. And cost of 3 chairs and 2 tables, that is 3C plus 2T equals to 1200. Equation 2. What they asked you the cost of each table is more than that of each chair by what? You have to compare the cost of one table to that of chair. You can easily manage to get it. See, to establish the relation of the kind like cost of the table is more than that of chair means there is a kind of difference. So you can take the help of subtracting these two equations. So if you subtract these two, you will get minus C plus T equals to 100, and this is giving you the relation that t is equals to c plus 100. That is meant in the question that the cost of each table is more than that of each chair by what? By 100. So option D for this. Got it? So subtraction helped us. If you try to add, no, you won't get the required what is asked in the question. Might you get a new equation, but you want the relation such that you can relate as the cost of table more than that of each chair. By the way, you always have an approach that you can solve these two equations simultaneously. You will get the individual values for C and T. By then you can compare directly. That is also the approach. But this is the easier one. Directly, just by inspection, you can see that if you subtract, you can establish the relation between C and T. So I got it and I declare the answer. Next question. The tens digit of a two-digit number is 2 more than its unit digit. And the two-digit number is 7 times the sum of the digits it seems. So what is the unit digit? So let us fix the digit for the two-digit numbers. Okay, let us say the ones place to be x and the tens place to be y. Then as per the question, according to the question, I would write the equation now. The tens digit, that is y, of the two-digit number is 2 more than the unit digit, that is x. So here you have this one relation. Then later they said that the two-digit number is 7 times the sum of the digit. What is the two-digit number, by the way? The number will be 10y plus x, because you know the place value of the 10th place is 10. So it's a 10y plus x is the number. So 10y plus the x, the two-digit number, is 7 times the sum of the digit itself. So means here you are getting another equation, that is 10y plus x equal to 7x plus 7y to tackle. That is nothing but 3y equals to 6x, right? So you can now, to determine the unit digit means to determine the value of x. So you can eliminate y, and that you can eliminate in the equation 1, right? So you have their y value. So I can write now this 3 into y value 2 plus x is same as 6x. So 6 plus 3x equals to 6x, right? So 6 is equals to, you have 3x to give you directly the value of x, that is equals to 2. So option C. Next question. In a series of 6 consecutive even numbers, the sum of the second and the sixth numbers is 24. So what is the fourth number? Do you know what is a series of 6 consecutive numbers? First even number you take x, then the remaining consecutive 5 even numbers would be following as x plus 2, x plus 4, x plus 6, x plus 8, right? These are 5 in total. We want how many? 6. Okay, x plus 10. The series of 6 consecutive even numbers. This is the series. And now here what you have to take is the sum of second and the sixth. So second is this, x plus 2, and the sixth is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, x plus 10. So their sum means this 2x plus 12 is given to be 24. So you are getting the value of x then, right? It's 2x equal to 12 to give x equal to 6, right? And what they ask, fourth number. Fourth number is whom? X plus 6. Fourth number, right? So fourth number hence is 6 plus 6, that is equals to 12. So option C. Now let's solve some questions from decimal fractions and number systems and simplification. So this is one typical question of that. So we have here 9 minus 1, 2 by 9 of 3, 3 by 11 divided by 5, 1 by 7 of 7 by 9 equals to determine. So you know that of indicates the product, the multiplication. Okay, so we have the mixed fractions in the question. So let us simplify them first. So it's 9 minus 9 plus 2, that is 11 by 9 of means into 3, 3 by 11 means 33 plus 3, that is 36 by 11 divided by 5 sevens are 35 plus 1, that is 36 by 7 of means into 7 by 9. So what you can do is you can give the preference to first solve this product easily. So it's like 9 minus, you can see you will get, that is minus 4, and this is divided by 7, 7 cancel, this 9, 1, 9 4s are, right, plus 4. So you can see the division has to be done first, because you know Bodmas rule, right? So 9 minus 1 gonna give you the answer 8, and hence the choice option B for this. isn't it? Next question. The smallest number which should be added to 7,56,896 so as to obtain a multiple of 11 is. You want this number to be multiple of 11, means this number has to be divisible by 11. For that, what number you shall add, they asked you. So you know already the divisibility test for 11. What is that? The sum of the digits at odd places and even places. Their difference should be multiple of 11. You know that, right? So I will mark now the places 7, right? This 6, then this 9. Their alternative. So 7 plus 6 plus 9. Their addition is what? 15 plus 7, that is 22. And then later we have the sum of the other places, 5 with 8 with 6. That is 13 plus 6, that is 5 plus 8 plus 6, 30. So what is the difference of this 22 and 13? It is, yes, 9. We want the number to be multiple of 11. The list out of this option we can add to the 9 is the number 2 clearly to make it multiple of 11 as per the divisibility, and hence we go with the option number A for this, right? Next question. By which list number should 5,000 be divided so that it becomes the perfect square? We want to make the 5,000 perfect square. So by what number it should be divided? To determine, so you have to do the prime factorization of this number 5,000. Okay, so it's like 51000, then again 5200, then 540, then 58, and we know directly this 2 4s are 2 2s are 2 1s are. So basically you could see that 5,000 you are getting it to be 5 to the power 4 into 2 to the power 3. You want the list number to be divided. You want the list number by which the number 5,000 to be divided to make it perfect square. See, you know that when you find the square of this 5,000, there you are getting the square root of 5 to the power 4 and 2 to the power 3. You are getting my point. So this 3 is the odd power. In finding the square root, you shall have the powers multiple of 2 that are expected to directly find the roots, square roots. But here there is a power 3, means you shall divide by 2 there. So if you divide, we divide by 2, right? So this 5,000, if you divide by 2, you can see directly it is becoming 2 2s are 2 5s are 0 0, 2500, and this will be like square root of 5 to the power 4 into 2 to the power 2 when you divide this 5,000 by 2, and there directly you can see you will get, right, that is 5 to the power 2 into 2, right, which is equals to 50, which is the square root of this 5,000 by 2, that is 2500. So you are getting the perfect square number 2500 just dividing the 5,000 by 2, right? This is the process. If you could find by inspection, like by seeing like this, you can go ahead with that, but the process is you can prime factorize it, collect the factors, right? To divide by a number means you have to see that you shall get the multiple of 2 as a powers of the factors. Wherever you are not getting, that number is the desired to be divided there, right? That power. Okay, next question. The value of 4.5 minus 3.2 divided by 0.8 into 5 in the bracket plus 3 into 4 divided by 6 is. You have to determine using the BODMAS rule. Let me write the expression for you. It is 4.5 minus 3.2 divided by 0.8, then multiplied by 5, then added 3 into 4 divided by 6. You know, as per the BODMAS, we shall give the preference to bracket, right? While giving the preference to bracket, you have to check the highest precedence operation, that is here division. So you have to do the division process first there in the bracket. So it's 4.5 minus 3.2 divided by 0.8 will be 4, and that is into 5 plus 3 into 4 divided by 6, you will get it to be 2 by 3. So you are getting here now 4.5 minus 20 plus 2, right? So that is 4.5 minus 18 to give you the right answer, minus 13.5, and hence the key C for this. Next question. A boy was asked to multiply a number by 25. Instead, he multiplied the number by 52 and got the answer 324 more than the correct answer. So what is that number to be multiplied was? So you have to determine that number. So say that number be x. So as according to the question, a boy was asked to multiply the number by 25 to get the correct answer, right? So what is the correct answer? Actually, we have to multiply the number by x, so 25x. But what the person has done, he has multiplied the number by 52 and got the answer 324 more than the correct answer. Means he multiplied the number by 52, he got the answer 324, which is more than the correct answer. What is the correct answer? 25x. So means here you have to solve this equation, that is 52x minus 25x equals to 324. What is the difference of 52 and 25? Find out. You shall get that to be, yes, you will get 27x. So 27x equal to 324. Wanna give you the value of x, right? So it's 324 divided by 27 to give you 12, and that is the answer, option A. That is the number x equal to 12, option A, right? Next question. If a upon b is equal to 3 by 4, a by b is 3 by 4, which will give you 4a minus 3b equals to 0 as the equation. And you know the second equation, 8a plus 5b equals to 22. What you have to do, you have to find out the value of a. Means you have to eliminate in these two equations the b. So what you can do, simply you can multiply the equation 1 by 5 and equation 2 by 3 throughout and just add, so that the b will cancel, right? So you'll get the equation 1 by multiplying 5 there. So it's 20a minus 15b equals to 0. And the second equation, 3 8s are 24a plus 15b equals to 66. You are adding it, so you'll get 44a equals to 66. So what are you getting? A is 66 by 44. 11 4, 11 6, that is 2 3, 2 2. So it's 3 by 2. So option B. Next question let's look into. Let's move on to the next question now. A vessel full of water weighs 27.5 kgs. When the vessel is 1 by 4 full, it weighs 12.26 kgs. So find the weight of empty vessel. Okay, so let us say for this question, X be what? The weight of empty vessel, EV, and say Y be the weight of full vessel. Okay, so that we can easily set up the equation. The equation number 1, that is x plus y equal to 27.5 kgs, because 27.5 kg is the weight of full of water in the vessel, right? And the second equation, how do you get? You'll get it to be x plus y by 4, because when the vessel is 1 by 4 full means, see, full weight we taken y, so y by 4, right? Then the weight is 12.26. So you can, simplify this equation here. You will get this 4x plus y equal to 4 into 12.26, and that will give you the resultant 49.04. You can check. So you have this equation x plus y equal to 27.5, and you have the another equation 4x plus y equal to 49.04. So from equation 1, we can have the value of y there, that is 27.5 minus x, and you can substitute this value of y in this equation to get the value of x, that will be 7.18 kgs. You can get it easily by simplification. So option B is the choice for this. Alright, next question. The sum of two numbers is equal to thrice their difference. If the smaller of the numbers is 10, find the other number. Okay, so other number you can take it to be x, and you know already the smaller number, that is 10. So basically we have the equation according to the question here, that this smaller number plus 10 is equals to 3 times x minus 10, right? So therefore, solving this equation, what do you get? 10 plus this 30 is equals to 3x minus x. So 2x is equals to 40 to give you x equal to 20. So the other number you are getting, hence the option A, number 20. Next question. If the 381a is the number divisible by 9, then what is the least natural number A should be? You know what is a divisibility test by 9? The sum of the digits has to be multiple of 9. So sum of the digits, sum is, here you are getting 3 plus 8 plus 1 plus a. So means this sum is 9 plus 3, that is 12 plus a. Right? So you want this sum 12 plus a to be divisible by what? divisible by the number 9. So if you want the sum to be divisible by 9 means what should be this a means, you can easily do hit and trial here. Now you can see that out of the options provided, if you put a is equals to 6, 12 plus 6, you're gonna get what? 18, which is clearly divisible by 9, because 18 divided by 9 is equals to 2, right? And hence the answer option A for this question. You can check, if you add 1 you'll get 13, which is prime number. If you add 9, what do you get? 21, which is not divisible by 9. If you add 4, you will get what? 16, which is not divisible by 9. So hit and trial, recall the divisibility test, get the required expression, and hit and trial you can do there for such kind of questions. Next question. If the numerator and denominator of a proper fraction are increased by the same quantity, then resulting fraction is. Can you understand? There is a proper fraction, it seems. So if you basically increase the numerator and denominator by same quantity, then what would be the result on the fraction? You have to declare. You can declare answer to such question just picking up one example. Say half. Half is a proper fraction, right? Half is a proper fraction, we know that. And so if I add the same number, suppose if I choose to add the number 2 to both numerator and denominator, so what do I get? I would get 3 by 4. And you know that 3 by 4 is what? 0.75, which is greater than the half, which is 0.5, right? So therefore what we shall declare? We shall declare that the resulting fraction is always greater than the original. I have done for one. You can check multiple if you want. You will get the same statement is correct for a fraction when you add the same number to the numerator and denominator. So fraction result which will be the greater than the original. Okay, next question. 1/4 of Nikhil's money is equal to 1/6 of Yogesh money. If both together have rupees 600, so what is the difference between their amounts? So here let us then fix some, say X to be the amount that is there with the Nikhil. Okay, Nikhil's money I would write. X indicates here Nikhil's money. And say Y indicates Yogesh money. Okay, Y indicates Yogesh money. So what do you have then? You have that the 1/4 of X is equal to 1/6 of Y, isn't it? Which is giving you one equation there, that is 6x minus 4y equal to 0. Say equation number 1. And moving on, you can see that the second equation, they said that both of them together have 600 rupees, means x plus y equal to 600 we have. That is the equation 2. So just solve these two equations simultaneously. You can easily get the value of x and y. You shall get x is equals to 240 and you shall get y is equals to 360. And now you can go for finding the required difference between their amounts, that is 360 minus 240, which you shall get it to be 120 rupees, and hence the answer option A for this question. Alright, moving on. Out of group of swans, 7 by 2 times the square root of the number is playing on the shore of the pond. The remaining 2 are inside the pond. So what is the total number of swans? So according to the question, I would say the answer for the number of total number of swans to be 16, because this number will go with the condition criteria in the question, that if you say the number of swans who are playing on the shore of the pond are x, then you are getting that x back easily by taking 7 by 2 times under the root of x plus 2. So you can check. So x is equals to, you are getting this 7 by 2 under the root of 14 plus 2, right? So here you will get that left hand side back. You can see it's 7 by 2, that is 4, that is the root of the 16 there, right? So you are getting the 14 back. So x is equals to 14. See, 14 is not the answer. 14 are the number of swans who are playing on the shore of the pond. So you have this equation such that x, the number of swans playing on the pond are 14. They are such that they are going with the criteria that 7 by 2 times square root of number of swans playing on the shore plus 2. So the total swans you are getting by adding this 14 swans who are playing on the shore plus the 2 who are the remaining inside the pond. So total hence the 16, and hence the option D for this, right? Next question now. What is the missing figure in the expression given below? So we have 16 into 16 divided by 7 into 7 minus this unknown. I would take it x, so it's 9x by 7 into 7 plus 81 by 7 into 7 equals to 1, which you get the equation as 256 minus 9x plus 81 equals to 49. You solve this equation, you shall get the value of x there easily, 32, and hence the option D for this. Alright, next question. 2.002 plus 7.9 times 2.8 minus 6.3 multiplied by 3.6 minus 1.5 plus 15.6. So what you have to do is, you first of all do this difference, like 3.6 minus 1.5, find it, then multiply it by 6.3, right? Then you can subtract that number from 2.8 and then add it to 15.6. So you shall first of all find the value of this bracket and multiply that value with the outside number 7.9. So that gonna give you the result. You can check 40.843. So adding it to 2.002, you will get the resultant 42.845, and hence the answer has to be option D. You can check it. You can easily find out the value of this bracket multiplied by 7.9. Alright, next question. What is the square root of 0.324 into 0.64 into 129, that is 129.6, divided by 0.729 into 1.024 into 36? If you notice, the number of places of decimals in the whole three numbers, the total decimal places are 6 in the numerator and in the denominator also 6. So I can directly, if I multiply and divide by 10, if I multiply and divide by 10 lakhs there, that is 1 on 6 zeros, that is, you can easily get rid of that decimal point, right? So I would simply write that it is same as to find the square root of 324 into 64 into 1296 divided by 729 into 1024 into 36, right? So take the square root. These the numbers which are there within the square root, they are all perfect square number. The 18 is the square root of the number 324, 8 is the square root of the number 64, and you shall know this 1296, this number is the square of 36, so hence the corresponding square root is 36, right? And in the denominator we have 27 because it's a square, 729 square root is 27, and 1024 you must know it is 32 square, right? And 36 square root is 6. So calculate this result and you will get clearly 1, and hence the answer option D. Next question. Minimum difference between x and y such that the provided 1x71 y61 is exactly divisible by 11. Do you know what is a divisibility test for 11? Sum of the digits at the odd places and sum of the digits at even places. You find out first, and their difference has to be, multiple of 11. So here you can see that the digits at odd places are 1, 7, right? Then y, then 1. So we have basically 1 plus 7 plus y plus 1, right? This difference we have to take with the digits at even places. So x, then 1, then 6, right? So we have x plus 1 plus 6. So this difference has to be either 0 or it has to be the multiple of 11, which I can write 11m, certain m integer there. Okay, so this implies is that this 9 plus y minus 7, because 1 plus 6 minus x has to be either 0 or 11m. And now just do hit and trial method. So you have 2, 3, 1, 0 to test for, right? To find out the required difference, where you can easily finding out there y minus x is equals to minus 2, that is x minus y is equals to 2. So difference you anyhow got, right? The positive difference. So it's the option number A. If you not interested in simplifying this way, you can directly do hit and trial from here. Okay, because you want either the difference is 0 or multiple of 11. Okay, next question. There is a one number which is formed by writing one digit 6 times. Like you write 1 1 1 1 1 6 times, or 4 4 4 4 4 6 times, etc. Such a number is always divisible by what? Do you know it will be divisible by 7, 11 and 13 all. You can test, you take any number, say if I take this 2 2 2 triple 2 and again triple 2, because they said we have to write the number with the digit repeated I mean 6 times, same digit 6 times. So 6 digit number. So 6 digit number of this pattern will be always divisible by, it will be always divisible by, 7, 11 and 13. You can easily check. You know the divisibility test for 7, 11 and 13. Clearly you can see that this number is a multiple of 11. This number will divide, I mean it is clearly divisible by 13, you can check, and divided by 7 also you can check. So it is not only for this number, any number of this pattern. In fact, I would say this pattern number, the digit x where it is repeated 6 times, where x is the positive number, okay, then definitely this kind of numbers will be divisible by 7, 11 and 13. So option C will be the fix for such questions. Okay, next question. If a plus 2 and a plus 4 are prime numbers, then the number of possible solutions for a is, what is a? Prime, a plus 2 prime, a plus 4 prime. So you want these three numbers to be primes only. So what should be the possible value of a? Hit and trial you do for such questions. Simple. You can see that if you take a is equals to 1, 1 is not a prime, not a composite, so it's a rejected option. If you take 2, it's an even prime number, but you will get the second number composite 4. So hence we can reject this. But if you take a is equals to 3, definitely a equal to 3 satisfies the condition that this 3, 5 and what is the 3 plus 4, 7. It's a condition that all three numbers are prime. So the a equal to 3 is giving the required answer. So we will go with the option number C. Alright. We can't say more than 3 because it's 4, 5, right? It's not declared there. So hence C is the correct choice, going with the answer. Okay, going with the question. Next question. 7 to the power 10 minus 5 to the power 10 is divisible by. Do you know this theorem in algebra? A to the power n minus b to the power n. This will be, always divisible by a minus b as well as a plus b. So if you notice, this a is here given to be 7 and b is given to be 5. So this number, that is 7 to the power 10 minus 5 to the power 10, either it should be divisible by 7 minus 5, which is 2, or 7 plus 5, which is 12. But out of this, which option is given, you can go ahead with that. So option B we can take here because 12 is given, so we can go with that. Next question. The difference between the squares of two consecutive odd integers is always divisible by what? It will be definitely divisible by 8. You can do you can do the trial with the consecutive, right, numbers. You can take the squares of two consecutive odd integers and take their difference. Okay, if I take say 5 square, 25, 3 square you take, it's 9. So you can see that 25 minus 9 is 16. It's a divisible by 8. Not only that, you take 6 square, that is 36, minus 5 square, sorry, not odd we have to take, right? So not 6, you have to take 7. Okay, 7 is 49, so 49 minus 5 square is 25. You check the difference, what do you get? You are getting it to be 24, which is clearly divisible by 8. So it is definite that the number, the two consecutive odd integers, okay, if you have, and if you take the difference of their squares, you will get definitely the number, the resultant would be divisible by 8. So option C. If you want, you can prove this statement with the help of the numbers that you can take, that 2x plus 1 and 2x plus 3, which are two consecutive, two consecutive odd integers. We can represent in this way also. So as per the question, you have to here see that this 2x plus 3 the whole square minus 2x plus 1 the whole square is equals to simply the multiple of 8. You can verify that. So you solve this, you shall get this to be 8 into x plus 1, which verifies the fact that it is divisible by, it is always divisible by 8. Okay, let's check the next question. Which one of the following is the list? Is it the root 3? Is it the cube root of 2? Is it the square root of 2? Or is it the cube root of 4? So you can easily find out that the list amongst all the 4 will be, the cube root of 2. And the process would be what, you have to make the order of all these sets to be the same, to compare which one is smallest and which one is the largest kind of. So you can see that here the square root means the order is 2. Here the order of the third is 3. Order of the here the third is 2. and the order of this surd is 3. So 3 and 2. So their LCM is 6. So basically this can be converted to the order 6 surd, so that you can do it by multiplying, right, by adjusting the 3 to the power, because when you say certain root a, it is just that a to the power half. So means this will become then 6th root of 3 to the power 3, that is equals to 6th root of 27, right? And this you can convert into the order 6 surd, right? There you have to adjust 2, so it's like 2 to the power 2, so it will be 6th root of 4, and this you have to convert, so it's a 6th root of 2 to the power 6, sorry, not, there is a square root, right? So you have to 6th root of 2 to the power 3, adjust 3 there, right? So it will be 6th root of 8, and this you can convert to surd of order 6, so it's a 6th root of, you shall adjust there 2, so it's 4 square, so that is 6th root of 16. So now you can see out of all these 4, the list, who is the list? List is the 6th root of 4, which is the resultant, the equivalent surd of 3rd root of 2, and hence the answer option number B for this. All right, next question. When this sum, this number which is half minus 1 by 4 plus 1 by 5 minus 1 by 6 is divided by the another number which is 2 by 5 minus 5 by 9 plus 3 by 5 minus 7 by 18, then the result is. So what you have to do, you have to find the value of x and y, and you have to find x upon y answer. But what is x? X is half minus 1 by 4 plus 1 by 5 minus 1 by 6. So by making the denominator same, by LCM you can find out this result. This answer you will get it to be 17 upon 6, you can check. And what is y? Here it is 2 by 5 minus 5 by 9 plus 3 by 5 minus 7 by 18. Find out this answer you will get it 1 by 18. So now let's find the ratio, that is nothing but the quotient of the division x divided by y. So which is the same as this 17 by 60 divided by 1 by 18, which is same as 17 by 60 into 18, and that would give you the resultant answer, that is 51 by 10, which we can write in mixed fraction as 1 by 10. So option hence D for this question. Next question. The smallest positive integer which when multiplied by 392 gives the perfect square is. All such question you can answer by hit and trial. See, you just want out of the option, the one option which is correct, which will go like multiply with the number, right, to give the resultant as a perfect square. So you can clearly see that 392, if you multiply it by 2, you will get 784. And you must know that this 784 is a perfect square number. His square root is 18. So yes, then answer would be obviously option A. If not, if you can't do hit and trial, what's the process? You can prime factorize this number 392. There you see that you need a number 2 to be multiplied to make that result, the resultant number to be perfect square. I have already explained to you that process for a previous problem, the number 5000, remember? So this you can do it yourself. Hopefully you can do, and you can verify the list number comes out to be the number 2, which is supposed to be multiplied to make the number 392 the perfect square. Right, now let's move on to the next question. What is the list fraction which when added to or subtracted from? You have to add and subtract, and from that you have to take the list which will make the result a whole number. So means you are trying for a number, okay, which you are adding to the given and which you are subtracting from the given to make the result always a whole. So both the time it should give the whole number, but from that also you have to choose the list. So you know that this 29 by 12 plus 15 by 16, if you solve, you will get the resultant 161 by 48, for which you have to work out for the unknown number which is the required. So you know that this 161 upon 48, 161 upon 48, if you add it to 31 by 48, you will get the whole number 4. Okay, I'll mark this number. And if you subtract the number, which is number 17 by 48, right? By inspection, I'm thinking of these numbers. So you will get the resultant 3. So in both the cases, the numbers I have chosen for you, 31 by 48 and 17 by 48, they are giving the required whole numbers for the sum and the difference. But you want what? The list number, out of which you can see that this two numbers, 31 by 48, which is added, and 17 by 48 which is subtracted, the list amongst them whom you can easily see it's a 17 by 48. See, denominators are same. You just need to compare the numerators. So 17 by 48, hence the required answer to this question. Okay, next. Two numbers are such that the square of one is 224 less than 8 times the square of other. There are two numbers. They are such that the square of one is 224 less than 8 times the square of other. So if the numbers are in the ratio 3:4, they are. Simple 3:4 is the ratio of the number. So you can do hit and trial, but be careful. The option A is also giving the ratio 3:4. The option B is also giving the ratio, 3:4. The option C is also giving the ratio, which is the option 3:4. So for such question, hit and trial, then of course don't work. It will work when there is only one correct option provided as per the criteria, but criteria satisfied by all the three options provided. So for such scenario based question, definitely hit and trial we can't go, we have to solve it. So what you can do the process. The numbers are in the ratio, they are in the ratio 3:4. So if I take their common multiple to be x, right, then I can write the numbers are basically 3x and 4x. Now let us set up the equation that the square of 1 is 224 less than 8 times the square of other. What does it mean? It means that 4x the whole square is equals to 8 times 3x the whole square minus 224. That is the meaning of this criteria in the question. According to the question I have written, so this gives 16x square equal to 8 into 9x square minus 224. Simplify this, you shall get the equation here, that is 56x square, because 8 9s are 72. 72 minus 16 you do 56x square equal to 224. That will give x square equal to what? 224 divided by 56. The result has to be 4 of the division, so that the x is equals to 2. Right, and here you can see it's all about the positive numbers we are dealing as per the question. So x is equals to 2 only, plus 2 only, you have to take the square root. So we are getting the value of x. Now we can find out the two numbers. 3x, 3 into 2, 6, right? Then 4x, 4 into 2, that is 8, and hence the answer option B, the correct choice for this. As per the condition, the ratio is correct, as well as they satisfy the criteria that the square of the one number is 8 times square of the other, right, which is the less than 224, the initial number 4x which you've chosen, right? So hopefully this session is helpful to you to understand the problems based on decimal fractions, number system, simplification that are expected in your upcoming AFCAT written examination. Dear students, please stay tuned to SSBCrack exams for more such interesting sessions which are helping you a lot in your preparation of upcoming defense written examination. So hence do follow SSBCrack exams on all the social media platforms like Instagram, Twitter, Telegram, YouTube channel, so that you are updated with your desired defense written examination you are aspiring for, and you'll get all the latest update by visiting our social media pages. So all the very best, and don't forget to download the SSBCrack exams Android mobile app to access to the courses by subscribing to the same. So just download the mobile app, subscribe to the Afcat course, and start your preparation today. All the very best, and Jai Hind.